제일 시급한 것 같습니다.
Doing a lot of things. He's doing everything.
Let's see. Gonna make me log in again. I'm already logged in. I'm already logged in. Good.
저희의 모멘텀이랑 자신감을 훨씬 더 극대화시켜주는 큰 도움이 됩니다.
Okay, there's that. Pause that.
Overcoming this by become in
Live shopping, no.
focus on our communication as well.
Trying to think of where.
Even though we're ups and downs on the previous matches in this playoffs, we're gonna show some perfect matches.
Video storage, no.
시크릿은 그 조화가 참
Net. There we go. Sorry, I got it now.
나이가 많은 베테랑 선수들도 있고 나이가 어린 선수들도 있는데 아무래도 저희가 팀 시크릿보다 피지컬적인 면에서 더 위라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 쉽게 이길 수 있지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Playing against T1, we want
Let's do that, and then I'll change the title.
perfect match against them. Also, T1 having a hard time to get.
There we go, that's better. The people know that we're going to China in 3 hours-ish.
플레이오프에서는 빈틈 없는 T1을
Why is
보여드리겠습니다.
my face so blue? Well, I guess it's because the background on here.
Team Secret.
Are you good? I'm gonna let this sort of kick in. I just need to go to the bathroom. I've literally just got in, so yeah, I should have everything that I need. So yeah, BRB.
They're a team that you can never truly count out. Team Secret is responsible for some of the most exciting matches here on the Pacific stage. They're looking to finally break out of the middle of the pack after so long, and these Philippine representatives want to prove that it is indeed their time. But on the other side, they will have to match up against T1, a team with a legacy to uphold. T1 are looking for redemption here on the playoff stage. There have been many challenges for this team, and the big question is, have they shaken off the dust from early this season? Is this the T1 that everybody has been waiting for?
That's what we're waiting to see. T1, this is a squad that coming into the year, not just here in stage one, but at kickoff as well, was a squad that was expected to be world beaters, to be able to go over to international competition, to be at the top of Pacific, and they have stumbled at every hurdle along the way. They're finding their footing now. They get themselves here into playoffs, but they're going up against a Team Secret that, while themselves have not been able to make a run, make an appearance at international competition for quite some time, they have been omnipresent. They have always been hovering at the top of the standings, and they are looking to do that again by winning this series and sending T1 home.
And they're looking a lot cleaner this time, Team Secret. I mean, looking at the performances from the past weeks, they've been improving so much and having a lot more faith in themselves. Do they have the faith in their leader? Do they have their faith in each other to really pull that win over T1 today? And for T1, do they have that confidence to bring it through all the way to the end of playoffs?
And you look at the individual players on T1, right? You have Excret, you have Saya player, you have Carpe as well. These are players that you wouldn't really, want to face up against in any situation. But as T1 put themselves so nicely, the harmony of Team Secret is actually what makes them such a frightening opponent to anybody, no matter how big of a name you are.
Yeah, I mean, that harmony has been there for Team Secret. The vibes have been getting better. The energy from these players, the comfort on stage has been found for them. For T1, they've shown it in the past, but it has been a bit more disjointed. We'll see if everybody's going to be in tune with one another today, because, I mean, you mentioned the names on that T1 squad. There are legends of Korean FPS on that team, but they have been stumbling as of late. Carpe, somebody who's going to be needing to find a very firm performance here today. Izu as well. Players that have shown what their peaks can be, have shown what they are capable of doing, but it's been few and far in between what we've seen, those crucial moments, those things that really just widen your eyes and say, damn, that is a hell of a player.
Well, this is going to be a hell of a match, so let's toss it to William and to Valdez.
Hello and welcome to the caster desk. Thank you so much, guys, on the analyst desk for breaking that whole thing down here. We're beginning playoffs, and it is going to be a blast. How are you doing today, William?
I'm doing great. I mean, I'm a little nervous as well, right? The desk talked about it. The fact that we're starting with a knockout round, the fact that one of these or two of these teams today, I guess, out of the 4 teams, are going to be done, all the way until stage 2. That's a heartbreaker.
It's rough. I mean, it's a lot to stomach. You barely make it into playoffs, and you might just, take one step in and then just kind of fall off the cliff. So hopefully these teams put on a good showing today, as only one of them can make it onto the next round, and that's really what this knockout round is about. It's not going to be easy, because even if you do win today, you have a very strong team waiting for you afterwards. So should be a lot of fun, regardless, to see who is going to pick up this first win.
Yeah, especially starting on Lotus. I mean, I think the way the draft went through, I was also hoping that at least one of the teams would bring out a bit of a surprise. I was actually hoping a bit more from Secret in terms of that surprise. But I think the draft overall, both teams very predictable. I think you saw this coming. You knew exactly what comps each other are playing. So now they just got to duel it out once we get in the server.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting map to start off with. I think the Lotus, it's been played by both of these teams a lot, but Team Secret taking a lot of losses, but close losses in recent times. They did also have that one win over DFM. So, T1 do select it here first. Obviously a map they're very comfortable on, but let's see if the preparation comes in here for the side of Team Secret. They did select attack side, and something that the desk was talking about a lot, the preparation coming into this one to see if Team Secret, with that little bit of extra time, can get the upper hand here against T1.
Yeah, Secret's very famous for that, and quite frankly, T1 has not been in a spot where a lot of people are expecting them to reinvent themselves. They just have to really work on their foundations right now to clean things up.
Absolutely. Well, map number 1, Lotus, starts right now between Team Secret and T1. Only one of these teams can move on to the next round of playoffs. We're going to figure that out today as we do hop into this beautiful map of Lotus.
Yeah, so we're going to see Jeremy go in with the boss buy here, right? He's going to have the Frenzy given over, got the half armor as well. So Team Secret really just looking to send it, and Jeremy is meant to go in, just wreak havoc and pick up kills and survive afterwards. You've got the double blast pack, no boom bot there, not looking for information.
Yeah, just gonna send it as soon as they possibly can. Let's see how this works out for them.
That's a good spot.
As they're going to be potentially rushing into the B site here. Xcurate is peeking out towards Mountain. He's going to see them behind, does not hit. And undershots. It will actually go down to NDG already.
Yeah, you still got the hold, though, with the toxic screen. And the spike being dropped and the snake bite being there, it's a little risky. Jeremy will salvage it for the time being. So while Xcurate goes down, it looked a little rough. He's whiffing all 3 first shots, but he buys enough time for the backup to arrive. Borkum, though, great deep lurk in.
Now we'll see if they expect this. Rossi going to be the first one to go down. And now Borkum just continuing to lurk on the backside there, being very annoying for the team. Takes a little trade here with Saya player. But this should be the plan to on C eventually, as the paint shells, a little bit of damage there. But
a little bit
should
more,
be okay.
Yeah. A little bit more than you would have wanted for sure. But I do like that Borkum came back for backup. Allows there to be a crossfire. And Team Secret's looking to push into the smoke.
There's a lot of players going into this one. And Saya picks up 2, actually. And now Izu's already on the site. But he is going to go down.
Sorry.
He holds it and gets another kill through the wall. Picks up 3
just in time.
And Team Secret are on the board.
Yeah, NDG is someone that has, I think, slowly and very quietly been catching a lot of people's eyes, right? He's not the one who's always the catalyst for the team, but he's really figured out how to be in the right place at the right time to get those trades, make sure that he can capitalize on his just calm aim. Gets the first kill against Xcurate as well. Borkum coming back into the site to make sure the plan can happen. That's a great call. The push into the smoke, too. I mean, Saya gets, the double kill, sure, on 2 low members, but a little smile from NDG as well. Usually not as expressive.
Yeah, he looked very pleased with himself, is I think the way I would describe that is here's Xcurate once again, and these shots are just not landing. So kind of unfortunate. Borkum obviously going to win that one eventually with the Bulldog.
Yeah,
the lighting should be a bit better now.
Taking these shots.
My face shouldn't be as
something that some people noticed
blue,
ever since
but it is very shiny now.
Is that he hasn't been able to be as aggressive, and him playing the chamber,
Shiny
we rely on him being aggressive, taking space over. So he's going to have to continue to just challenge his own confidence to try to take these shots. Again,
okay.
Obviously, if you don't land it, you're not gaining anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's very early on in the best of 3, and I think,
Hello, Sugar Dead Face. Hello, Woo. Hello, Space Librarian. How are we all doing today?
Kind of go around for yourself anyway. So
yeah, I wasn't really planning on doing this morning, and I might need to dip at some point before China starts, because they've started doing all of the cladding stuff on my balcony. So
Let's see
Might
what
be a
he
lot
can
of
get
drilling, a
going.
lot of hammering.
Team
Should be
Secret
okay, I think, for
slowly push
China
it.
later,
But
but
Saya player with this Marshall.
maybe in the morning
Pick up an early
beforehand.
kill here on a Jesse Bosch. Here comes the push onto the site. But Carpe actually going to win that one with the classic, but the rest of Team Secret is swarming in. A decent hold so far from the side of T1, all things considering, but Team Secret still
yeah, a
gonna
couple of
get
kills is nice.
And Saya's picked up the Outlaw. I mean, you've got
Good than
two
you?
members
Yeah, I
that
mean,
are
a little bit
absolutely
last minute
one-shot here
getting this
for Saya
done and
to do
ready.
some damage. It's great news that Berkham has full armor.
Up a tad early because Beth needed to get into work a little bit earlier today too, so I'm doing okay, not bad.
Beneficial for Secret. But it is Saya with a scope. We know what he's capable of with this.
Thought I'd watch a little
Still
bit
gonna go
more
for it. This is a free upgrade anyway.
Pacific, especially Secret.
Take out the turret, and they know
Like,
exactly which
like I'm a big like Secret supporter, so
But
I make no secret of it.
he's looking to see what he can see. He's not going to hit that one. And now he's just kind of on the run here.
I mean, everybody else is going to get out at least and not die to the spike, but maybe the Raze does.
He's going to go for the death. He wants the extra exit kills.
Nah, she gets out.
And he'll just go. You know, it's not the end of the world for Saya, given the
Probably
position
didn't
he was
expect
in.
anybody
Not
to
giving
push up
over
this way,
a
especially
goal
hearing the door
It's not
open,
too
but
bad
who
for
knows?
Jeremy's only 2 points away from his showstopper already. That's crazy.
But I think Secret have some really good like fundamentals. Like they are the most non-flashy team I think that's in playoffs.
That up as fast as you possibly can. Borkham just pretty clean there.
It's just very good, strong Valorant.
It wasn't the cleanest entry onto the site, but they got the job
Because the
done.
players individually are like,
It's an
they're
anti-ego,
good,
as
you know,
is,
tier
so
1
he can
players.
carry things over. Now, that
Sure,
does
but you
mean
don't have like a Saya player or an X-Great.
Push in, and Saya holds the ground. He's very low though, so Secret, they're gonna want to continue to push this.
And speaking of which, Saya
Yeah,
herself
good fight overall. Borkham at least
positioning pretty aggressively
getting one is
as
good.
well.
The only issue is I think the 2 rifles that you were taking into the bonus are the ones that you lose.
And now Team Secret.
You find a lot of space onto B. This is where Team Secret
As we already see, NDG is pretty
would
deep
want to
into this
take like a
one.
low buy just because of how
Secret
close quarters it is.
just have to retake
But T1
this.
sort of know, like trying to
Last year, they
fight
just tried to
against
look to
Spectres
wrap all
and
the way
Sheriffs
around
and
on the
stuff
sea.
here.
Yeah, I think that might be the good
When you have
call
a full
here as
buy,
well. Carpe,
pretty
good
scary.
shutdown.
Even
And
there,
the other thing is
Cape
pushing out of C is also a
maybe,
great idea, right?
maybe
Rather
not
than
overdoing
being
it, but
knowing that B has been giving over, and now you have to wait for a potential crossfire. He's positioning himself where he can only watch one angle. You can still regroup for the retake. You know you have the numbers.
Can't
advantage.
really
You
have a
the
risk-free
buy
round,
you
though,
don't
can
wanna give
you?
over weapon upgrades. It's fluid movement. Bit of a turret miss there. It's those moments that you wish we didn't catch, but the observers are great at that.
Yes.
and then they've planted for CT to play for it too,
Turret for that one.
which has worked out nicely. Everybody's grouped up because they don't know if there's potentially somebody just lurking around any of these corners, but the fact that they're all going as 4 C main works out incredibly nicely for Team Secret.
Side of Team Secret, one of them with a ghost. It's Jesse Vash. Let's see if he can pull off a miracle. No, he's just going to die instead. And NDG just on the back of the site.
So he's just trying to draw them out, see if he can pick up some.
He's
extra
buying a
kills
lot
here.
of time.
Get towards that lockdown. He gets 1, forces him to peek him. He gets 2. Oh man, I thought we might have been on. For
Really
a
good bonus still.
So obviously, at the end of the day,
Like,
not
look
a
how close
great
it gets,
ending
4
for T1,
seconds.
Right? Everyone lost armor. You lost 3 members, 3 rifles. It's pretty big economic damage considering that Secret stuck with a pure bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that was a very
It's
nice
just a question of how they deal with this now, because that was pretty dominant with T1 fighting for A main last time. So I don't know how that's going to look.
At all, as T1 were looking for the 4v2 retake there. So pretty good job done, all things considered, by the side of Team Secret. But T1 now on the board, maybe getting some of those jitters out. We'll see if they can turn things around here.
Yeah, and especially Excurate. He's not going to be able to greed for the operator like he normally does. So he
Hello,
really
Sonia.
needs to get these kills, build up the creds, and all right, he's not taking the risk anymore.
How's it
Partly
going?
Because he has backup. Does Secret read into this, right? The fact that Excurate doesn't greed for it.
Oh, that's
Crazy fight for NDG to win.
This guy is on fire. So
It was easy sort of playing here to do the whole like paranoia across open the door play.
And now Jeremy, he has a showstopper online.
Yeah.
So this is
So you
round
pulled the
4,
fade across.
and they already got a kill. So let's see what he can get done.
He needs to get it.
As he is in. He's going to miss.
Oh, man.
Down he will go. Very unfortunate for him. Rossi is on 2 health.
Obviously hindsight, but the thing that I'm thinking of is if you've seen the Omen try to play here,
Stopping power we're used to.
that there's some element of crutch happening here.
versus Secret's just piling through the poison cloud.
So, you know, you get a good kill in mid, you know that the fade is here. You should expect that if the Omen's like in this position, that there's something that he's going to try and do for C main, so that there's going to be more pressure towards C. Don't know if you really work it out that way. Working from home so I can watch all the VCT action, perfect.
Well, I mean, Envy expects it, but this is rough. Yeah, I mean, how do you win that?
Yeah, I mean, that's a really rough round for Team Secret to lose.
Leaning him up there as the entry from the side of Team Secret was lackluster, to say the least. Yeah, very much forced, it felt like.
I don't know if that's one of those instances where you can realistically work that out as you go along.
First person, like if it was a much more smooth entry,
Just off of the Omen's positioning.
Sent into the meat grinder. If it was just quicker, I wouldn't have blamed them, right? I would have said, okay, you're trying to make sure that the race doesn't get stranded.
Cheers for answering that China stream question, Marcus' stream. Oh yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I think that's generally how they're working it. They're pretty lax on watch party permissions and all that.
On C, right? They didn't stay on the box. They immediately start to reposition as the blast packs come in. And now Team Secret, I mean, they would have wished to do more conditioning, but they have to start over right now with an aggressive smoke onto Mound.
Yeah, we'll see what they can get done with 5 upgraded pistols, and that's about it. Some half armors from 3 of the members, but just going to be looking for picks here, you would imagine. So Rossi, it's like, that's what I'm talking about.
Read it online, but I don't want to trust some random site. I mean, it was on like their Twitter, I think.
Team Secret at first, but the last couple of rounds,
I think that's where they spoke about it. Who do you think's winning this game in the next one? I don't know. I mean, I should imagine the PRX would be good favorites against TLN. But for T1 and Team Secret,
So it's not like Secret overall 5 members have been firing on all cylinders.
like T1 have been a bit under expectation, Team Secret have been over expectation. So it should be a really good series to see where these groups level out.
But it's not looking great. Yeah, they'll get one. That one actually could be an upgrade for them.
It's going to be Carpe picking up another kill, but he took a lot of damage to the wall now as he's just going to throw out the Nightfall just in case. But now he's going to go down as Borkum going to get another upgrade as Rossi just lurking on the side here will pick up one, but immediately goes down. And now it's up to side player, but he goes down. And now we got a 1v1.
Oh, and he's tagged as well. I mean, Jesse Vash absolutely has a huge advantage because Izu has no idea about the sound right now. He's deaf.
10 seconds left.
They're just playing for the time. Jesse, he expects the wrapper.
The China Wolves need to win for a chance, right? And JDG don't have anything to play for.
Jesse on 5 health, and down he will go. Izu barely able to hold on to that round. But again, that was
JDG's already out. Unfortunately, yeah. But it's still important for them to like play for points. Speaking of which, I got some answers for that. It's more confusing points. Like championship points and stuff are more confusing than I thought they were. But now that I know, it makes sense. So you've got the championship points. We'll just call them like CP. No, we won't call them CP. Just call them champs.
Trades back and forth. So
Champ
if you're
points.
a Secret fan, obviously Secret, okay, the
You got
trade
these,
center,
which you
that's a
get
lot better,
+3
but
for
the
winning
Secret still-
kickoff,
we haven't seen anything too different
Madrid,
from their past styles. I really
Shanghai,
like Secret, no matter what type of
and
composition they're playing,
playoffs
much
for
more of a
stage
control
1.
type team,
You get +1 per series win, which includes group and playoffs.
Disengaged, but it doesn't matter because Rossi and User, they're pushing out a bid, and they're going to pick up 3 kills themselves. As
Ooh, okay.
T1 and absolutely clobber them. Aggressive from the defense.
But
and if you hear the showstopper coming out of Mount, I
to
mean,
make
every
stage
team
2
does
playoffs,
never
it's
alone.
not
It's always
so
with a B push. It's always
whoever
with a
has the
bid.
most by the end of stage 2, whoever has the most like VCT points goes straight to champs. However, you do have a playoff event for playoff in stage 2, which is the like 6 other teams that aren't the one that has the most points, 6 teams, and 3 of those play to go to champs. However, these 6 teams aren't decided by their champions points; they're decided by their like aggregate wins in group stages of stage 1 and stage 2.
Taking the reins in this first map so far. NDG is going to get 1 Bulldog kill. Saya is going to take a bunch of damage themselves. The aggressive push coming out from the side of Team Secret. Not half bad. Gonna tie things up 2-2.
4th team is determined by the points.
T1 still
like who's the most points for the remaining teams. Now I'm pretty sure like whoever has the most points goes straight to champs, because it would be the team that has done the best within their region, arguably,
things like that. But here, just
across the year.
It took a while, and I think Secret, started
But literally,
to
championship
forget a little
points.
bit about how you want to play against a potential opponent.
Championship
You weren't
points
really expecting it
don't
on that
matter
round,
for
round seven.
anybody else other than the teams that are pushing to be first in their league. So for somebody like,
Team Secret out of rubble, but then
I don't know, let's use Wolves as an example. Wolves catching up to, well, actually, no, that's a bad example. I guess like Team Secret, like RRQ, winning against Gen G last week but missing out on playoffs is really good for them. There's a chance of them catching up to Champions points with like Gen G and even like DRX and PRX and stuff is pretty slim. But it means that they're set up really nicely to make it from groups because they would... I guess the easiest way to think about it is for Stage 2 playoffs, by the time that we've done this, or got to this, every team in groups would have played each other. So it's basically, you put both the groups together, see where they are like on the table as a full like round robin 10-team thing, and then the top 6 teams from, sorry, 2nd to 7th would make it to playoffs, because first would naturally go to champs.
So yeah, the obvious change would be hit Rubble first, right? Try to take that control a bit more. You saw the set utility come out in that previous round. Avoid it. Either wait for it,
yeah, you can send a link here.
back immediately to get past it onto Rubble.
Yeah, absolutely. I think after 5 rounds in a row, Warbird's has to step in and say, okay, this is not what we practice, guys. We got to be a bit better with this one.
It's a read here from T1. They send the paint shells right in. They know. They know the adjustment's going to be to try to get past the utility, and it's just a switch up. Oh, that hurts. It's one of those things where it's just a straight rock, paper, scissors when it comes to Lotus.
Yeah. I mean, early rounds, T1 looked a little bit nervous, but now they just look in total control. I mean, they are reading every single angle. They are so far ahead of Team Secret in these last bunch of rounds. This is from the defense side of Lotus. It is T1's map pick,
sure,
but I mean, Secret, they played this map a lot. They should be ready for stuff like this.
Oh, I
They should
see.
have the preparation, but we're just not seeing it just yet.
So it's not like the end of Stage 2, there was a team that...
Looking pretty strong as Rossi.
surely it'd work out better, like at the end of Stage 2, you just drop all of the points there.
Just a snake bite and an Odin. He doesn't. Yeah, he has a poison.
So like, you know, for example, if by the end of groups, Sentinels has the most championship points, they should miss out on playing Stage 2 playoffs. Because naturally, the team that has the most championship points have played the most. Like they've either won kickoff, they've either won their playoffs, they've either gone deep in one of those, like potentially won Madrid or Shanghai. Having those teams play playoffs and then be like, oh, you didn't actually need to play playoffs at all because you've got enough points is silly.
T1, they've already snuck Excurate in. Does Team Secret read this at all? But this is, I mean, this is so difficult, right? I mean, you're already on low health. The decay doesn't help either. Sure, the spike's right outside. Maybe you could try to go for a tap from one side, but the barrel will be shown.
Oh, the miss there, but Excurate. And he's
good shots, Jesse.
Get it done. So Team Secret, they get on to
It's
the site. They put down a pit.
Not
and
very
they barely
clear.
Hold on. So it's a win after a timeout. Team Secret, I suppose.
Oh, there was a timeout, and I meant to run ads.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, you know, that round, not just because Secret won, but we're seeing some similar things that
If Crew win playoffs, they already overtook Sentinels in points.
It doesn't seem like all players
Which is kind of crazy, yeah.
with the tempo they want to play, right? Some players are still like, hey, Secret might play slow, they might come B, we should keep an eye on that. And then other players are like, well, he's got the Odin on the side, I'm going to go to back him up, but now you're going in one by one, giving them this.
I think the teams that made playoffs at Madrid should have got like a point, you know, some extra.
Cleaned up, but now Team Secret, they'll return with their own operator pickup as well, obviously picking that up in that previous
Same
round.
with Shanghai. Like, you don't want to give them much, but you want to give them something, I think, for getting far in an event.
Slowly but surely,
Otherwise, you
pick this operator up.
want to just narrowly miss out on you want to get points, sure, but you want to miss out on actually qualifying. How old am I? I'm 31.
Fill that spot as here's Carpate saying hello, and he is going to win that trade and gets out his Excurate as well.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's just FPS 101, the bait and switch. Oh, man.
Looks 50. Thanks.
Yeah, they made that look extremely clean. And the rest of Team Secret, the remains, kind of fragmented up here. We still have Jesse back at spawn. We have a couple of
I feel like if you need that many videos explaining the format even once a series has started, the format is too complicated.
Look for picks here.
Yeah,
movement is so good, right?
there's a lot of stuff going on.
Rubble while they get
But
And after a few seconds, when the rotation could have happened, he now backs out, and they start to hold close.
I sort of trust Riot enough to know that if this is the format and it was bad, it was probably the best case scenario for some of the issues that they had.
But this default is so well spread out from T1 so far. Oh, the timing is perfect from Carpe.
Yeah. He definitely got a pretty good read. Heard some stuff, but Jeremy's going to hit that op shot.
And this is a setup for Jesse.
I mean, the double-edged sword of being bald is you look older than you are
Jesse is on the A side, and now
when you're quite young.
Out of position, as that's going to be.
But I will look like this until I'm like 50, like 60.
I mean, no audio. Then the showstopper, but I mean, okay. A little bit crazy. So I think the idea was that
Like I look like my dad when he was 30, because my dad at 60 still pretty much looks like he does now.
You'll still get that cue that the ult was activated.
Like, or did then, just a bit more wrinkly.
I mean, Team Secret trying to make sure that they're going into the next round with all the safety possible. Either way, not needed though.
Yeah, you can see they were totally caught with their pants down, and it was a big.
Apply hair oils might help you. That would assume that I'm not fine with being bald.
Showstopper, easy lineup there. Jeremy has.
I think if there's anything worse than being bald, it's somebody trying to hide the fact or stop the fact that they're bald. Either by wearing like hats all of the time, or combing over your hair, or wearing a toupee. You just gotta own it.
Yeah, so I can't imagine that they're gonna go too heavy. If they are, they gotta all flood in at the right time. Counter Paranoia is perfect timing though, and he's even gonna land.
And honestly, I look better bald than I did with hair.
As well. I mean, listen, I don't blame them. This time they tried to flood, right? Instead of just sending the rays in.
Because like somebody like Lofa's almost 40.
They were super ready for it. Now Xgrid even going to get a nice kill. Look at
And he looks younger than me.
Well, it's right on the other side of the door. As it is going to be revolved once again, but Envy trying to take these trades instead. NDG now the last person left alive.
Like Seuss older than me, I'm pretty sure.
Empty. Spikes here. I mean, NDG's been good with his shots. I'll give that.
He wasn't used to it, yeah. But it is really nice in summer when you don't need to.
It is T1's round, so
like your head would just sweat.
T1.
It's good because your head's cooler, but the problem is like your head sweats and you don't have hair to like soak it up.
So not the cleanest entry you could say on the scene.
Yeah, that's just patient right there as well. After the paranoia, knowing that you haven't been spotted because of that vision block.
I'm not scared, bro. Yo.
What a sheriff shot.
Trying to hype them up, but trying to keep the energy.
Good attitude to hype them up. You're not like going crazy. You're just like, we're better.
Realize that they're not in a spot to celebrate too early coming into play.
Because if you start talking about these guys are so bad and the bad teams start doing well, it just, you fuck up your own mental. But if you're just like, we're better, it doesn't matter if they start to win. You're just like, they can still be good. We're just better.
Yeah, you gotta know which vibe to sell at.
I've seen way too many teams like bury their own mental because they get too toxic with it.
In his wares, in his store. But so far, it's kind of been the calm, cool, collected.
Beastia seems to do that a lot, though.
We're better than them.
I guess it's genuinely because he is built like
so far T1
to be like he's a champs winner. He has to think that he's better.
I think 6 rounds.
What job do you do to work to afford this setup? I was a caster. I casted EMEA.
That is going to be the Sheriff headshot from
I just don't like a crazy setup.
But with this wall up and a kill from Xgrid.
I casted a lot of EMEA back when COVID was a thing, so like I got a proper camera and stuff. To be fair, the camera and stuff was quite cheap.
Trying to run away. Oh man, Jesse Vash, and they get absolutely.
What is a caster? Like a
only Saya going down after the aggressive peak.
Commentators. Like you hear the people talking in game here. I did that, and I do that, but I don't do it for EMEA anymore.
We're all damaged, right? The decays there. Look at their health bars. If they go through that toxic screen, it's bad. Envy's then trying to regroup. Like maybe we are charging through B. He gets caught. Then the extra paranoia. And on T1 side, the backup's very timely. It's not too early, right? They're still waiting to see because
I mostly did desk stuff, but yeah, like I did champs and stuff in 2021 and 2022. I was at Champions Berlin and Champions Istanbul.
Avoid it all and just make sure you're
and then did some of EMEA last year, but none this year. So we're watching a shitload of China and then Pacific in the morning when there's nothing else really going on.
He's gonna drop down right at the worst time. He's gonna get the.
I mean, that's the point. It works out time-wise pretty well, but there might be a chance that I don't get to do Pacific watch parties.
Up in heaven.
Maybe there is. Maybe it's like a join in late kind of thing.
The site, right? Sure, you have tree. And the spike
The
is
4v4
positioned for that crossfire.
retake.
T1 is going to have to clear out everything. And from the shadows,
Omen
just
Ultimate,
to make sure that the
yeah,
rest
pretty
of
much
the
goes towards C, but it gets broken instantly or cancelled instantly.
There's just so many angles to clear here, and Envy.
Yeah, I mean, Envy getting 2 there is fantastic. Yeah, I wasn't expecting a third at all. I thought he would have done.
He's just going to have to pull off the miracle at this point. Down he will go.
Yeah, good post plan here from Team Secret.
Last one left. He picks off one.
Doesn't matter really last round.
Wasn't enough time to go for the defuse anyway.
But considering the Team Secret won the pistol and only got 5 on attack, that's a bit worrying.
How it started, I think the 5 rounds doesn't feel so
There was a
bad.
world. There wasn't much time though, that's the issue.
Obviously, yeah, on the attack you would have wanted more rounds, but how does it go? I believe it was the famous Resi.
Where are you from, Jolan?
From the Philippines saying, "Oh, we are defense."
And are you supporting any teams here or?
It did not work out for them against TLN. But they always have been, and I agree. Team Secret, they're very good on the defense because that's where they can really just wait with a default, right? You get the read on the ante, you say this is their style, this is the default crafted to make sure they always fall into a trap. You know, the unforced errors just happen.
Oh, it's halftime. I could do that because there's going to be that. Sorry, I don't mean to run pre-rolls.
Couple of hearts there.
Yeah, we got to make sure Xcrit sees that.
Might be a little bit tight on timing, but it should be okay.
Them hanging, you know? If you're gonna say no, you gotta just say no.
Well, you can always come down.
I could probably do with
after the game,
30 seconds things as well.
Yeah.
I wonder if T1 will change their Lotus comp at some point because people know the chamber situation by now. Yeah, I mean, especially if they don't make Shanghai, they might want to be changing it. But to be honest, if Viper gets nerfed,
they're not gonna have an opportunity after today, so we'll
What?
see if they can survive.
might you change something else instead?
Do or die.
Is my question.
Like a couple of hearts, I'm like, interesting.
That seems to have been the slogan for T1, but it's a very extreme one, I would say.
Yeah. Well,
It's good because I think Lotus does lend itself. There's a lot of maps where you'd play Raze over Jet, where you'd play Raze for one of the main reasons being that you don't op as much. Like bind opping is really tricky. Sunset opping is like it's fine to do it, but you won't play Jet there realistically. Split opping is a bit challenging too. A lot of maps like that where when you play the Raze, you're not looking to op as much. But I think Lotus, you play a lot of Raze because you can fight for A main and Satchel and do stuff like that. And the utility is really good because it's so tight. But you still want to be opping. So, like, that's why Chamber's good here still. Not as good as a Killjoy, I don't think.
Is just picking people off one by one. And now Jeremy is alone.
But if you're a team that likes to op, and somebody else can play the Raze like Sire Player does here, like, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to expect it, right? With the timing, the fact that he doesn't
I feel like Jet has so many more benefits with the verticality, and it's such an op-heavy map. Yeah, but the thing is about iceboxes, you don't have those kind of positions where you can, like, if you're playing A rafters on defense with an operator, if you dash out, you're not really dashing to safety as such. Same with like playing B main. If you're like facing this way, you can like dash out, but you can also satchel out. And most of the time, you might get KO knifed anyway. So very rarely do you see somebody opping and then actively dashing out. And you can still op as a Raze.
If T1 can convert it into the anti-eco as well, obviously those.
But I think stuff like the nade, boombot,
from a bit more accumulation, so to speak.
still have stuff that you can do with verticality. But yeah, again, it's like if you're not looking to op that much, if you're just happy to rifle, then yeah, you'd go Raze, I think.
All right, selfish or not, the sheriff was right by, that's for sure.
My deagle is too. I'm sorry, bro. My deagle is too nice.
I mean, he's right.
He's right.
It was too nice.
It really just feels like we're watching a Rossi stream today.
Well, he's got the vibes for himself. And he's feeling pretty good about his position here.
So just straight A hit. You got some utility, some presence shown on the low buy of Team Secret.
It's their map pick. It's attack on Lotus. Gotta like.
Already used a haunt, so you pretty much, if you're gonna go for the door, you need to use a haunt here.
It's just about making sure that
and it misses actually. Like the haunt misses everybody. The haunt, the prowler. The prowler wasn't like deep enough on the corner. That's a really nice anti, like the eco round even.
With all 5 people alive.
I was thinking to myself. Yeah, I was thinking to myself like, Oh, the statement I just made about hopefully they convert the anti-eco, that's a stupid statement, because usually you always do. But, okay, there was a reason why I said it, apparently.
Really nice eco round.
Maybe too many vibes. I mean, they kind of just sent it into tree, and they said, okay, well...
Because it's nice, because if that Prowler did actually hit the player here, you've got somebody to peek off of it there. But it's just this Prowler just missing.
Sure, the first guy, fine. You know, the one-way blooms just in time, but the reaction, I mean, Jeremy's very clean with it as well. It does look like Syed tries to turn as fast as possible
Yeah, that's good.
as soon as you realize what happened, but Jeremy's just quick with it. Excurrent past the one-way, though. Yeah, you need things like this. It's a rough one because you only have the headhunter, but the chamber needs to challenge.
And they got the two right people here, too, if they do go for a fast C hit.
And now T1 grouped up here.
Turret there.
Trying to get in, but
Alarm bots outside of here with a banana swarm. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing about, like, with Viper being nerfed. This side of Viper, with the wall, whether it was there, whether it's the orb here, it's still good.
The beast, and Izu's going to go down as well. As Carpe just going to try to find a way to go down pretty lightly.
Yeah, that's like the most you can hope for, and it's not looking great with the Poison Cloud and a Han behind him.
Yeah, and they just flank all the way around. Good stuff from Team Secret so far. Like, pistol was relatively close. And then, good eco, good anti-eco here. Excurrent having the attack up too. Against the bonus, which is, you know, scary, but I think he's quite close to Tour de Force.
Extra credits that were invested, you can even get free upgrades. But we did see.
I like that the Viper tried to run out this side.
Excurrent does go into
in a little pocket where the nanoswarm isn't going to be.
Sure, it's a half armor, but now it's about positioning Excurrent up for success, right? He doesn't have to be the one who opens the site.
Faking pressure here, like you've got a lot of stuff coming out of the Prowler and the Rays, but it's pushing into free players over here.
All online now for Secret.
Yeah, he's gonna
like you got the turret in here because Secret's broken.
A good team play to just get him in position to pick up.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, they're ready to break it. Yeah, it's on the fence of being broken. So this should be like alarm bells ringing here that the secret door is almost broken. Because as soon as like contact is hit, the alarm bot goes off. This secret door is going to be broken, and that's where NV peeks out and gets one. Really nice setups here for Team Secret. It is like a bonus round.
And now, with 4 players available, are they going to invest a showstopper to try to 2v4 clutch this one?
You could do it differently, I suppose, where instead of like Envy being here, you could put the Omen, and then you could like Paranoia across.
Okay.
Like put the wall up, Paranoia like across where the alarm bot is, if it's here, like do that. Then you can have a Haunt. Yeah, if I was them, that's what I'd be doing. Put the Fade here, put the Rays here, put the Omen here. Sorry, no, Fade was over here with the Rays anyway. So it was Killjoy.
Take it away fully, so that's a bit of a shame. But I think Jeremy going for it rather than just like running away with the op, I think that's fine, right?
It was Envy that peeked out, wasn't it? Yeah, so they were the Viper, sorry.
Thanks to that thrifty earlier. So you're just seeing maybe I can do even more damage.
Yeah, swap the Viper for the Omen, and I think you've got some there.
Yeah, Carpe didn't really seem like too excited, just trying to keep calm.
He almost seems disappointed that Jeremy was reloading there, right?
Not sure about that one, friend.
I guess if you keep peeking and fighting A and you keep seeing that this door is slightly broken, you want to be putting pressure here.
That's going to be a big lead now.
Like, you're not going to have that kind of pressure in those spots. Really good trade, though. Really important one, too. I don't know if I like this too much.
This is very good from Secret. They make sure that they regain control of Rubble, and then they push out of Mound, so they have the priority, and they hide.
So the Killjoy doesn't really need to bait too much.
You see where the Boombot was going. This is excellently set up by NDG, and he's not leading.
It's whether this Prowler clears this corner.
They're still going to check for it, I believe, with the Prowler.
Yeah.
Whoa, well, now they know for sure.
Oh, and NDG tries to peek off of it. Yeah, that's the risk.
Peek at the same time onto Envy, and they clean that up excellently. Nobody else is here on C.
It's like maybe if NDG makes and cuts noise to go, or like makes noise going back.
He bashes early, but his teammate isn't. That does make things a little rough. I mean,
yeah, saving might be... Money's good.
Rough, but I like the idea of it. If you can dwindle it down, get a surprise 2
They're good enough for another buy,
so
so any extra damage might be nice.
Now, just had to hit the shots as Jeremy is going to get his paint shells back. And now, 1v3, he is going to actually go for it as he is trying to wrap
just keep
around
the
from
money
left
tight for
side.
T1.
And down he goes, easy on top of the box.
Oh.
We'll take him down. So now T1 on 10 rounds to 7.
So I
Yeah, I
really
think this
like that secret. You know, they don't
is a
shy
good
away from the
idea.
operator.
It's
They
just
say, okay, it's a double stack.
they were well aware that there was a
Make sure we punish
setup
this
here, I
because
think.
otherwise We're just gonna have to play scared. So
The Paranoia 2. I think NDG tries to go undercover, but can't quite get it.
Now T1 has to reclear rubble. They push out a mound. Like overall, the macro is very good.
I think when you've had a eco around go as well as this, by playing on an angle that isn't cleared properly, trying to go for this shortly afterwards is like T1 are not going to make that kind of mistake again, right? That's my thinking.
Here comes X-Security. He's not going to hit it. Just taking a bit of damage to make that play possible, but just not going to kill for his troubles.
Sim set up here for Team Secret, which T1 aren't really that keenly aware of it. Like, this is getting so much for free.
The Nightfall into C, it's a pretty easy idea. Trying to see if there's a reaction. I love that they're
Yeah, nade in to try and break utility over here, but it doesn't get the turret. Tire play making noise, picked up the orb. Team Secret probably seen that it was the Raze that's picked up the orb too. Yeah, one way smoke on attack to just give you a little bit of breathing room to break this turret.
And making a lot of noise. You see that T1 themselves, the rest of the team is not looking to push towards C.
But still, this adjustment from Team Secret is like nice. Having the Viper over here to snake bite this as soon as there's any B pressure. And then on A, you have a showstopper that can fight for this a bit more. They baited this out really nicely. He only gets one. And then the Omen TP in here is really good because of how much space it's pulled away. Nobody's on site. Nanoswarm there. Snake bite. Invi's playing from Secret. Plays that really well. Doesn't expect Izu. Paranoia from his teammate? Oh no, was it the Paranoia from the Omen up here maybe?
Another one as they cannot clear out this Omen.
Spike planted.
Really nice round from T1 though.
Setting up his teammates, defending the site.
But they clear utility over here. They know that the Raze is over towards A. They try to bait out the showstopper early. And then they go for a fast B execute.
And they just could not figure out what to do.
A fantastic round from them.
On that site.
Yeah, and this was one of my concerns, right? If you allow T1 to play on their favorite comfort pick,
Now plays on every Raze on every map in the current ranked map pool. You could do on stuff like Breeze, you'd struggle, and Ascent as well.
He's still been a little shaky, depending on the agent he
It's not terrible.
And you're allowing him to go into these comfort roles
But it's
where
not
he
like
knows that he can clutch up.
best in slot either.
It's starting to look risky because you can't ante against that. You can't ante against clutch moments like that where one guy just holds the entire control over a site.
Yeah. I mean, you saw Envy, he's in position. He's like, okay, I'm going to stop them if they try to cross the toxic screen. And
we've seen some teams like, I think FPX in the Evolution tournament in off-season, they ran, what did they run?
Kind of insane.
They ran Raze on Breeze.
The second time out of Team Secret, only a couple of rounds away from taking down
this
first
Asus
map.
Meta Raze recently.
Comfortable as ever, as you mentioned here on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going on Raze, it shouldn't be too hard to be picking up Jet.
Right? Team
I
Secret,
think Raze is a lot harder of an agent.
They might have been pushed away from Mound, so the showstopper comes out. You know that they're going to be forced for time. They have to start making a decision. Envy was still holding Baby Door, things like that. So it's not like the default positioning was bad, but they're not accounting for the curveballs that are possible. You're not accounting to potentially even losing some of these duels. And off of that timeout, T1 says, let's just meet him, right? If it's a rubble push, we're here to fight it.
They've got a full buy. It's just a turret over on A. And then a crunch between B and C to see if there's anybody around. Pretty much forces T1 into an A execute. So this is like where Team Secret wanted them to go. Usually, like I was thinking that before I saw the ultimates, like maybe they've got a lockdown here for a retake. But this is like Team Secret taking a timeout and trying to like force this play in. But they've given a lot of space. You've given place for a Viper's Pit to come through. Like it has to be like a good call here. He just can't quite do it.
trade of 2 for 2 now. Executor
Gets the
gonna
up.
go down, but
That's big.
T1 holding onto the pit for now, as Rossi has not gone down. But here's a Boombot to try to clear things out in the back of Tree.
Yeah, Lambot, Boombot even sort of cleared all of this to an extent. Snakebite's nice. Snakebite's been used on the other side.
We're going to try to push here. It is a 1v1 now, as he is decaying.
Yeah, nice from Rossi.
From the side of Rossi.
Yeah, strange. Like Team Secret made a call to be super retake on A.
To map point.
Not really aware of the Viper's Pit, I guess.
Timeout, right? It's one of two things. It's Rubble or Mound push out. It always is. And they say, listen, if it's Mound, it's going to come from 2 directions. Rather than worry about that, let's just go fast into Rubble. If they happen to be there, we still got 5 minutes.
Been a good map from Rossi, though, from the looks of it.
It's an easy site. You even use the showstopper. That way, the site has to be empty. And the whole purpose, in hindsight, is that the showstopper opens up the Viper's Pit, right? It might not get a kill, but it makes the Viper's Pit absolutely safe.
All right, nade comes through.
Getting aggressive once again. The pit this time coming out from the side of Team Secret, rather, on the C site. As is pretty standard.
Block was watching the
T1
door.
to potentially push into a big setup here from Team Secret on A.
So T1, once again, they're just relying on the trademark, right? They're playing because it's map point. If we push with a numbers advantage, that's what attackers have on every map.
Here comes Jesse Vash. Just gonna push on
Brave.
through.
Right into Excurate.
Who's just gonna no-scope him in the face.
So you got the Viper's
T1
Pit on
looks like they're gonna
C,
put the
and
cap
everything
on this
feels
map
like it's gone
potentially.
wrong.
Only 2 guys left here on the side of Team Secret, and Excurate here they're gonna pick up a second one, gets the kill, finishes him off with the classic after hitting him through the wall, in the leg, rather. And Envy is alone. He does pick up 2.
Yeah, it's Envy. You do have to respect him a little bit. Some of the highest numbers we've seen all throughout Pacific.
He's gonna go up against 2, and down he
Nice
goes.
little
T1
stack.
dominant win here on the
Tricky
first
for
map
Team
of
Secret.
Lotus, 13-7.
Yeah, it just absolutely goes to show that a comfort pick is a comfort pick. And overall, I think the defaults were a bit more stable. And more than anything, the team seems to be a lot more on the same page on how aggro they want to play, right? It doesn't seem all over the place. It doesn't seem chaotic. T1 looked a lot more organized. Meanwhile, Team Secret, I think
Right,
they
Sunset's next, isn't it?
Want to rely on
Team Secret choking another playoff. It is T1's Lotus, though. Right? Like, it's a good map for them. It's their pick.
Ooh, 13-7 in favor
You got Sunset next, which has been a really good map for Team Secret. So I'm not too worried about them realistically.
Team Secret.
Not yet.
I want to blame this on you, actually. You voted Team Secret. Even Farmers was like shifty eyes
Okay,
on you.
whoa. Hey, yes, this could very well be the curse.
Yep.
Could have happened. But I also said that I saw this going to 3 maps. So
Okay.
I think it's priced in, ultimately, is how I feel about this.
Fair.
It's a little bit more one-sided than I could have anticipated. There was a lot of rounds where we kind of there was some throwing, there was some trolling. You know, some also turnaround moments from Team Secret, like losing that second half pistol and then just absolutely putting them in the meat grinder over at A door with classics in hand, just mowing down T1. Yeah, almost getting the knife as well. There was some
Yeah, 6
silliness
plants.
in this game for sure. But
How many rounds were on? 21.
Very well called.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 rounds, 3 plants. 9 rounds, 6 plants, 6 wins. So retakes were really happening today. And then planting 7 out of 12 rounds is not great. 2 retakes. Yeah, it's basically if you get the plant down, it's GG.
I'm not gonna lie, you know, I definitely.
ISO and VCT when? I don't know. Probably not until he gets buffed a bit.
They did so good on this.
Excurate, yeah, making the chamber work. Envy was good, Jesse Vash was quiet, NDG was quiet. I think this round where they sort of play in from C was the sort of breaking point. It was just a bit too much.
Not only is he landing incredible op shots,
Team Secret is known as being the anti-strat team. Yeah, but just knowing what the opponent does doesn't mean that you can anti-strat an opponent all you want. It doesn't mean that you have a huge advantage over them.
You'll be around the door, I'll be able to anchor around the site, and they do that several times. You know, that's why the first half was so competitive. That's why T1 came out at the in front during the first half. And Team Secret, on the other hand, I mean, they've been doing incredible things. I think Envy was very good at holding, but at some moments, you know, the team just kind of looks like a little bit too I don't know, like, yeah, slow, like too calm, and sometimes like someone has the timing for a push, but someone else is so far across the map, and you're
I'm just checking
like,
everything.
You can't really fault them. They want to go for it, but it's not really, you know, meant to be.
I mean, even moments like that, yeah, they're going to win that.
Scoot forward a
NDG
bit too.
Just hold things down. I mean, NDG granted off to a roaring start at the very beginning of the map, but then things kind of started to fizzle out a bit. But you know, the call to just try to push into that smoke, unassisted by anything else. Side player comes away with 2 in that, and then suddenly the round is a lot closer than it needed to be. There were, you know, the highlight moments. This crunch right here, where Jeremy eventually tries to end up going for a knife to take that extra. Like, this was a great turnaround.
This was
going to be that big push. It's like, okay, they win in the eco.
You get away with a eco round like the one that we literally just saw, and then you go into this. T1 are just too smart to not make that same mistake.
A lot of whiff shots here from the side of Team Secret.
And maybe there's an element of like Team Secret have done that before, right? So T1 were very aware that that's a play that they like to do. Could be the T1 of anti-strat Team Secret a bit.
From the shadows was used, but that wasn't really read or seemingly communicated to the rest of the team, because you see somebody pushing through out of short, baby door into the B site. They get caught off guard. Izu finds that kill, and then he just swings back around to take out Jesse Bash. So like, they're aware of some of these things, but no one's really following up on it. There's not really being anything.
Let me run ads so people don't get them in the middle of the game.
And Secret just kept getting picked apart.
I mean, this doesn't really look like the Team Secret that we left off of in stage 1, right? This was a very reactive,
So the map,
very sort of
T1, they lost to DFM, didn't they? So this should be a really good map for Team Secret. 4-1 on it.
especially on this
Good
map.
defensive
But
side.
so surgical from T1. It was just like
T1 have banned it
just like,
before.
just get one headshot here and one headshot here and leave Team Secret to scramble around, and it'll be easy picking.
This graphic is great though. It has everything that you want.
On Lotus, did Team Secret just kind of like get ready to go on the attack and then got just boomed by a C's nade combo at Rubble? It's like twice in a row, and it was different people getting picked apart. You know, Jeremy died the first time. I forget who it was.
So they ran Neon Silver KO
even things like that, just being
before, and then they ran Silver KO last time. I assume that the closest one is most recent.
Isn't going to get them a victory. So going into Sunset,
I'd
the map where
assume.
they have had more success. Yes, they look comfortable on Lotus, but now I believe they're 1-4 on this map. They're 4-1 on Sunset. This is where they need to have that pop-off performance. This is where they need to show that masterclass.
Yes, it's kind of their comfort pick. You know, this is where Envy has that setup.
Asirai's gone for the prediction on Talon over PRX. I swear, if he's right on this, he is. He's got some Eldritch God helping him with these, I swear.
PRX in like the, you know, the first week of regular season, but they have been really, really good. I don't think Team Secret are like, you know, playing off today at all. It's just, you know, maybe getting warmed up a little bit. The communication or just trying to get the timings together feels a little bit off just at the start.
Look at Achilles' face.
I know.
Look at his face.
You need a close up on it. It's like
It's
he just
pretty
ran a
damn
lemon.
off. They need to plug the cord in and everything. There's no power going to it.
Individually, they're still there.
I do agree. There was just so many times where you felt like they were really gonna like push it, but they did not. They were just like hanging back, and suddenly it's that fear that I have when you have that good op, or when you have.
Sorry, I'm just
people
looking
who
because
are
it was
players
Bristol
rather,
elections
who make
yesterday, so I want to
themselves
see who
their
won.
executes.
Yeah.
That
I think
is
that's what it is.
So deadly.
Because T1 dictated the pace. T1
Don't know,
had such
actually.
great reads, you know, that
Bristol
paint shells combo at the start. Once they get hit by those things, they start to feel that confidence getting shaken, and then Team Secret starts to question themselves. There's like those thoughts, it's those seeds of doubt, and it kind of hurts them a little. If they play really well on Sunset, and this is their home pick, they should be more comfortable.
Well, I'm gonna make you guys really uncomfortable by turning our attention over here to our guess and gain little game over here, because you have both of you gentlemen over here at bronze.
Strong level.
Over here, Achilles.
I haven't been here for forever. I haven't had an opportunity until now to redeem
like,
this.
Suddenly you've just been like, you know, he's just been like smirking at us from bronze.
We have coin flip questions. That's how.
Let's see.
Well, here is our question for today. Who is going to?
Oh, the results haven't been announced yet. Okay.
Leave him there, like whatever. Who is going to score more kills today? Is it going to be Jeremy? Is it going to be Saya player? Please.
So I wanted to look as well at
Consulting the stats from
the stats for Team Secret on this.
Here, take it.
All right.
We get to double down, right, or something today?
They're kind of like Team Secret's comp mod and the Gecko KO.
I can't go even if I lose.
Steve, do we double down?
like ×2.
Because there's a lot of like silver shock dart anti-strat stuff there.
Production said that we could basically 2x the bet.
So Team Secret on
You're also gonna de-rank
Sunset.
twice. I can't de-rank twice.
All right.
We have no. Yeah, we're just all or nothing.
Give me a T1 if you think Saya player is going to get more kills. Give me a TS if you think it's Jeremy. As we are about to head into our agent picks in just a bit, I just need these.
Because this is
answers. Ready? Just 2 letters.
Move this down. Oh, there we go.
3, 2, 1, reveal.
I'm going.
See what Augment gives us.
Really?
Jeremy ×2.
Okay. All right. Okay, so it's gonna be Jeremy for you. I picked Saya player actually, who will get more kills. I do think
More
actually
first kills.
More first kills. That is absolutely right. I think it's gonna be Saya player.
They were
Yeah, put that there.
separated by 1 on Lotus. Jeremy had 4 and Saya had 3.
Oh, it's gonna be really, really close indeed. And also because this
Wait, is it not working with any of these?
this
Great.
elimination. If Team Secret don't win this,
Any
that means
reason?
they are out. And T1
This one-
will continue
oh, so there's
on
one
to
that just
face
flat out
even
doesn't
bigger
work.
giants on the playoffs.
I
But
think
right
that's
now,
what
we're about
fucks
to
it.
step into Sunset. This should be, again, this should be Team Secret's map. But
Got the other one,
a
so
while ago, I'm not exactly sure if the momentum is in their favor here, Quack.
I'll move it
that's
over
the
here.
thing, you know, this is a knockout match. You have a lot of pressure. I say a bit. It's a lot of pressure coming into this, and that pressure.
Team
can
Secret's
either
defending.
hold you
Gecko
shaky
KO still
into something better,
31.
can make you crack. And Team Secret, hey,
Yeah, let's have a look at this. See if I can get it on screen at this point.
He has that setup with the breach, and it sets Jeremy up incredibly well. Jesse Vash giving him the intel is also another thing. They are very, very good at controlling this map, especially up around mid, if Jeremy picks up that op. So I'm not entirely sure how T1 fares off. They're playing this same race.
No, it doesn't show there
composition
either.
no longer than Neon.
I see Envy like kind of stressed here, Achilles. I would be too. This is a lot of pressure on Team Secret's shoulders. They don't exactly perform well under a lot of this pressure.
Well, I mean, that is a big concern here. I mean, you know, the Lotus loss, you could have maybe come into this, you know, as Secret and said, okay, we know the T1's really good here. If we don't find the win there, it's fine. You also probably were expecting to be a bit closer, you know, maybe get yourself something.
Yeah, it just doesn't have any data on stuff.
Maybe an overtime loss. But what we've seen in the past is that when
That's
you do kind of
tragic.
get blown out on the map, teams are able to bounce back a little bit more evenly. With Sunset here, we'll see if they're going to find their confidence and get the win.
Let's see indeed. William and Valdez, over to you guys.
Thank you, analyst deskers, for breaking that first
Yeah,
one down
can't
and
work it
bringing
out.
us into Sunset.
Augment's
On paper,
stocks are going down way hard at the moment.
Should be them stepping up, but based on what we saw on the first map, it does feel like T1 have the momentum at the moment. We'll definitely have to see Team Secret step it up moving on to map 2.
Yeah, and right off the bat, it looks like, again, this time it's going to be Saya player with the big boss buy. Gets the ghost given over to him. Not a frenzy, but they are positioned
What's
for
the shock
B. So
dart for?
T1,
For the trip
this
here?
might be one of those maps where Coach
For the
Wolford said
camera?
there are some hard tells. T1 doesn't rotate too much on Sunset from what
Yeah,
we've
for the
seen
trip.
the one time with this comp. Oh, Xcure just dodges that. He
then
waits for
Xcure
the
puts it
trap
in
as well.
afterwards.
That's very good reads because we've seen that lineup really wreck a lot of the flanks here for Secret's opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we can see,
I mean, it's like Silver just seems like an easy pick for stuff like that. You got the Silver here alone. I mean, retakes so far for Team Secret haven't been great.
on the attack.
Haven't won one retake at all out of 6 rounds, I think, on
Put
Lotus.
in some utility and get the plant down. Izu now going to find Jeremy on the back side of this one. Here come the paint shells as the shot's not going to land.
Jeremy gets 2. And Jesse's defusing.
For him as now Jesse Vast is going to
Is that to get off it? Yeah, he's got half. Cappy's still in there. Saya players having to fight 2. And then Cappy is half HP, and Jesse's just defusing anyway, so it doesn't matter. Alright, nice. Good pistol from Team Secret. Good retake.
Gonna start off with a nice little defensive
Maybe a
pistol
bit
round.
lucky in places, I don't know.
T1 actually shifts things up a little bit. The last time they played this map with this composition, obviously they played 2 different comps so far in stage 1. They would always check first with the first 0 point and then go in with the second. And that would be a pretty hard tell in what the rotations were going to be. But they try to cut the audio
Nice.
so they know that Secret's going to ante it. Great shots from Jeremy. The paint shells help a ton there. Barely just catches sight of him, I believe, or maybe just kind of spamming through the smoke. Might have been a ping on the mini-map. But the fast flank, I mean, sure, even though the trap was set up, Jeremy able to put a lot of pressure. It's a good setup.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alright,
was.
Ego round. Pushing top mid. Smut this off. Market is
Sitting,
open.
waiting to see if T1 are going to swing this.
Jeremy
They will.
was
Shot
like
not
looking
one
around him more than anything, and then
as the
gets
fault line,
timinged.
he He is going to back away.
Still like a good portion of health.
Actually,
Is the god drone?
to Jeremy now over the top. The drone gonna spot them there.
Yeah, doesn't quite spot Sion player, but all Secret needed to know is were there multiple people at mid, and they.
And then you got
confirmed
the
that there
breach
are.
that can
Now
stun and
NDG
flash off any
around
contact
as
if they
well.
want.
It's a crossfire hold, and sure it's the jump, but NDG should.
Okay.
Not gonna get that full trade.
Plants going in. Jesse Vash. Oh, he just finds a little bit of a pocket, but he gets headshot by the classic. Oof. Right, that's one. You still got one tucked in the corner who just got out of being nearsighted. And Carpe 45 HP trying to play close. Classic right clicks. How good are they? I mean, still a good eco in the end.
The Bulldog and picks up a 3K. So
If you T1, if you could scare Team Secret from playing in market and like having to put a trip here,
You know, sometimes we joke about it, but you're right. There is a
because that got way too tight, I think.
running and gunning with a Spectre. Everyone can joke about it, but some people just can't do it if you don't do it often enough. But Borkum, he knew exactly the tempo you need to keep up as well. Make sure that he capitalizes on the duration of that paranoia with that extra peak, and that just about helps save the round. So again, Team Secret, I believe that was 5 buys as well. I think it was 3 Spectres, 2 Bulldogs, but we're just going to have to stick to 2 of those carried over. You will have the Bucky for NDG. Looks like there might be a close hold.
Right, and then trip here. Yeah, the trip in market now for the bonus. Camera right up on the palm tree. It seems that there was like a general like set play, but nobody was set up to do it. So this is a little bit like rushed.
Immediately going to get out of there as well. Another flash going to come down.
Yeah, because Team Secret didn't seem like they were really that set. They've used quite a lot of utility already. Flash is available for Carpe.
Looking to push in
and then looking to use it. Got a lot of pressure and respect given up here. But at this point, you got 2 players in on site, one of which is a Bucky. The other one, Envy, has a Spectre.
So you've got 3 people all spread out, but one gets cleaned out with a rifle already. This is looking rough. The Thrash gets so much information.
Yeah, it definitely does. Jeremy's able to hold on.
Nice shot from Jesse.
With the Sheriff, but he's going to be able to take
I think Envy could have chilled there a bit more, especially with the Thrash. Like the Thrash going up here. If it catches onto the Cypher, then you could maybe peek and catch him by surprise. But yeah, just preemptively fighting. That looked a little bit... I know it's just a bonus. It's a low buy for Team Secret, but it looked a little bit like they weren't ready.
Sure you use the Thrash, but you can try to cycle those pretty quickly, especially on Sunset. Usually,
like when you've got the breach and the raise over here in a camera, it's like the camera spots contact, you can nade and then stun.
They make sure that they can go on these
But yeah, it looked a little bit rushed.
Through their cooldown abilities like the 0 point, but they just use it once for the execute, and then you're in. And they pressure B. Now, it looks
got
like
the Silver actually playing for market here.
Secret away from the ante, because again, last time they go 3 times.
Is he using any utility? Yeah, Recon Dart over towards A main.
We go B again.
Fragment breaks the trip. One way's in to buy a bit more time.
The fault line is ready for the trap play on A, and there's no one really home to block this from within the site.
Oh, it was... Should have probably got him. It was just too shallow. Jesse's gone down because he tries to come out of market alone. Was there a flash? No, because Envy still has both of them. Showstopper plays that corner. Really good paranoia that came through as well. Fantastic retake. But these peaks one at a time. A little bit risky. Okay, Envy saves the day. Oof. That paranoia that comes through here, though, is really nice.
Yeah, a very fast retake, a very fast rotate, though. That's huge.
I mean, I'm just watching it from the perspective of Team Secret because I like their comp more than Gecko KO.
Trying to go in too far, right? His job is just to make sure he gets at least 1 kill with it, guaranteed. Clear out the close corners, and that's all they needed to flood in to it, rather than an elaborate set retake. He actually gets a lot of airtime, stays alive with that as well. That's huge.
And then the aftershock just forces out the peak. Cool.
But now the question is does T1 go B again? Because I have a feeling they will, right?
Camera trip might stop doing this trip now because it just keeps getting broken, I think.
The breach is so good on A, low risk.
Or did they put it just last minute? Yeah.
Go for some risky plays like this.
Pressure in mid. You've got Excurate just watching a little bit.
Just going to back off after he doesn't see...
Why are they doing this trip as well? Because you could do this trip.
Excurate going to be the only one left here at Tiles. We'll see if he sees anything, but T1 certainly hanging around.
I wonder if this one's more susceptible to being broken.
Going over towards A. We'll see if they do commit there.
Yeah, so you saw the push out of mid, and you saw the breach fault lining over.
Because yeah, this trip just a little bit further away from the wall.
To start, But now with the door closed, you know, T1, they're going to have to think a little bit. So, minute on the clock. They could go for this.
Haven't gone A yet thus far, right?
You still have the chance of a rotate. You've got that.
And they have some form of buy, like a frenzy, a classic. But Silver tucked into this corner has full utility.
You've got null command online.
And there's the null command.
There it is, the push coming in.
Borkum running away.
But that is going to push Borkum back as they are probably looking for the retake here.
Jesse.
Nice trade.
Just get the one as
oh, Borkum just cutting in. That's really nice. Really good round as well, considering even though Team Secret won the last, the money's tight, so they came up with a little thing in between.
Oh, that's brutal.
Well, the Bucky here is nice. Borkum playing off of it too, and then getting into here. Really good round from those two.
He has that wall to work around. You know that
really felt like Team Secret, T1 fell into Team Secret's trap too. Because you pressure mid early.
So he decides to just go in and buy extra.
Team Secret like, okay, we're just gonna go for an A execute.
And Jeremy's just spamming through it alongside Borkum. I mean, you're getting the pings, and you're trying to make sure you're getting extra damage. So one thing that T1's gonna have to recognize here is the rotations are still pretty fast, right? They cut the audio, but this can only mean that the setup was already there for a shift and wait towards A. So now the whole, hey, we're just going to toy with your default setups and see if we can break through it and kind of play the probability game. It's not going to work for T1. They're going to have to start to push and pull.
What do we got here? Team Secret kind of cooking again as per usual. Reading stuff well, Liz.
You see that Execute here has got a lot to say as well. Just talking with the coach, just discussing what they want to do for the future here because...
Wait, is it week 5 for Americas, and then it's playoffs starting on Wednesday?
For this map of Sunset, and are currently in lead 4-1 as the timeout will finish.
How does it work for Americas?
Here for the side of T1. If they want to
and they don't really have too much of a turnaround for week 5 ending and then playoffs starting.
Or what we will see.
But I guess that's the way in it.
Now I wonder if T1
for this year, just cram everything together as close as possible.
Extra timeout.
I mean, so, hey, we've seen back-to-back timeouts before. You know, coaches calling for it at the same time. But I wonder.
I feel like it's the schedule that Riot have at the moment is just some cruel love bombing. They give us no attention with a super long off season, and then they just give us too much Valorant, literally too much Valorant.
Right, just because you know that Team Secret, they've been playing a little bit more retake heavy.
As a Fair Kid, I love this stage. I just like places, people.
So maybe try to pressure this.
Fucking quick dress changes.
Deep into it.
Here we go.
This stage is a theater, right?
Team Secret going to be ready for this one. The fall line coming out. Jeremy is pushing aggressively.
Well, it's better than the other one, which was like some sort of dingy underground nightclub vibe.
It back, so nice little set play here from the side of
Thank you, 5 type
beat.
beat, yeah.
A lot of members outside of B, but Team 1 does trade back the 1 kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is a heroic play from T1.
That's why China just feels like some sort of fucking military operation with how they get players in and out.
To set Jeremy up for success, you even got the double
They're one move away from literally pulling the losers of the first series off with fucking Shepherd Crooks.
But there you go, not taking any
and then throwing the other players up.
Now, T1, I mean, they could go anywhere, right? It's
or literally just the chair drops through the stage, they go down, and then they roll out the next team.
On the site here with the cam.
But they do that with the audience as well. Audiences in China, they don't get tickets for the day, they get a ticket for the series. So if you're there for the first series, you're ushered out for the second unless you have a ticket for that too. It's kind of crazy.
As Jesse just trying to buy some time with a Hunter's Fury. And it's all up to NDG to try to hold.
Like imagine paying for an EDG series and it's just a really fast 2-0 like yesterday. Like what was the point? Could just watch this at home.
From elbow.
All right, so you got a fault line. See if that recon.
You have a Thrash now too.
Time. Could be wrong here.
There it is.
Well, T1's not taking any chances.
Monster on loose, monster hit nothing.
So Easy's still holding that other angle.
Okay, doesn't matter if Jesse Vash is the monster. Fuck the Thrash.
He gets a third. And Team Secret are strong again right after the team.
They unleashed a monster, but it wasn't Thrash, it was Jesse Vash.
Yeah, and it's great to see Jesse being very confident in that retake again as well, right? Looked a little bit scared.
The Vash versus the Thrash. There's only one winner. Why has nobody made that pun yet?
But this time around, he knows he has to be the one to help break things open. He's the one that was spotted. Just goes for the peaks. He's ready for the second swing out.
Vash isn't done with you yet.
And Envy, of course,
Need that as a
always
voice
reliable
line.
on that trade. He's been a very great support on that breach every time they come to this map. And finally, Econ broken on the side of T1.
And I mean, T1 that time.
I mean, I was saying that like Team Secret couldn't win a fucking retake to save their lives on Lotus, and that's all they've won so far.
And Envy, the two of them together get the job
Bash was playing games 8 years before the majority of T1 were born. Yeah.
Where's that B
Old
area?
man.
As we know, T1 just trying to push a little bit more aggressively onto A a little bit earlier here.
Yeah, but it's a double peek out.
Literally going to be a point where he plays on the team with his son, I can tell you.
He's going to have that rolling thunder. So the high-low, I mean, this could buy them a lot of time. They're not even concerned about the site. Let the spike be planted. We're here for the round win. And Envy gets it.
Really nice high-low. Paranoid to go across.
He's going to wait for the retake.
It's
As long as they're holding on to
an
elbow,
alright paranoia, but
that they're
you
still
could have
safe.
saved it a little bit later. But I guess you're just making sure that people don't like crunch you like they are now. I guess it doesn't matter too much. Yeah. Nice. And another retake.
And Team Secret
The
get in.
game sense been cooking for a while.
T1, they get in, they get one kill, they get the plant, but still a very dominant round here.
My first like experience of watching Team Secret was at Champs in Berlin, because back then people didn't really pay attention to the other leagues, especially when it's like Filipino league was different to. It wasn't an APAC league, right? It was just a team from the Philippines, a team from like Singapore and stuff.
Get the clear info,
And it was just watching the other 4 members of Team Secret just inting, and then Jesse Vash just keeping the composure between everybody else. It's funny.
Sure, you can deduce it just because of the rotation speed.
Maybe it was just the juxtaposition of seeing so many players just go crazy, but Jesse was much more disciplined. It just made me like him a lot.
Yeah, now, I mean, T1 are able to buy up, but Team Secret have 4 ultimates.
How's he do that
ready to
recon,
go.
actually?
So the second
There's
they
a
try
recon
to
that landed
push the
right in his
spot,
corner.
He's going to be ready with a rolling thunder, or they could look for a retake with that, obviously.
And this is that mid setup as well. You get any noise over in mid. If that trip gets hit,
Yeah, the trip goes off
maybe a
mostly.
showstopper flying
You also
out.
have the camera super high up here, which should be able to see
T1, they were holding just in case it
something
was,
within
you know,
here.
something like a tiles push or B main push with that showstopper. But like
That's why I
you
like the
said,
palm
about
tree
this,
camera, because you
I
can
mean,
see
so
right
many
down
rounds, so many rounds
market.
ahead, they could just play for a retake. Team Secret feels no pressure at the moment.
Yeah, especially because the retakes have been so clean.
No
It
ultimate.
feels like the timings are really nice as well. Like Jeremy pushing out of the smoke at the exact right time as T1 are trying to clear out elbow.
A lot for Team
So
Secret. I
much
meant
value.
no ultimates for T1 really to execute with.
Yeah, it's been very clean stuff from the side of Team Secret. Good to see the comfort as NDG sees the barrel and sees a kill as well as an Earl Theft. Just
Liz, do you just do the rounds?
side of T1 as they are going to push
When you're on
hard.
here, you just like stop by like all the watch parties.
Now just cleaning everybody out, even committing to the showstopper. It's a 4K for NDG. Nobody can take him out, and it is flawless.
Flawless
T1
too.
also buying on that
So I was
round.
checking my phone because
Secret
Doctor is
are
meant
just
to
sweeping them here.
bring me.
Yeah, this is brutal. This is absolutely brutal. I would say even more so than it felt for Secret on
I was
Lotus.
born late 98.
This
Jesse
feels
Vash had his
T1.
preferred peripherals
They're
while
not
I
even a
goo
step
gaga
behind.
type shit.
They're just
Sort of some watch
absolutely
parties
read
out
like
for
a
me.
book. It just has no words in it, right?
Oust
It's just a blank
them.
page, and Secret's like, all right, done. We've
I
went
mean,
through it all.
it's too early. It's first of all, it's not China.
So calmly.
And second of all, it's too early for me
He gets
to.
paranoid, and he still
to
knows
go
his
over it.
cam hasn't been, so he still gets vision through that, knows he's not in danger, doesn't panic. Very, very good anchor.
I was gonna say, like at this point, I'm still doing the goo goo gaga type shit, but
Cypher replay I've ever seen. He's like, yeah, I'm just chilling on the back.
Don't know how
I
that-
where everybody is.
that
Yeah,
fares for
I have
me.
All the information. Nobody can take me out. Hits his shots and makes it look easy. Here comes a relatively fast push from the side of T1.
I'm
but
just
Jesse's
a baby.
Right there.
Nice kill from Jesse.
Light comes through as well, and
One kill, in and out.
these T1 pushes are just looking flimsy right now as Rossi is going to take down 2.
Loud or sudden sounds are hard for me.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Rolling Thunder still as well, and if I'm Team Secret, I mean, I would consider using this. Right?
I don't know what
You might as
APD
well. You're
actually
so far
is.
ahead. You've got other ults cycling back.
I mean, for me, I'm like, I never liked balloons as a kid because I was always scared of them popping. I don't like jump scares. Which because he's pretty loud. Yeah, and I think there's a lot of people like that like because they don't have like proper setup microphones. But I can shout
quick work of that
because I
one.
have like compression on, so if I'm like loud, it's going to bring me down anyway.
Any future rounds
Auditory processing disorder.
what we've seen so far, which hasn't been very close.
Yeah, it hasn't been very rocky.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
I like hate
that
jump
two-man
scares in
retake
films,
with
like,
Indy and
even in
Jesse, that
like
was the one that felt like it was a decent post plant.
kids'
T1,
films.
things like that, but
I'll jump
outside
like
of it,
crazy.
and of course, you know, the one round win coming in from T1, we haven't really felt like Team Secret were flustered. You know, there weren't any rounds where you think in the back of your mind, is there a timeout coming, anything like that? And now T1, it's a
Even if I know that there's a jump, you know, when there's films that you can tell a jump scare's coming,
I mean, you have sitting pretty far back for that.
they still
ball
get
on
me.
A, so they're very well aware of this. You know, NDG still all the way back by Boba. There's a ping on it for T1.
It's just my brain. Yeah, yeah.
So you make sure the no command hits.
I mean, different strokes for different folks.
Showstopper
And the other side of it is like finesse is fine. Like,
site, but it has been abandoned.
he's got a lot of
while ago
viewers.
from the side of Team Secret. NDG trying to hold this angle. He gets one. As if he trying to get there as
Izu,
well.
nice
Izu picks up
two.
2K.
They're in market to get the cipher, so the
Now a
trips have
chance
gone
finally
down.
for T1 to try to hold on to
Now
the
a theft
site
is used
after
as well to show where these last guys are.
So Jesse's looking to just draw more aggro so that his teammates can get it.
He's done that.
Would have been great if he could stay alive, but now it's up to Borkum.
Just brutal fights.
That's gonna be
Good execute from T1. I mean, this is just, it's just gone B, isn't it, over and over again. Is that one of the only times that they've planted and Team Secret haven't defused?
They knew exactly what their win conditions were.
I imagine it. No, they planted on both rounds, right? So.
So let's take a look at this replay. Swing coming out here from the
Who are your
side.
other favorite like watch parties?
Picks up 2, makes it 3. And they easily clear up that site. Still not feeling very happy at the moment after losing a bunch of rounds in a row, but
yeah,
at least T1 finally
Doesn't look good for T1.
get the jitters out. And
Nah, but I don't know. It's expected, right?
making their presence
There's the
felt
shock dart again to break the
on the
trip
map. Here comes
in
Jeremy.
B main. I don't think he's done that since the pistol, really. But I haven't really been paying that close attention.
Spam through the smoke, catches Excured off guard entirely. So now without the Cypher, T1, their flank is open. They saw the trap.
And there's Ethos, Doug.
Well, so they have no idea if they want
Ethos is really nice.
now, so they have to
I met him at
with
Copenhagen.
the thrash. Oh, the
Like, I think it was very last minute for him. But, like, I was outside just talking to a lot of people, and then he just comes up and he's like, "What's up, dude?" And I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck are you doing here?" Like, huh? And, like, how did that happen?
Only after 2 of his
He's
teammates.
like, I literally, like, got here last night. I haven't slept. I'm like, oh, Christ.
Has been pretty clean today. And he's going to make it a 1v1 scenario. Has enough time to rotate over to B as
I
well.
mean, I could be quite yelly.
Should have never come
I
to
found
this
myself just sort of
Secret.
getting
Just denying that thrash
caught into it,
cooldown
though.
would have made it so difficult for T1, and it was a good rolling thunder in my opinion. But Rossi, he's had some incredible clutches so far for T1.
I need my quiet, calm streams like this. I will advise you ahead of time. If there's a Tyloo stream, don't watch those. They're going to be me yelling. But yeah, like I said, I have like compression on, so if I suddenly get really loud, the audio like levels stay the same.
On time. He has a lot of time to try to clear out every angle. Maybe get an early tap on the spike, see if he
Because
can
obviously,
Rossi
like,
out.
I wanted to have some sort of like audio settings that would be fine for streaming. I can talk like this, but if I'm casting as well for Polaris, I can keep it the same without needing to change it. Also, I spent however much money on a degree in media technology, so I should really put some of that stuff into good use.
Yeah, he pushed all the way through. No tap on the spike. He gives Rossi an opportunity to be looking the right way at the
Also,
right
I see people like Pirate Software doing really well on like shorts and their stream popping off and stuff, so everybody's like, his voice is so low, so I'm like, I also can talk really low as well.
Well, he's picked up a couple of rounds.
But my voice is naturally really low. I've just got used to like heightening it
It's not too bad.
for casting. I'm talking normally, it's down here. And I get really Yorkshire, it gets really low.
T1 are already on the site here as now Hunter's Fury gonna get some tags, but
Hunter's Fury dodges it.
It's not gonna be hit. NDG though, sound of neural theft and is gonna hold on to this one.
Also, one thing that I realized as well, because we were talking about why there's so little half armor buys, I think it's like, another thing is there's so much utility now with Gecko that you need the ammo to break. So, you know, you're throwing a Gecko flash up here, you need to be able to break that. So having like 50 armor instead of 25 means that unless they headshot you, which is going to be hard when you're like having to look up to break over utility,
But you gotta
more
wonder
body
what
shots,
the
i.e.
setups are gonna be like.
having armor means
Team
that it's going to
Secret,
take less
their
bullets for them to kill
defense
you.
always a lot more reliable than their attacks.
And
So
with
one
the
way to get away with just having simpler
ammo
defaults
capacity
here,
on all guns
and the
going
big
down
question
too,
remains on, you know, those 0
just
points,
keep them reloading.
The dizzies, are those going to be hard tells that let Team Secret know which site they can hit?
Yeah, it's definitely a very good question. I mean, if you're looking for comfort,
It's the same bullet with Vandalo.
for the side of
True.
Team Secret, as you mentioned,
Guess it depends where you hit.
That should be kind of.
Because how much damage does a body shot do?
So maybe T1, maybe the team can kind of say that, you know, try to hype them up for the second half.
I mean,
and
there's
give them a
mostly
chance,
more
but
Phantom in the game. I don't know if that's true. I feel like I've been seeing more Vandal.
this side, so
Map
we'll see if
pool
they
as well,
can
like,
also
yeah,
escape
Breeze and
the
stuff.
third map as well, which I
You
believe
need 4 anyway.
Yes.
right? So
Yeah,
should be pretty
true.
interesting to close it out if we do get there.
Yeah, if it goes to Breeze, I mean, a lot of people are going to be wondering, can Easy pop
Because
off
we
once
were trying to
again?
like find reasons as to why there's so much full armor buy when there isn't that much outlaw.
Well, Team Secret, they've always been okay on it, but not quite stellar, so to speak. It's always been very standard.
We're in a very big
This is going to be
good morning, Gnome. We're in a very big like brawly execute meta.
You know, they get
That's why I
some
like this
momentum
comp.
behind, even
Like
outside of the obvious, you know,
I think Gecko is
rounds to start off the half,
definitely like a best in slot agent.
before T1 get any kind of momentum.
But
and
I
kind of
just,
give yourself that confidence
I
from
think the
attacker
point
side.
that Anders made, I kind of agree with,
Putting it
is
into this map
both
will
of the
be
levels of these teams, like comp-wise, similar with Gecko KO and then
Left side towards
Silver
A-Short.
Breach.
Jeremy takes his pick on what
But
he
Silver
wants to
Breach
dive
is just
into.
so much easier to play.
There's the flash, there's the recon.
See the two of them. There's the counter paranoia, but Izu is in a lot of trouble. He
And
gets
like I
rolled
think
in the
a lot
face.
of the comps that I would like to see,
Just trade one back.
just across a lot of maps with Gecko 2, are just naturally harder to play
That's a couple of kills.
and just
Now Saya's going to have to pull off
aren't really suited for this kind of like execute heavy meta. Genuinely, I think like stuff like Deadlock and stuff would
As
like,
Execute tries to get
be a
around
really
the
good way of
bends. There's
adjusting.
a couple of kills to T1, and now AP's going to go down. And
just a lot of individual fights. So there's a bit of a clamber back. I'd rather have a Silver, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, Silver Gecko is just a bit too slow.
Against Team Secret, everyone gets sprinkled.
Gecko
damage.
Breach, I think, is
Pistol. No one
just
comes out 100% health from any of these fights.
like
And that's
too
all
rigid.
Secret and Saya needed. The sharpshooters, they'll even just
I think
go
Gecko
bang
Fade
shots.
should be the direction that people are
Don't even
taking
care about
stuff
the
in.
lower health. But it does make things a lot dicier for Secret.
How did T1 take this round? They clicked
I mean, it
heads.
looked like the execute should have been good. It looked like Secret absolutely should have had the advantage. And now we've got 5 buys on the side of T1.
Well, Saya's going to get it started off.
Saya player.
Very Saya player, as you would expect. And that's a very nice early kill for him.
Also because I have side tone in my ears now,
He's pushing up mid, and down he's going to
I
go as
just
well.
feel like I save my voice so much more. But I'm still having streams where I end up sounding like Krusty the Clown by the end of it. Really nice shots. Just my voice gets even more gravelly and even more low. And I'm just like, ugh.
I mean, T1 obviously don't care too much. Nice shot here from NDG. But now they know where he is.
Nice.
No, not going to happen. But he does get the 1 kill at least. Gets revenge for his teammates.
Yeah, there you go. Don't give over the flawless.
All right,
But
9-5.
obviously on the side of T1, all you're doing is drop in the Marshall. And Saya player still got that extra ult orb with the death, so he's only 2 away. He's actually going to invest all the way up to a Vandal, it looks like. They saw the second member. And that's, like you said, Val, it's just a
Fucking
classic
Saya player's
round.
desk is just so high.
But now, you know, with the Vandal, that's 4 rifles, right? They bought up 3 Bulldogs that previous round.
Oh no, he missed it. He missed the cage.
This is going to be a lot more power than they were expecting.
Okay, I have to get some information there.
Because it's technically
Gets a lot.
bonus round, so that
They are pinging this, so they are very well aware that
they can go for
even though the
that's really
knife
good, as
catches
they
a
didn't really
couple,
tag much info.
this is full contact
See how
walk up.
this push goes for the side of Team Secret. Everybody about to swarm into this A
You
site.
see what I mean, though? It's like Team Secret's, like, the strategies are just so simple.
Oh, he's just going to win that.
Did Jeremy have a Vandal there or a Phantom? So I think if you're going for that play, you kind of need the Phantom.
I really don't know how Jeremy does
Oh, the Paranoia is good, but it missed Envy. Envy does get traded, though, and Jesse Vash trades Scarpe.
Jesse does pick up 1 kill. The spike is
Recon, good
already
information. You don't expect that he's going to be pushing up, which would be silly. You almost kill him. This is a 2 versus 3 in favor of the bonus. The Paranoia misses, holds off. Trying to go off the fragment. Good fight. Really good fights. Nice, NDG. Very well played.
Barely clutching it out.
NDG, he has had some great moments today. Got them the early 2 rounds over back on Lotus. Gets them quite a few on the defense as well.
Yeah, I think that's why you see a lot of duelists move towards Phantom, because this fight with a Vandal is tricky.
Absolutely devastating.
I mean, this fight is also too. Really nice peek there, really nice flick. Really good read as well to be just watching the angle that Rossi's on.
Very nice timings. From the side of NDG, he has been pretty clutch for the team so
Very
far.
nice, very nice.
Even in the loss of that first map, had some pretty good rounds, and now picks up another one for himself. As he has been clean on the Cypher, especially from the defensive side of Sunset.
So Team Secret, right away, you know that the KO's on
How far away was that recon that? He was like stood here and it sounded like it went all the way around.
But last round, A-Site was entirely left over.
I guess that does help him maintain a good posture, and I guess that helped him maintain good health too, right? You mean Saya players?
Can't be as stable from T1 by pushing up.
I don't think it's good for the posture, but so long as he's like doing stretches and exercises, it doesn't matter.
Bit of pressure up on mid, but not really committing.
I think most like
there comes through
health coaches for stuff like that would advocate for you to stay in these like postures and positions, but to just make sure that you like stretch afterwards and stretch before and just
because you saw that the KO was.
I think the worst thing that you could do is like try to get you want to get them into a better posture, but not to a point where it affects their gameplay.
That's not expected at all. Oh no.
So long as what Saya player does is like comfortable and he's
and that is going to punish him big time. Borkum
like knows that long periods of that it's going to be tough. But to be fair, any posture at a PC for a long period is bad for you. You naturally shift your weight onto like either butt cheek.
Just on the site. There are so many smokes. Envy has to pull off a miracle here, 1v3, and it's not gonna happen. T1.
Big stretch, yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's massive. I mean, Saya going down, it's unfortunate, but he gets the job done of holding on to time, and the wingman sent out by Carpe, actually by
I really ruined this shoulder from like karate and stuff.
X-Curate, 2 clean double kills, and that allows everyone else to just flood the site under the smoke.
At least, I think it's just like, I think what ended up happening is I dislocated it for like a split second because it was huge pain, and then I was like, ah! Oh. Oh, that was weird.
The rounds have not been easy.
But I think just from like playing games a lot and such, just neck muscles getting tight.
And he's in a bit of trouble. Just gonna be chased down, but X-Curate's right there. No. This guy has been such a team player.
I swear, Action Man's arms move better than my joints do on that side. And it doesn't help that I'm left-handed too, so.
Plant down Team Secret at least. But that's a kill from the side of Envy as well. Rolling Thunder onto the back of the site, and now they can push and clear it out.
There's no way that this eco's gonna win. They've planted Aftershock. It actually forces him away from doing the mosh, even when you have the information. Now you're gonna do it. Go Envy, go! Go Envy, go! In the buff clear him. Jesse Vasher's just pepping him up quite a lot. And it's pulled away from Borkum's position, but that's a nice flick from Mizu. 1 HP. Oh, good eco though, good eco. You'll take it. It's like Deep Man's. He has his like mouse out like this way, which again isn't good for long periods. But you know, the thing that I guess would concern me is like we all know like Redgar's posture and such. Like his posture is a lot better, but I definitely think his aim like took a bit of a hit for a while. It's moments like that I think having the extra armor seems to help. You know.
And then he puts up rounds like that.
You can't do shit like that in the half armor meta, I don't think.
All right, momentum's back in our pocket. They're feeling confident enough that a push might be coming out. It looks like a pop flash setup here for Saya player. And that it is. The Dizzy chases him all the way as well.
Early days of Redgar was legit dangerous, but glad he worked on it. Yeah.
Very, very far.
And I think there's been like, I think it's like HP for gamers to do a lot of that content. They even said like,
Get them out of position. Team Secret just
it's not our job to
gonna go for a push just yet.
like change Redgar's posture. It's our job to make sure that that posture doesn't do long-lasting damage to him.
Can't happen anytime soon.
Because yeah, you could force like you could put a band on Redgar for him to sit on straight and stuff, and like a thingy belt or whatever, and his aim would probably be tragic. Especially pro players. The wind is like blows in a different direction, and they think it's going to affect their aim.
But got pretty dangerous there at tiles. Just a 1-for-1. Rossi.
I don't know how like ADHD pro players deal with. Like, if my desk is slightly higher, I can tell, and it frustrates me.
Doesn't quite work out.
But you'll have a lot of like aim trainers and stuff that like muscle memory for aiming doesn't exist. Like, it's not a case of play on a sensitivity for a long period, and you'll get used to it. Like, you can literally change your sensitivity every single like map if you wanted.
I mean, he just left Jesse to die, man. He was practically waiting for him to die to pick this up. But
I guess in like games you want it to be relatively similar, but like when you're practicing, if you're doing like aim lab and stuff like that, like having the sensitivity, random sensitivity like generator thing,
A little bit hit or miss. Nice timing here.
like working like that's good.
oh, the thrash.
Oh god. Well, he's
The half is done.
Oh no! No, he got him. And T1 are like coming back here nicely though.
That's insult to injury, man. I mean, they were already mounting a huge comeback, but now you get clipped by the edge of the thrash. The timing looked good for Borkum, but instead he just gets...
Like, speaking of which, one of the like easiest stretches I can think of, it's like every half an hour you just want to be looking up at the ceiling, just like looking up and down. Yeah, that's all you need to do.
Yeah, he just sees him. Target acquired, he says. Excurate laughing.
And then like looking side to side and like that as well.
Stressful stage for T1, but they are looking happy. It feels like they're happy with what.
Incoming secret choke. Stop saying it, Sully.
And you can see
you gotta believe.
This
is Team Secret's first time out. They're in a fine spot.
In a long time, win or lose.
Well, maybe not fine, but
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? The first map was rough.
I think if you go into a second half with 2 timeouts, I don't think you let the comeback happen for a bit before you time out the first time.
Going so well, I mean.
I think you time out a lot earlier, but that's, I guess, easy. You're not going to time out for the sake of timing out, I guess.
They were looking totally down in the dirt. It was 8-1 at one point, and then all of a sudden, you know, a little bit of a comeback begins from the side of T1. They get a pistol round as well, a couple of rounds, and then all of a sudden the team of Team Secret is falling apart a bit.
Yeah, I mean, technically on paper, this is another round you're supposed to lose, so that's a
Is this an eco too? Yeah, showstopper Hunter's Fury though.
Just morale crushing for Secret. So T1, all the momentum, both in and out of the game, on their side, and that's
I was gonna say 4 players.
Absolutely change up their defaults as well.
4 players stacked over towards B for a second, but you got the trip here, the A main like pixel camera. Hunter's Fury used again. Last hit to break any trips and stuff there. So he's not really aiming for kills, he's aiming to clear utility.
Not able to staying alive. That means market
control. Shocked that just in case he missed it too.
Doesn't feel that great. You're scouting with the
so
drone,
you just
but
need to worry about this.
To cover market. So yeah, you're gonna have to use that shrouded step. But the spike still not quite here.
Scary though. Team Secret, like the 2 ultimates that they had, you're using them on a low buy. So it feels like you have to kind of win this to an extent. Helps when Jesse helps when Jesse Vash wins fights like that. On the attack trip as well. Man, okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, that seemed very little to do with the overall strategy. Just more people winning with stupid guns in silly places.
That's all it was, right? Because Izu, great timing there, but you know that you have the stinger. It's close range. Jesse Vash goes for the run and gun, and then the immediate swing out for the trade from his teammates. The calls are clean on that round. That's all there is to it, because everyone on both teams knew
everybody just facing.
What Secret had to do. You had to go into B, you had to creep in.
Even the recon being thrown out. That Vash Fresco wasn't bad of a gunfight. After was insane, yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, well, they
A aggression seems well read from Team Secret. They're super far back. They've even smoked off where they think the showstopper was coming from.
Any value, so Team Secret just waiting. They can play
You got a camera here to see aggression for this side, and I think this side. I think you can put a camera that can see both sides.
Now finally been broken again on the side of T1.
Easy needs to be very careful, especially with only having a classic.
But now too many angles, too much range.
Stacking towards B, and then just one on A.
Oh, and Secret, very... Okay, so any area that the showstopper could have cleared, they want to re-clear it, right? They want to make sure no lurks. Doesn't matter, the Raze Omen, doesn't matter who it is. You just want to make sure that nobody's here. But during all of this, Saya has now lurked on out to B main.
Maybe you got a trip there.
To rotate. I mean, the read on the map is perfect from T1.
It absolutely is.
You are falling right into the strategy, though. Recon Dart to clear alley. Got a smoke here, too. Stun playing off of it. Oh, the Mosh. Actually really good at stalling it. 30 seconds. This is getting a little bit scary for Team Secret.
I mean,
Can you satchel over this? No, Saya Play doesn't have a satchel to jump over this trip. Null command. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, and he's not gonna get it done. Just gets
How did Easy survive that?
classic. A thrifty coming out from T1 now.
It almost feels like Secret second-guessed themselves. And the Desk talked about this. We saw that on Lotus as well. So you see the trap being broken over by...
It was a really good adjustment, though, from T1. Like, they're having a stack over here. The showstopper just added so many question marks to the map.
It's a thrifty, so it's got to be multiple people.
3 ultimates used as well for T1 to just keep this, like, locked in. Yay taking off roster? I don't know. I don't know if has there been any news.
Do we go in? Do we not? Do we have to wait for
Is it breaking news?
Running out of time. You don't know how close the flank is. And the panic just gets to him.
Oh, Clinton's 39.
Yeah, they did not handle that situation very well, and T1 are right back on the board. But Team Secret still in the lead. Let's see if they can close this one out and give themselves a second life on that next map, or if T1 is just going to close it out. A lot of utility being used here towards B.
I don't know, I'm not seeing anything.
Should expect a bit of a push at this point, but Team Secret are certainly taking their time. They might not even commit to it.
Yeah, so Secret now trying to play with the clock a bit more.
Team Secret for blood, for bleed,
so
yeah.
You still see the 0 point over by B. You know that it hasn't been a rotate out, and there hasn't been any strong push out of A either. So overall map control still in favor of Secret, but that spy cam, you have no idea that that's
T1 have got back
so
into like zonal utility. The camera like just sees this, so what's the plan?
I would the right way. That's a free kill for him, and now expecting more, but there's nobody else there. The push is actually
X-Great is playing off of it. I don't know what the setup was meant to be from T1. You know, if you have the camera and then you have a paranoia going through this way, it's good, but like the Omen here, like how can you really, what are you going to paranoia?
You just have to stay alive until NDG gets here. But it's a fair 3v3. Rolling Thunder to push out as well.
Oh, it hits both of them in. The flash might be helpful. Oh, but the flash is perfect, actually.
That pop flash just saved everybody's life back there. Everybody.
Oh, 3 people peeking. NDG. Oh, tricky. Are they on a eco again? They might be. You can't lose it like this. Come on. Just 2 more rounds. Don't bottle it.
Get Phoenix out of here, because
I mean, that was...
You're stuck there.
Was that like a low buy for them? I'm pretty sure it was. I saw some stingers in play. Yeah, Jeremy had one.
The decision here.
Yeah, right there.
And Saya actually quickly antis it despite being stunned. I mean, oh man.
Uh-oh, yeah.
Holy.
They're on an eco again, so it should be 11-11. If I'm Secret, I'm maybe timing out now.
I mean, it felt like
you don't want to, like, if they lose this round, it's 11-11, you got a full buy. You don't want to time out then, because all your ultimates, like, your general plan and stuff is set up. You know, giving T1 a chance to, like, anti-strat it too. Or not anti-strat it, but make a counter call.
It's terrifying that they were not able to get that job done. And now Team Secret not on a buy round. Bit of a push coming through mid.
There's a trip. Anything to go off of it? Nope. But that's fine.
Waiting for the actual push.
Part of the plan from the looks. Paranoia is coming across. Fragment's good. Balcom's TP'd across.
Push into market.
It's made this execute a little bit more awkward.
Predictable positioning from T1 that once
Yeah,
again
Balcom's gone down too.
absolutely wrecked Secret.
Going
They're
top
trying to
mid.
go for the running guns. They wanted to push into the side and Excurate
Lucky from Excurate to an extent. He fell asleep. Go sleep.
Leaves just Jesse all alone.
Yeah, you can tell he had no
Can't be
idea.
nodding off. Not during playoffs. Just catch the VOD or something afterwards.
To take him out immediately gives a chance to execute it, and he gets the job done. So now T1, they tie it up. Remember, this map was 8-1 in favor of Team Secret.
Yes.
8 rounds to 1.
Yeah, Team Secret's attack side is a rough one.
I mean, this has been an absolute comeback so far.
Are they going to time out now? Yeah. I mean, we need to see ultimates too.
Timeout now being used.
I don't think Team Secret really have anything to go. I don't know if T1 do either.
Assistant coach on the side of Secret, Dummy as well. See if they can make the magic happen. Because I think all the prep that you've done...
Feels more that Rossi's making calls. OT, at this rate, it might be 13-11 for T1, honestly.
Have to figure out the reads from here on out, but it's not like T1's been using the same default util every round, right? The 0 points, the dizzies, they've been coming out at different positions, different timings. And more than anything, Excurate has been bouncing around this map with his Cypher setups. It's almost rarely been on B, actually.
Yeah.
And that's usually where you expect it. And I think that's partly what's throwing Secret off. They're trying to play so cautiously into B, and then it's just empty.
So it's empty, and it feels like slowly but surely T1 coming back in this map have made it look more like what we saw on Lotus, where Team Secret were a little bit lost, and T1 were getting these very nice reads, very nice plays. And that was not good news for Team Secret.
Only 2 rounds that they've won, which was the bonus, and then
calm them down, say, okay,
which was NDG winning it too, wasn't it? So even the rounds that they won were just super duper, really prickly and really close.
And it's over. So just get that out of your mind mentally, play your game, and maybe they can
Oh, the call to op here though is fantastic. See what I mean? Like, you're giving T1 a chance to cook up something like this. Opping is such a good call.
Coming in from Excurate. And this wasn't even the hardest of reads from T1. It was a bit of a safety valve more than anything, but they were always prepped for the retake.
Here goes the execute, the molly, aftershock. Paranoia was there beforehand. Really nice utility. Flawless, nice and clean. Oh dear, Team Secret, and your buy is tragic here too.
Even on that retake, just look at the positioning, right? I mean, Josiah
not like this.
back with the op, just saying, okay, since we're funneling into short, if they're pushing
Very
all the way
clean,
around,
yeah.
I'll just hold that, so we don't get wrapped around. You guys just make sure you only have to worry about 2 angles. You got 4 people, 2 and 2 split. Carpe then waits around. I mean, it's just a step-by-step retake, perfectly done by T1. And Secret, I mean, listen, after the timeout, I don't mind the death ball into A. I think it's a good read after all the trouble you
Who do you typically watch for the EMEA watch parties if you do it all, Liz?
Just, you know, 1 extra trap wire in the op. The op just shuts down the speed.
Yeah, Saya just in that position, gets the first kill, and takes a lot of the wind out of the sails.
I'm just going for another A execute.
Now they're coming in once again. Pretty aggressively. Saya's going to get a cage in the face, and now has to get out of there after being spotted.
3 people here already. And Easy's just on a really nice angle. Oh no, Jesse gets 1. Jesse gets 2. 2v2. Oh dear. Oh dear. Great adjustment from Rossi. And they know exactly where the last player is. They've even given him backup, but he's picked up the op. I don't think he wanted the op, but he's got it. Oh no, not like that, Team Secret. Come on. You got mentally boomed.
Don't let it be fooled. This is an upset. Absolutely. I mean, sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a crazy upset. Wait. What did Plat Chat guarantee this one, or are we good?
Has always been impressive. Meanwhile, T1, they looked absolutely lost in the sauce. I mean, it has to be teary-eyed for T1 fans, because you always knew the potential was there, but you rarely saw it, even in the match wins that they barely got throughout the stage to get here to playoffs. It always looked like you were getting by the skin of your teeth. And now you're
Oh,
playing
that's
good
sad.
defense. You're playing good backup. The rotations are there. The trades
That's
are good. The clutches remain.
so sad.
This is what people wanted to see at the beginning of the
Mute
season.
main broadcast? Wow, you won't even watch the main broadcast? I haven't found a home yet. Well, I mean, Anders pretty much watches all of them.
That I think on paper should have been favored to take this one, but T1 themselves have been making some big strides in the last couple of weeks to really begin to play like we expected from this team. They finally get it done here in playoffs. They take the
Rip
2-0
Team Secret,
victory. Let's
yeah.
go to the desk to break down this series.
Does he? Mostly, yeah.
Oh my gosh, T1.
He might miss some games here or there, but
There were
to be honest, I think the games that he ends up
so many
missing are
rounds
not
just so
that amazing
confusing to watch
anyway.
because you didn't know
So
which way it was
that's
going
usually a
to
good
go.
vibe. I mean, Sliggy's always on as well, and they're not particularly loud.
But this was
I think
so
just chat is
insane.
loud. I guess that's the only problem.
So well on that first half.
Sometimes I just want to watch a stream and interact with them, and doing it with Sliggy is kind of hard.
It was looking like another masterclass. Every single piece of util, every single read.
Anybody else for EMEA that I sometimes watch? Not really.
Swap over to the defender side, and
I've never watched Sliggy before.
he talked about it
Yeah, I
earlier.
mean,
Secret, they're gonna have more success
he knows
when
what
it
he's
comes down to the
doing,
defender
knows what he's
side.
talking about. Will you be watching part of PRX? Yeah, I mean, we will watch pretty much until the China games go live.
Oh boy, it was just.
I don't want to leave you all out on a limb.
This is a heartbreaker for Secret.
I mean, there were so many rounds. I again, still gotta credit Team Secret's defensive side. You love
Anything,
how good
anything
he
on China
controls
that is
that
worth?
A-side elbow, you know, so many times. It's so darn good. But yeah, there are these rounds where I don't know what happened. You know, in the second half, Borkum kind of got clipped by the
Did I only
edge
get-
of that
okay, yeah.
crash. There were rounds
What China
where
games today? It is
T1
Wolves
gets
versus
good reads or,
JDG.
you know, good safety,
So we have that in about an hour and 15.
incredibly well for them. It was a 9-3 comeback, and I gotta credit, you know, Saya
9-3
played
Curse
very
back in
smart where
action.
He would just push out alongside B, being proactive to get so much information for the team, and X-Grid makes the best calls to bring the whole
Rossi's
team
very
success.
tall, isn't he?
It's just so weird.
JDG
because there were
Saj.
so many
Yeah,
rounds,
it
there were
would
so
be
many
really
rounds
sad for them to go 0-5 because it would
where
basically
you
mean
thought
that their
they would
champ
have
stage
everything
is
planned
over
out, and then
to an
suddenly
extent.
somebody would
Like
just
making
not
top
check the
6.
angle. It was somebody just missed some, somebody who was peeking, or it was so close for Team Secret. They should have had this, and that's why I think this is so painful, because I don't even think this was outstandingly great from T1. There were a lot of very messy rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think T1.
I agree with that.
have good calls, but I'm right there with you. This was a lot of minor mistakes, little misreads, little just not checking this side, not doing this right, not just peeking into a site dry when you know.
It felt that Team Secret had more of the read across the series,
and it all expounds.
but they flubbed their lines a lot more. Hello, Milo.
To this loss here for Team Secret. This is going to be one.
So yeah, we've got a bit of a break now. It's also Pavlos' birthday, so make sure that we all say happy birthday to Pavlos.
They had good preparation and a solid understanding about.
And I'm casting with him on Sunday.
Playing this map in particular, but a lot of these rounds were in Secret's hands, and they ultimately dropped the ball.
I'm gonna need my comfort penguin here a bit. Just like lie down here.
We should have seen through the thin veil.
Some big games for EMEA today as well.
It was not a prophecy.
None of the teams that I like are looking good. Well, what?
It was indeed.
What like teams in China?
You have some kind of curse going on as well.
I mean, nobody looks stellar other than FPX.
Yeah.
They got Billy tomorrow,
Sure.
so that should be a good win for them. And then there is a Tech versus Nova.
Looking really, really good for T1.
There's an
especially
EDG
since, like,
versus
there's
Trace.
question of, are
What's
we
the
gonna get
other game?
that
Tyloo
big,
versus
are we gonna get T1
DRG.
presence as we head into playoffs? It looks like they are well on their way. But speaking of a big presence over here, we got some big presence going on here on the bronze area, which is now going down. So, viewers, come up with me just a bit before we
EDG is looking good, I forgot. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to be a bit like, because they lost to FPX, that's objectively worse from them, but yeah. Happy Wumexit, Pavlos. You have such a delicate way of words, Elizabeth.
Gentlemen, going over to this lovely gray color at the bottom.
Oh, no.
Because it seems as though Saya got more first kills than Jeremy.
Just
By one.
Also, did you find the love of your life, actually? I saw that on Twitter. Did you find the love of your life at the airport?
Every single time I believe in this team. Every time.
Why hast thou forsaken?
No. Oh, man. Better luck next time.
On an individual level, I'm out.
Bullshit.
He's so done.
Unclip
He's so done.
I mean, I got...
Stage 2, nope.
I got lucky, I guess.
No, Team Secret.
Ever. That is another mini game that I'd like to see. Actually, you know, there'll be one.
First ones to hit iron.
No. Somebody was
No.
iron
Okay.
also. Like,
Yeah, look at this. Like 11 plants,
We might be the first ones to stay there.
All right.
8 successive retakes.
Yeah,
But you only plant the
it's a
spike
little up and down over here, but,
6
you
times in
guys are
12
pretty
rounds
comfy
in
over
comparison to
here.
11. And you managed to win less post plants with.
There's a lot less weight to it. I mean, good lord, look at some
I
of
don't
these stats. I mean, the post plants for both teams are just absolutely criminal. It's
Why have delicate way with words when your parents sometimes describe you as sometimes cold and blunt? I mean, cold and blunt is perfectly fine. You're just wasting people's time otherwise.
so many post plans from T1 on the defender's
Like,
side.
hey, how's it going? How's the weather? No, you want to be like, hey, want to go eat? Yes. Can we split the bill? Yes.
Gone over time and time again.
11
Do you want to go McDonald's?
for T1, but
Yes.
said,
You know.
if we can take a look at
Go
this,
back to caveman
the
brain.
first kills coming through, the thrifties that T1 brought out. It was pretty.
I wasn't really
darn
surprised that EDG lost because
not
most of their
the
ascent seemed on the
cleanest
fly.
round
Yeah.
overall. Maybe
And what is
some,
a birthday but a woo makes
secret
it? Yeah.
as well. But
Fair
on
enough.
The second half, the proactiveness from T1.
I mean, you're talking to somebody that supposedly has their birthday every single day, so.
Or for, Saya player to really push out, gain information, Rossi in timing with some of these pop flashes to really save the team, or even Izu in
Honestly,
certain
a
clutches.
birthday
This
is
what
more
really
for
brought
the
T1
parents
over.
than the child,
They
I
had
think.
some great performances, and they really just kind of brought it out again and again.
I love that you mentioned that, Quack, because I like those.
Especially as you get older, I'd imagine too. Like my birthday,
Really at the numbers disadvantage.
it's too close to Christmas, so I don't really worry about it too much.
They still knew that there is still a chance. Let's go for that chance, like no matter how slim it is. And
I came out not breathing. Room was not happy for a second.
different, utilities and flashes into Jeremy's face just so
It sets up your career nicely, though.
That was the case, and it was
Because
those
it's
rounds
like
that I feel like, they really did
when you
shine.
do the walkouts, it's that era suspense. And then, ladies and gentlemen. Whereas when you were a baby, it was that suspense, and then just
It's not what you want to hear, but it's
You know.
unfortunate, just walking into sites. Just
you got to have your walkouts ready.
peek on an angle. The punish was there time and time again. It was incredibly well done. From
You
T1.
literally came into the world
Especially in that
a
second
drama queen. So Christ knows how you're going to leave the world. I'd imagine in the same way, but Christ, I don't know what.
An amazing player this entire series.
It'll
I
be
feel
like in 80 years, it's like, oh, Elizabeth's passed away. It's like, oh no. It's like, she stole a plane and drove it into the side of the Alps. And you're like, all right, okay, yeah, that's fair. That makes sense.
Exactly. That 1 HP 2v1, that was insane.
And this is what we were kind of talking about before the series began, was that we wanted to see that level up performance from
Yeah, as a kid, you like your birthday, obviously, because you get a lot of presents. But as an adult, my birthday, I think, is like more important for like my mum than it is for me. That's why it's like when you're an adult, when it is your birthday, be sure, like, don't let your mum ring you. You ring your mum.
Actually, I'm still so sad.
So long as you're on like good standings with your family.
Izu kind of popping the way that he was, playing that Yoru again.
On that Yoru, that's a big one. I mean, we're all kind of anticipating that. Maybe that's something that they can save in their cards for the next upcoming matches. But for now, I mean, this is like great stuff from T1. Overall team effort. Izu doing a lot of, interesting stuff, unorthodox stuff at times, and the great.
Yeah, Rossi had a fantastic series today. Pretty much like MVP, like top ACS on KO on this map, and then Lotus on Viper.
That is 100%.
The ultimate troll to my parents was projectile vomited all over them, which turned out to be a rare serious condition that required surgery on Valentine's Day. I am the drama. Was this like? I imagine this was when you were a baby. This wasn't like this year.
But for now, unfortunately, that is it for Team Secret. And for T1, their journey continues. And I think that's so important,
3 months
especially
old.
here on this specific stage.
So, how old would that
Leaving
make you?
with a
February.
on-stage interview with Jen and
Are you
somebody
a
from
Sagittarius
T1.
as well?
In the meantime, we're going to take a little bit of a
Look at me
break.
getting into
So
the
Jen,
horoscopes.
thank you guys.
Well, it makes sense why. It makes sense why. Like, I feel like I speak to you, and I'm like, am I just speaking to a female version of myself?
You guys knocked Team Secret out. Now you advance to the next round of the playoffs. Now, first things first.
Because I'm like reading everything, and it's like, oh, she's a serial oversharer. That's like kind of like me.
When we played Team Secret before, our communication is so calm, even though it's like
Reverend.
there's a lot of chaotic situation. But
the thing is, like, I'm December 20th, so I'm on the cusp of Capricorn, which there's no other way to say it. Capricorns are just a little bit like cunty.
That's
Like both in the sense of like, you know, cunty in very like attitude, but they can just also be self-centered assholes, is what I
just want
found.
to ask you, how does that change kind of affect how you perform and how the team performs?
For my performance, I think it's slightly affect me.
I've been too influenced by Beth on this stuff. I think she has a book on like horoscope related stuff.
Like, I need to make everyone in the same page.
Yeah.
That's the hardest part as an IGL. So, but after that, I'm trying to make it a balance.
I saw Lawkeeper.
Some stuff. And then, yeah, right now I think we're going into that direction. So for now, I think it should be. I'm still.
You're just making sure that like the autobiography that's written after your passing. I don't know why I'm obsessing over your death here, by the way, but I mean like generally like, everybody has stories to share about you.
Okay, guys, we're gonna do this, and then sometimes in the mid round they can help me with the.
Wikipedia didn't add 1 to T1 points yet. They do get points. I learned that yesterday. It's incredibly confusing. I don't know what Riot were cooking. But so you have champions points, we're going to call them VCTP, and then we've got stage 2 playoffs points. For this, you get points like per win, in groups, and in playoffs for stage 1 and stage 2, I think.
It's very risky and unpredictable.
And then obviously +3 for winning Madrid, Shanghai, and kickoff and playoffs and stuff. So these points go towards one team qualifying for champions straight up. These points have nothing to do with qualifying for stage 2 playoffs. Stage 2 playoffs is literally just how well you do in groups.
But that's the winning chance for us.
Okay, alright. It's the risk you gotta take.
Your chapter is going crazy. This bitch was fucking odd.
So what's your mindset?
One of the most depressing thoughts that I've just had is if I continue like
I'm really interested to play Genji because Genji coach and head coach.
I don't know if we'd get to work together. I don't know if we'd ever get to meet. That's even more depressing.
4 games not here. So it's really fun to meet them again, and then of course we're gonna.
Because I'm like, where the fuck was this woman when like I was working?
Best of luck against Genji.
Thank you.
And that was Xcurate with the post-match interview. I'm gonna throw it after a short break, but don't go anywhere because we have talent.
I was doing interviews. I don't want to do interviews.
Each other, so we'll see you soon.
But to be fair, when I threw to the break after my interview, I threw it with the take a break, go for a pee and a poo, and we'll see you in a few. That's how I ended it. And that was the last day of international events I ever worked, actually, as well. So, you know, started how I finished. Shit. But also I know that, like, production just serial troll me at this point, so I tried to troll him back. I need to take like a leaf out of Van Silly's book as well. Like the 360 spin he did for the walkouts was amazing. Like, sorry Liz, you can't compete with that. It was so out of left field. I don't even think he knew he was gonna do it. He just suddenly went 100 Thieves or Cloud9 or whatever it was. It's easily one of my favorite clips. I thought Pacific wasn't meant to have breaks, or did they save all of their breaks for the end of a series instead of per map? And silly is silly energy. It's great. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's the right kind of thing. I'm also realizing that I'm way out of like my camera shot here, and I'm just super reclining my chair.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Made for the big stage. I think there's a lot of people that sort of like esports is cool and all, but you can't take it too seriously. At the end of the day, we're all being employed. I am spending fractions of my life watching other people play video games. You got to be self-aware. Isn't Liz quite early today? I don't know if she's in LA or not. If she's in LA, it's not too bad. If she's East Coast, which I think is where you're from, right? LA time. Yeah, so it's only like 3 a.m.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今、大きな
Born and bred in New Jersey.
挑戦しています。
I've been to New York and I've been to Philadelphia. I don't know if either of those are. You can't mention New Jersey and then be like New Jersey mentioned.
立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
I can and I will. Oh, good grief. Wait, when is your birthday actually, Liz? You December child. November the 26th? Oh no, you're not even. You're on the cusp of Sagittarius, and I'm on the fucking cusp of Capricorn. Wait, what's before Sagittarius? Scorpio. I think, yeah, my dad's a Scorpio. No, he isn't. That's a lie. No, his birthday's October 16th. So I think he's no, he's the one before that. Whilst this is running ads, I'll run ads myself. Yeah, we got literally an hour before China, so this should pretty much set us up to Len. My sibling is 11/11 and I'm a Scorpio. Libra? It might be a Libra, yeah. But Beth is a Gemini, so we are the actual Brangelina couple. And I have the same birthday as what's his name? What's his name? Jesus. Fucking how have I forgot his name? Give me a second. Jonah Hill. Which I think also makes a lot of sense. Just too quiet over... Well, doesn't make sense with some of the stuff that he said, like, to his partner, like stopping her from talking to people and posting shots in a bikini when she's like a surfer or a swimmer, like professional. But and just being sad boys in December that try to keep themselves to themselves.
VCT Pacific,
anything that I want to do in this break? I kind of want to get a cup of tea.
TLN versus PRX, another elimination match. And while TLN are coming off of a good win versus Team Secret, is it enough against a team like PRX?
That is the big question. I mean, PRX, this is one of the biggest challenges.
My birthday is the Kennedy assassination, and every single man 40 plus like, hello, do you know what happened on your birthday?
A hot start with Jing on the return, but then...
Oh, so you're talking to a lot of men over 40, I see. I mean, we are learning a lot about you, Liz.
Still a lot of work to be done if you're going to be a team that can take down PRX, because when they are on, they are absolutely...
I mean, to be fair, if you're looking for people in airports, you're probably going to find a lot of way of them in it.
Really go head to head. But for PRX, yeah, I think that's the main thing. You know, they're looking for that consistency. Are they in that classic, like, you know,
probably more 40-year-olds in airports than people our age. I say our age very generally.
For example, I don't know if they're quite there yet. I feel like there's still like a little bit of an adjustment period for Jing. You know, on the stage to try out new things.
Wait, you might be like 10 years younger than me, actually. That's a good point. How old are you? Thank you for assuming it meant to talk to me. Oh my god, you're the best. Oh, Jesus Christ. The self-deprecation as well.
There's still time that was lost.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when you pivot away and you start
25 years old.
Very heavily with a completely different player who has a very different play style.
I'm doing good. Sort of waiting for China at this point, but I'm trying to work out if I want to have a cup of tea or... I bought a hydro flask today. That's how basic ass I'm getting. But I found this old one for today, which you can't really see it, but it is Feathers McGraw from Wallace and Gromit.
But
It even has the... Sorry.
It's going to take some time.
Need to put that
We're
straight.
seeing flashes and echoes of that PRX that did make the second place finish at Champs last year, but it hasn't all come together at the same time quite just yet. It's not that unbeatable, hive mind squad that just nobody was able to take down in 2023. We're seeing moments of it where that comes online, and you get these classic line freak.
Yeah, we're 25 years old, so like 1999.
Breaking flicks, that kind of stuff. But it's not all the time.
Having players that were like born past 2000 for me is still weird. 1998, my mistake, yeah.
Steady upward trajectory for this squad who continue to find their.
Because yeah, you'd be 26 this year.
Yeah, and I think that the
I'd be 32.
with the mullet, as the poster just said, is a
Paperfin is 39 today. That's crazy to me. The man's casting esports and he's about to turn 40. That's like the fucking dream.
You should get commission for
I get a percentage of the capsule sales.
Yeah. You are invested now. You are invested now.
Hey, I'll start showing for talent.
The talents, and then they'll pay you to no, don't predict for us because they might lose that. Talent.
I almost have that.
I feel like this is a team.
I feel like I'm gonna have like a Jonathan Larson sort of life where on the precipice of success, I just like have a aortic seizure or whatever it was and die at 35.
Very capable of things. Sometimes a little bit wild. That's the only thing. Sometimes you might have ban looking.
That's kind of the.
Or governor being incredibly.
I keep saying that to Beth. She's like, why would you even like say that? I'm like, I don't know. I just have the feeling. I'm just feeling it. Just gonna be like, I don't know.
Consistency. There's always a lot to be said. There's always
walking to Tesco and I'll just dead.
The coaches
you know?
as well. Yep. And there's so much that they can pull off. I do think that Talon though has a lot more structure.
I think it was just because we watched like Tick Tick Boom and I was like, honestly, I can feel that kind of happening to me. She's like, what do you mean?
Yeah, for our audience down there in the Coex Shinan card Ardium, you are gonna have quite the show.
And I was like, I'm gonna get a Dr. Pepper, and she's like, no, you're fucking not.
These are the two coaches that
You're getting some fruit and a nice glass of water.
Achilles, like, what Talon need to do against PRX? Because like, do they meet PRX with equal aggression, or do they fortify themselves?
It's hard to say what is the best way to go about this. I mean,
this is already playoffs. Yeah. This is like the first game. I mean, it's single elimination. This one as well.
We know that they do have the.
We don't think about that.
Fighting fire with fire is not necessarily going to be the thing that ends up working out for you.
I think at a point you need to like get life insurance. Like think about it to enough where you're like prepared to get life insurance. Because I think at this point, like if I just keeled over. My money's in a business. I don't think anybody gets my money, so I need like that's something I need to do.
Sometimes you watch them play, and you're like, man, this should not be working, but it is.
Because one of my like school friends growing up, they died at 21, and they had like 20-30 grand saved up, and obviously because there was no will, it was very sad and unexpected. Like, I don't think the money went to anybody. It was just like repossessed almost. So
turn your brains off. This is where we're
turn your brains off.
Yeah.
I don't think it's to do with China clashing. I think it's just they could start earlier, so they did. And also because they were doing like 4 days of broadcast a week instead of 3, like everybody else. They just naturally finished earlier. But I like this more. Like I like Friday, Saturday, Sunday playoffs, and then Saturday, Sunday next week. Like bit of a break. Instead of like China, which is like Wednesday to Sunday, back to back to back to back to back.
Won't like the comm structure that's
crazy.
He won't like the way that they're playing it, or the way that they're moving away from what the game plan was for a certain.
I'm always thinking about life, baby. Oh yeah, shit. I'm sorry. I forgot about.
We're not.
Like I saw you posting like your family and stuff.
So I think both coaches, we're probably going to see a lot of timeouts invested here.
I'm just getting like flashes of Achilles going Top Gun Maverick, like Rooster, don't think, just do.
Happy Banner anniversary. That's still showing up.
What they will do, in the game, PRX at the very
least. I think it was yesterday, but thank you. Free wrist rockets.
Devi and Ban, I feel like there's a lot of focus on how they can play because Devi has, been the secondary clutcher a little bit for PRX.
If you don't mind, like,
not up there. And then
no, I'm not even gonna ask. You probably know what I would ask Liz. Is like
a whole different look. I mean, he was on a tear with that.
The only thing I think about my death is I want to jump scare people at my funeral. So Beth's had 2 amazing ideas of what to do after she passes. The first is that she has the ashes spread on the Minions ride at Universal, which
what you can do. You can't
great.
do it all the time. Maybe
The
like, for
second,
example,
which is genuinely funny, that like a casket is out at a funeral, everybody sits down and like music, and then Mr. Blobby just kicks down the door and he's fucking falling out. He knocks over the casket and stuff, and there's like a prop in there, and I'm like, that is genuinely like, if you die before me, that we're doing it.
I don't want Breeze or Icebox. I don't want to, you know, PRX playing against Talon on Breeze again, or like against that ban Yoru on Breeze. That will be very, very difficult for PRX.
This is off topic, but every time I see Alex wearing this hoodie,
All the regions will have their playoffs on roughly the same days. Yeah, pretty much.
I see that. No, and then there's
But like Pacific will be done a little bit early. But to be fair, Pacific were done a little bit early for kickoffs as well. I think it suits them fine.
by Talon, Breeze, understandably and expectedly banned by PRX. So Lotus.
Kind of crazy days of watching Valsliggy will just die. I mean, that's one of the reasons why like me and Sliggy are working like together on that. Like I don't mind not having my VODs on a channel, so I'm like, I'll just put my VODs on yours for the games that you miss.
Breakneck speed gameplay coming through, but bind is left open. PRX, this has been a solid one for him.
Right, I'm gonna go for a week. What's the veto? Lotus bind, and what would be left? Icebox, and then Ascent is just gone. Split? No, Split's just gone. Icebox, so what does that leave? It leaves Sunset. Alright. What if I have a clown greet people?
You know, you're just gonna try to prepare as much as possible. And
I mean, making funeral plans right now. Yeah, well,
Sunset as the last one.
we'll get production sorted for it. With a bug with FX wall hacks fixed? I think so. They disabled the effects and then they brought them back. So yeah, I think that's all sorted, thankfully. We're back.
We'll see if Talon are going to be able to deliver on it here from the outset. I mean, both teams a handful of times playing on Lotus here. PRX, you know, half and half.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Sunset, especially when you're up against PRX. I almost feel like maybe Talon should have left PRX to ban out Ascent, which they probably would have. But we'll see. I don't know. Maybe they have something planned for this. Maybe they left it open for a reason.
It's a very different play style compared to just about any other team that you're going to be scoring off against when it comes down to Sunset, just given, you know, how PRX, the comps that they like to experiment with going over there. And who knows, maybe they have even more stuff up their sleeve to kind of surprise us with. So, yeah, I mean, the Sage just continuing to crop up for them. That could be something that just continues to be worked in and really slow things down to a snail's pace on Talon's side. But this first map, this should be nothing but fast pace. I don't think PRX are going to stray too much away from the usual composition. Maybe they decide to pivot something off the Jet back over onto the Reyna, perhaps, but that's about the biggest adjustment I would see them coming through with. But for Talon, that Neon Chamber comp, like, if they're going to keep running with that, this could just be a huge amount of just early clashing round over round. I mean, you know, we could add
Hi Shanks, yeah. I'm not doing a Shanks impression like Van Silly might.
That Neon comp is really just that one-off thing that they wanted to.
I can't even do his laugh. It's like that, isn't it?
A team like PRX, you know, you're expecting Forsaken to look for some of these lurks.
She helped me hide my second body, yeah. Well, yeah, I keep seeing the thing as well of just having like a lot of people in like sunglasses and suits stand like right at the back of the room and then leave before, so people notice them, but they're sort of gone by the time that everybody's like up and talking.
And you don't want to in that case, right? I mean, when it comes down to the aim duels, you kind of want to step back a bit when it's PRX. My eyes, though, you brought up the Neon.
Just a ragtag group of people
for this match, especially since he's up against something Forsaken, right? And he's been wanting to prove himself on the stage, you know, coming over from tier 2 and
like at your funeral, like the Blue Man group is in the back of the room.
high as the stakes can go for him, so he's gonna have to come up huge.
They really do have to start out strong on Lotus.
And it's like,
I mean, for sure. I mean,
why?
On all of the maps, realistically, versus PRX. I mean, they do come into this one as the underdog, you know. PRX, they've been a team who's always up here. Talon haven't really hit those heights.
I have a good voice to tell you the whole life story at the end. He would say prologue ends here. Yeah.
PRX comes in with a lot more stock behind them, but Talon have looked good, and it all can.
You guys are thinking about the most crazy plans for your funeral? Well, there better be. We're not going to be here for them.
Because, you know, he had a huge start to the season generally on Neon.
It's the last thing that any of us, I guess, will ever get to do.
Really get to see Neon from him at all until he brought it back out on Lotus.
I've been sent by the government to make sure she's dead. She knew too much, but we couldn't kill her. She's too strong. She survived every assassination attempt. We met on Wednesday to have a little support group because she made us hate our jobs.
And one of the other things that I actually quite like about it is that the Neon does give them a lot more tools to try to slow
I don't plan on dying for another 4 years. Yeah, ideally I don't either, but here I am,
because you have those relay bolts, you can go ahead
watching, eating dairy milks and about to watch VCT China. I'm not setting myself up. Mortality rate.
Potentially usually do this, especially since, you know, they're a team that prepares very well for their next opponents. But again, it's PRX. So gentlemen, please let me know your predictions as we bring them up on the screen. You can explain the logic behind them, but I feel like only William and Asteroid really do need to explain
their logic.
Their logic. Maybe
Well,
Asteroid
playoffs had two champ points. Wikipedia has shown two different things.
whatever, but
So I got the answer to it. Somebody explained it to me, and my response was, holy shit, what are they doing? This is even more complicated than I thought it was.
We were just talking about this. It's taken some time to try to get back into
Pacific has it right, though.
low state gameplay where
I can mute this for a second. So, all of this is right. It would have helped if we read it. But yeah. So these were the teams in the pot. So 3 teams from each group for stage 1 will go to playoffs. Winners get a bye. Each team also needs to have 2 wins, we know this. So yeah, tiebreaker rules and all that. For playoffs, for stage 2, the top 3 teams will qualify for Masters Shanghai. That's for playoffs in stage 1. Sorry, stage 2 is what we want to be looking at. But this is all for stage 1. Stage 2 events, is this right? Pacific. So Group Alpha plays amongst themselves. Top 6 teams from overall score of stage 1 and stage 2, regardless of groups, will advance to playoffs. And so for the tiebreaker rules, wait, does this pop up? So basically, it'll add both the groups together, and from the games in stage 1 and stage 2 groups at least, it will just be like a league table. And the top 6 teams will qualify that way. So then in playoffs, it's a hybrid elimination match. Knockout round is single elimination. Double elimination here. So the top 3 teams from playoffs qualify for champions. However, the team that comes in 4th, like top 3 teams from playoffs will qualify for champions. However, which team has the most Pacific points, which is the points that you get from playoffs from winning kickoff, winning Shanghai, winning Madrid, winning series and groups and playoffs. Outside of the 3 to qualify for champions, the person that has the most Pacific points will qualify for champions behind them. Good night, Elizabeth. Thanks for tuning in. And yeah, probably won't see you until... Well, maybe I'll see you tomorrow, but I guess if not, have a good time with doing Americas, and can't wait to see what kind of cooked up shit that you cook up that isn't funeral related. Or 40-year-old men. Playoffs of the champ points, Wikipedia. Yeah. So we went over that.
Stage. Yeah, it's good to go to playoff with only 1 loss. We lost to Team Secret 0-2 just because we get outside of the game problems.
45 minutes.
Now
so
we fix this, and now we're gonna show our 100%.
But here comes G. A bit of a swap setup. He's getting the quad kill.
In group stage, we tried our best to bring back Jink to use to us again, to make Jink more comfortable in the game. Since he never played with us for 5 months, we let him call.
I'm just changing the title to be for China, and then we'll move over when we get there.
And we waste time.
You still get points for winning matches in playoffs? Yeah, for qualifying, yeah, you do. I'm more confused. Exactly, that's my point.
The most valuable player on the team overall is definitely Forsaken, because of the fact that he can play any agent at a very high level. But
It's more confusing, but now that I've learned about it, the format to me feels a lot better.
you guys see me in scrims, I'll shoot you back.
But it is incredibly complex.
I hope you're gonna enjoy our W gaming strats, and I hope you're gonna do our best for 100% in playoffs.
My mindset for the playoffs is I'm just gonna shoot them back, honestly. I think keeping my good form and doing what I need to do in order to make the team win is the most important. So I think keeping my form is the most important for playoffs.
You don't get points for playoffs, games, wins, right? Supposedly you do, but those points have nothing to do with qualifying for stage 2 playoffs. To qualify for stage 2 playoffs, it's to do with just like league table of the teams. So the plus 3 points for Gen G and stuff. Sentinels even. Sentinels is a better shout. Sentinels, for winning kickoff and winning Madrid, they get 6 points. Have about 8 at the moment. There's still a chance that Sentinels are not in a position to make stage 2 playoffs. Yeah. Those points for qualifying for Masters right now, for Champs. On Champs point page, T1 still has 2 points. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's very confusing.
That the Flight Club can pack a punch, and these players are hungry to step on that international stage once again.
They absolutely are. I mean,
Playing 2 different games at the same time yesterday. You meant like a league team and a Valorant team? Or did you mean that the Valorant team looked like 2 different teams? Because that's also kind of true.
Right now has been looking excellent. This is a player who had a lot of, different opinions about him. Coming out of last year, he had his ups and downs when he was playing on T1. Slow start when he got started shifting back over onto that jet. Slow start when he came out and was playing smokes for the squad. But right now, under
Apex.
and just the coaching staff of Talon, under the guidance, Ban has been looking absolutely fantastic as of late. And of course, some hugs exchanged as those two have a history. If you talk to Frost for about 10 seconds, he'll tell you that he used to be, in CS, and well, as we all know, Alex has as well.
But yeah, I mean, again, just kind of thinking about it, Talon, this is a high-pressure game, a potential knockout match, and if Talon doesn't come out swinging, they're going to have to play defense for the rest of it.
This should be a good series, though. It's a shame that we have to miss, like, a good chunk of it.
It was a very motivated game, motivated win from last week, and they need to bring that forward over onto playoffs.
Who else is hosting NA besides Golden Boy? Seen him everywhere. Mitch has done it a little bit. They have somebody from League, I think, doing it as well. I don't recognize who it was, but who else? They have had other people host it. There's been quite a couple of people I've seen like do it. The Golden Boy's the main one. Bro is omnipresent. He's the best in the business, I'd say.
For Talon, all the pressure
very easy to work with.
We'll see if they're going to be able to bear that weight. PRX, though, this is a position that they're certainly not used to being in this first round, being at risk of being eliminated. The last time that they were not able to qualify for an international championship was all the way back in 2021 when they lost the LCQ to Damwon. And that was about 930-something days ago. So PRX, they haven't felt pressure like this in quite some time.
Oh, yes, and we heard those screams from all the way over here on the analyst desk. So let's toss it on over to William and to Valdez to get this started.
I think it's in both series.
Well, thank you so much, Alice Test, for breaking that one down. We're getting into our second playoff match of the night. Talon up against PRX.
This is
certainly there is a favorite in terms of PRX coming into this one, but Talon, time and time again, they keep on stacking the wins. They make it into playoffs, and certainly
that's the host chest now.
Just get over here for PRX, and I'm looking forward to seeing.
I guess we'll get thingy set up ahead of time too.
Obviously me and Asteroid being the only ones that predicted Talon. I can't speak for Asteroid, but for me, it's that I think there's more than just a chance, right? I agree. If Talon wins, it's absolutely an upset. I don't think there's any argument with that, just purely because of PRX's power. But I also believe that Talon individually
usually needs a minute.
Actually, they have players who would be willing to keep up with the fast pace.
But it generally just keeps refreshing until the UI shows up. There we go.
And wow,
original painting and muting.
This is something that I've always wondered about, that they have to change their agent comp, and some play for
Sky
Lotus.
Breach.
Can't keep getting away with just the firepower of something in G. They're gonna take out the Cypher for the breach. So
I mean, I don't think the Cypher was any good anyway.
You've got nobody watching flank. I mean, this is double downing on the whole W gaming.
Yeah, throw in some flashes and press W and
I mean, it's a very weird comp.
Certainly
but it wouldn't be PRX if it wasn't like a little bit weird.
Even for the defensive side, we saw a lot of that even in our first match of the night when we did play on Lotus from both sides, honestly. So wouldn't be surprised to see PRX doing that.
Most PRX comp adjustment they could have made, to be honest. Yeah.
So certainly looking to get aggressive with.
I mean, it'd be very good for the future, like with the Viper nerfs and stuff.
Sports, nothing too big to see there. So pretty interesting to see. I think this Lotus is going to tell us a lot about how the series is going to go.
Absolutely. And obviously the big question is Talon, did you see this coming, right? Because I'm sure they prepped a lot of things about how to target Forsaken Cypher, how to get around that Odin, things like that. Now that's a bit out the window.
Yeah, it's Strange. Strange. But it wouldn't be PRX if it wasn't.
Maybe even more, because
Also, I want to move this across my cameras like a little bit.
The breach can get a little far with the fault line, but you're still going to want him to be somewhere close for that extra support on those executes with things like the aftershock.
Well, setting up to pressure in towards B here in the pistol round. We'll see if Talon is ready for it. They have 3 people.
Players for winner should give you points. First seed from group gets a point extra because they have access to one less match. How you doing? System adjusted to the future changes to Cypher and Viper? I wouldn't necessarily say so. Like, it definitely leans that way, but honestly, like, PRX would change that comp when the opportunity comes to change it. I think there's definitely has been some teams that have tried to plan ahead from Viper being nerfed, because we knew that big nerfs were coming, and more big nerfs could even come in too, for like the end of this act. But yeah, I think PRX would play this anyway. No point changing up your comp now when you're not playing on the new patch yet.
Does get pretty low, as just a couple of classics left for the side of the Talon boys, whereas PRX.
I don't think it should, because then the teams that don't make playoffs will have absolutely no. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, points through playoffs have nothing to do with you qualifying for stage 2 playoffs.
You know that they're going to want to stick together, and he was somewhat ready for it. He was just trying to buy time for Surf. Seems like a bit of a misclick on that.
For qualifying for stage 2 playoffs, it's literally just a round robin of all of the teams from group games, like it was last year.
Fast beginning of that round, but PRX are going to get on the board with a very fun pistol.
Yeah, it's just for, like, literally points are just for that 4th team that isn't in the top 3 of stage 2 playoffs.
Yeah, they saw it coming for sure. You had Frenzy in hand, you had Crossfire, but the thing is PRX, they even put that Cloudburst down, right?
So for a team like RRQ, them having, is it like 4 wins, 2, like, I think it's like 4 wins, 1 loss? Wait, what would it be even?
And now it's a triple jump out. They actually don't lose a single member on that initial peek out, and what in the world is
like, honestly, yeah, it's a very confusing format. But RRQ are in a really good position of, like, they've done really well in groups and they haven't made playoffs. But, like, them getting to playoffs would have given them points to, like, be the 4th team, to have the most points behind, like, Gen G and PRX and stuff like that. They're 3 and 2, yeah. But one of those wins was against Gen G.
PRX are very cleanly out of the site already.
Yeah, so one thing that we're already seeing, and
at this point, ignore the groups. Take the Alpha group and the Omega group and just put them into one big group. And whoever is in the top 6 of those teams qualify for stage 2 playoffs. Doesn't matter if they won Madrid or won their kickoff event. It's how you do in groups.
I mean, but it's things like that. That's PRX, right? I mean, you just don't expect that type of speed, that type of coordination. The scope in right on the jump.
Like, put it this way, JDG could have won kickoff. They could have won Masters Madrid. And they still would be in the same position that they're in now. Because they're like 0 and 4. Most likely going to be 0 and 5.
Nearly as much luck as Governor is making quick work of them. Going to take out 2. Jing just trade it back.
Yeah, it's incredibly complicated. They do not explain it well at all. Even in the format explain this, they don't explain it very well.
If they get the plan, the 2 members could maybe push out from one other side. This could be a good.
It's just a shit system.
It could be a bonus converted for sure.
But it's probably the best that we could have got. I think other systems that they could have potentially done. Yeah, Sentinels could be screwed.
Oh, this lurk here from Mindpeak, just trying to clear if they do go for the rotate around. And he's going to be able to take him out. Governor has 10 health, and he is not going to get any damage done to Jing. PRX, there's the showstopper. Spying some more time.
Yeah, it wastes so much time.
If you're a team that's not really done, like T1, for example, like T1, I think wanted to be bombing out of playoffs as soon as possible.
9-0.
You know?
Well, fiery start for Jing.
Like, maybe you want to be doing well in playoffs, but you almost, it's better to be in teams like Team Secret's position. Or better yet, like, if T1 lose against whoever they've got next, which I think is Gen G,
You talk about, you know, some teams, oh, they're IGLing for the
then
first time. They're going to have
they're in a great position.
And the PRX is like,
Like they get an extra point, which might go far for like being the 4th team to qualify for champs when it comes to points. But they need to make sure that they have a good stage 2, otherwise they're not making playoffs. Is the VCT China game over now? No, we're waiting for it to happen. It's still like half an hour away.
And they'll control mound for now, but do you see that PRX?
I'm just putting this on in the meanwhile.
Look for a follow-up push.
Yeah, and I like what JitBoys is doing. He knows that PRX is a team that would push it, right? They're not one to just go to the other side. They're not going to work off of basic rotates. He respects that they could push right back. And since while they still wanted to play the numbers game by stacking A, JitBoys respects it and says, listen, it's all pistols anyway. Maybe we
you're just in time.
Try to die to the spike. No matter what it might be, not giving away a free kill. With the lurk.
It's going to get a bit of damage done, but the fact that it's not a kill is, well, that's a kill. That's a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, the win the bonus. This could be
and now
big storm. Also, just a small adjustment to PRX's comp. We know that Talon like tend to anti-strat, and like they tend to change their comp depending on what the opponent runs. Or like depending, like this, the comp's the same, but the playstyle might be slightly different. So PRX just changing it to something like this. This makes it impossible for Talon to get a read.
To cover all of that. And Ban is just here, seeing if anybody's going to push out.
Especially because you know that Talon's going to pick it, and then you just go attack first. You pull out this comp. Have a really dominant attack side, so it doesn't matter that the fact that Talon's chosen this. You know? I think it could be a pretty smart move for them.
You're looking to do more damage in the second half if it's Lotus.
Also,
Talon
I
is
want
a
to
team that
fix
can
this
really
because this is a
take the
bit
initiative to
of a
control the
mess.
tempo. Not like this. Not letting Jing run amok and then everyone else just picks up free
This
kills
camera,
on,
I want it to be more like this
rounds,
way.
things like that. I also
So
feel
it's
like
like a little
some
bit
of
more
these hairs get shorter
head on,
every time he
and I
gets a
can just
haircut.
do
He
that.
cuts it even shorter. He's like, no, it wasn't short
There you
enough
go.
last time.
Yeah, he's experimenting. You know, you don't have to wait until the hair grows out more to then cut
That's
it again.
true,
You could
that's
just
true.
go get another haircut.
That's the new method.
Alright, that should be okay.
But yeah, as now, I mean, they are going to have a buy round. We have the Odin back.
Yeah, I mean, Talon played it last week, so it's not too much of an unknown.
See if this one looks a little bit better for the side of Talon.
Like,
who
if
are
they played it
not
once, but they did
victorious
play it recently.
All right, that's an instant kill on the Prowler. No information given. So they were holding far back. You don't know if the corner is clear or not. So Talon, yeah, they're going to have to invest a second Prowler to clear. They'll spray the close
Let's move
angles.
this
But now you know
touch.
that it's multiple here. So
Don't
PRX,
do
they're happy
that.
to push in. And again, they'll be happy to push out once they go in the post plan as well. You got Seekers online. Fault line is there. They even creep in.
Attack up. Just
Yeah,
peeking out with it.
Find those boxes. Something was trying to peek and get the first pick off before committing, but now they're going to commit to it. Oh, no
Jing has
way.
no fear.
Runs through. He doesn't even need to get the kill. What is going on?
They don't even need him. I mean, they're just getting the pick from Mound.
Oh, it's got to be so tilting for Talon to play up against this.
And that is devastating for Governor as PRX are shutting it down. JitBoys gets one, and Ban is alone. He's going to see the knee of Mind Freak.
30 seconds.
Dodges the paranoia, gets one. We've seen Ban pull off some crazy stuff on this map.
That he has. But it's against two of the best shooters in Pacific. He's waiting for the trade angle, but it's not quite there. So now he has an inkling that they both of them have to be near the bend.
He's going to take his time, seeing if he can get the initial pick.
Here's one.
Oh, Jing just
Oh dear.
too strong today.
Oh dear, Talon. It might be
And he is going to win
tricky
that
old
trade
time.
easily. He doesn't take any damage. And now that's 5-0 for PRX.
11-0, by the way, for Jing.
Let's turn on picture in picture, and then we can sort of see that when it's on.
He's got more than 2 kills per round, and he has not died. It is not an overstatement at all to say that he is.
Feels like they should let him burn util on the side take and go in for a clean retake. Yeah,
He's
yeah.
doing it anyway.
You can't fight these guys head on.
This is, if anything, just to cool him off. This is a much-needed timeout.
I'm sure that Frost
Ross does look a little bit like frustrated.
because if I'm watching that and watching your team just kind of get smothered at every single
There's so much utility to swarm site,
you're
yeah.
not going to be feeling very good.
It's like double duelist on split. If they go A, you kind of have to let them. You just have to go for like keep A tower control and go for a retake from there.
like? Yeah, just
because bad teams will just burn out everything that they have. They don't really have much utility that's going to come back online, especially with New Sky and Breach.
Just give it to Jing, you know. Don't let it get to you. He's cleaning house.
It's just a lot of aggro utility just throwing it and catching people out. So yeah, you're right. You gotta try and bait it out as much as possible. PRX are a smart enough team to know that if Talon just tried to play retake, PRX will just walk onto the site then instead and save that utility for the post plan.
Even the op for Defy coming out. That's, I mean, creds or not, this has to be unexpected. Yes, Defy is oftentimes a great opper for PRX, but
are they double opping?
This is going to be a hard one for Talon to read, and it's a good curveball for PRX to throw.
It definitely is, especially after a timeout.
I know something's just got the rifle because they have Blade Storm, I guess.
Don't really see all too much just yet. As here comes Jing very aggressively. A lot of the same.
Yeah, see, like this. This is good. Forsaken's lurking as Breach.
Meanwhile, the whole team is just on C for free.
Yeah, and I believe he did catch.
So even when they're like playing off site to play retake, they can't do that because people from PRX are finding fights elsewhere.
Now you're covering the flank. You're wondering, because they didn't cover Rubble
It's just a difference of like feeling that you're better.
But now ready for the push through, and he gets a kill with the aftershock.
Yeah, it is just it's just gotta be tilting.
Kind of floundering here, you could say. Two boys is going to dodge the flash. Surf is on the
It's just so much like, why is he here? Why does this guy have an op?
Where Surf is. Down he goes, 6-0 for PRX.
There's not really that you can do.
And they will not be stopped just yet.
The switch to the Breach, I think, is a big part, right? I think this Breach is starting to really throw Talon off a bit because the timings on the post.
A bit?
It's extra utility you have to worry about.
They've lost any composure that they had.
Earlier and still set up for angles, right? They can clear angles one more time in the post plant. And Talon is just not ready for it. By the way,
Like the thing about it though is,
amazing from Surf.
like that's what made Fnatic good on this map. Like I know that Fnatic lost to like the Lotus comp and stuff.
Yeah.
But if you pull out a PRX comp against like Fnatic's Lotus of last year, they would just be well versed and well knowledged into knowing what makes their composition work. That they know how to play up against a comp like this.
And yes, it's not a buy round.
They should go aggro before PRX goes aggro. You're just being counter-utiled.
You know, Valdez, there are times when a caster says something before a match, and you really believe it. And sometimes you feel a little silly. This might be one of the games that has made me feel the silliest by saying that I think Talon can keep up individually.
I don't know how it works with the whole aggro mid-range control. I can't remember off the top of my head what beats what. I think aggro is beaten by control, control is beaten by mid-range, mid-range is beaten by aggro. I'm pretty sure.
Right from round one, and they're playing their best.
I like how new trailer takes actual clips of actual people. That is insane. Fun fact, I'm in one of the trailers for the new acts. Some of my gameplay's in there. Me playing Harv, it's literally like a second. But it's me getting an ace.
There really isn't.
I don't know too well the Anders Theory. How much time until the game starts? You can see it in the bottom, very small. It's 7 minutes and 20 seconds. But that's when the break ends, so game's not going to start for another like 25 minutes.
This is basically the round where you start.
So we're just watching this for the time being.
Round if you want to make it even like a 4-8, a 3-9, because if you lose this one, it might just be a 10-2, something like that.
Are you the skin showcase guy? No.
There's a lot of pressure out of B, and now they're just slow pushing into A.
I'm gonna come back. Yeah, you got 20 minutes.
Press the tree door. The Odin trying to spam on through. As here's the Nightfall as well.
Like we'll probably watch this until the half and then move over.
They're going to get the pick here. Another first kill for Forsaken. He keeps on picking these up. And the site is theirs. Once again, Bam trying to get this pick, but he will not be able to. As
5v3. I mean, this map might be done by the time we get to the first kind of series.
It's just that Jing was always on the front line, picking up the first kills.
The triple peek there as well, 2 gun from stairs.
Yeah, I would certainly like to know. I mean,
it's perfect.
What was that Nightfall supposed to do? There was no response for it.
Purely mechanical level. This might be
thrown off, I think.
perfect Valorant we've seen.
I wasn't watching too much of like the utility here.
But I mean, all their crosshair placements, their reaction, like this flick up.
It was just meant to go across, I guess.
That was supposed to be Jit Boy's
No
skill.
respect given though. I mean, it's the breach just fucking pushing like crazy, so.
I mean, you see all 3 shots from
They just threw it without any action off of it. I guess it was just to get like information and deter them to an extent. But yeah, you're right. There's just
they're coming in really strong.
no semblance of a plan for Talon just yet.
Winning every single duel, as you mentioned. And that just kind of makes things feel a bit unfair, as now something's waiting for the push. And yeah, 3 for 1. Down goes Mind Freak at least. But now it's only Ban and Surf.
And the craziest part is that push out wasn't actually that bad in theory. Yeah, I mean,
Good try, I
here's
guess.
the thing, normally
Yeah.
you see a pit, you expect. Okay.
A dual one.
Surf's firing back. Hold on, everybody. Hold your horses. We've got action. But to continue my point, as we most likely, see
PRX is so back, isn't it?
the Viper's pit, you're expecting the defenders to basically force
Good
you to the other side.
God.
Hold on the other side. It's going to be a numbers game.
I don't even know what to tell you guys. This is just
I don't think it's bad.
just a massacre.
PRX is just so much quicker on covering their flanks, covering their angles. And then the reaction trades from Jing.
Yeah, I think for sure we've seen a lot of impressive things from every player of PRX so far, but Jing is... He's certainly the one guy right now. He is him at the moment. Some of those really long range, just 1-2 taps with the Vandal, like he hasn't missed a single one. It's really scary stuff, and it's very demoralizing to go into that. As here comes Jing once again. He's just running through everything, doesn't care. Pressing that W key, they're gonna clear out the C side as well as they can. A Surf is, yeah, they're just gonna run at him and take him down, take them both down. Will something.
Here.
The set executes. I mean, is it set? Is it flood? With PRX, you never quite know, but it's a mix of both every time. And
Something wanted his ace.
Yes, he's not gonna get it. Mind Freak says it's saved for another day. But listen, people have tried to say that they
About to be a 20-minute map. Yeah. Good warm-ups, like map before China starts.
But I think today, all the PRX fans are going to say, they're back.
I mean, I said it about like 10 minutes ago, yeah. Yeah, so back.
The coordination, the comms, the speed, I mean, something in Jing.
Yeah, and if you're just like tuning in for playoffs and you haven't watched in a while, you're like, oh yeah, of course, PRX. No, like Talon is a really strong team. They're quite a good team. It just doesn't look like that right now because of the way...
Man, even the observers weren't quite sure where the fuck that was coming in from.
Yeah, are Talon playing their best? Maybe not, but at the same time, this is certainly one-sided. PRX.
Something's here. I haven't even been paying attention. I feel like I've barely seen this map being played.
A lot of success, obviously. Mind Freak gonna
Surf
get up on
stunned.
box.
Any follow-up of utility there? Not quite. There's the aftershock shortly afterwards. Trade there as well. Jesus, these guys are so
Some of them fire
mental.
times, but it's rarely ever fair because of the speed from PRX.
They know that they're sort of probably stuck in the corner. Yeah, there's 2 people there waiting. Jesus.
And just like that, the round is over. Didn't even realize. 11-0.
Well, all the viewers around the world, you're all hoping for one thing to happen, because we've all been denied it several times.
With it being the Talon map. Yeah, not a great sign, is it?
But we're very close.
Something started balding after their defeat to Team Secret. Oh, that's just mean.
It looks likely. And just look at how aware PRX is. Before they even
Not wrong with being bald either.
they know that that's the part, the
Allows your brain to cool down.
the biggest
You don't overheat when you're
So they
bald.
fault line it, they flood it, they aftershock it, now you got crossfire.
How low are the expectations for bind? I don't know.
Talent, they react, but they're always a stealth.
I don't know the teams well enough. Jesus Christ, something.
It's like he saw it coming 20 seconds ago. He's like, all right, he's going to come out here with the showstopper. He's got it. He's going to get aggressive. And something just doesn't miss. He doesn't miss.
Half of his hair's just vanished.
This is brutal.
He's rocking the style. Okay, yeah, that's
Like, he didn't have to do that.
flawless half. Flawless map.
And that's going to be the end of Jit Boy.
Oh man, Ban in a 1 versus 3 with a lockdown. He gets double peaked. Is it going to be a 13-0?
PRX are one
How quick was this, though?
from a flawless map.
And I believe Talon only
Like,
called that
legit,
one
it's
timeout.
been
I
like
have to imagine that is because
15
you're watching
minutes.
this game and you're thinking, there's
The break was
literally nothing
longer.
I can do to fix, like, there's nothing I can say to fix this, right? We're just getting outclassed on the server. The players know it as well. We just have to laugh it off. We have to shrug it off because you can't put too much weight into this.
Yeah, I think
19 minutes, 20
This is gonna be
seconds.
one of those maps that,
Jesus.
you know, going into the next map might not affect you as much as a close
It's like
loss.
1 DM and it's almost ended. It has been mental how like fast-paced it's been.
And maybe we can take them on binds and just kind of like reset our mental.
I mean, time
Need Paddy Ban back, but on Jet. I don't know if Talon need Paddy Ban back.
Absolutely quick. And this fan,
Fastest game of
got a
VCT.
couple things that make them fall in love with PRX, and one of them is Alex smiling, which I think there's a lot of today so
Like
far.
genuinely, for sure.
You can watch the coaches if you're here. Yeah, we got some Talon fans as well. And listen, I mean, yes, Talon beating PRX.
Just because some of these rounds have been super fast as well.
Right now, PRX is looking
All the PRX ones.
the absolute weakest team in
All right,
Pacific or something like that.
13-0. No. Yeah or no?
I don't think it was that big to begin. I mean, it was there, but
Get your guesses in early.
it wasn't like the Niagara, not Niagara Falls, Grand Canyon or something.
We're literally going to see if it's a 13-0 or not, and then we're going to go over to watch China.
Pacific Ocean gap or anything like
Because I'll run some more like ads before the games, and then I'll just
Sure. Yeah.
like get a sandwich or something.
No, I agree. I think that PRX have really just kind of.
Etembo's just been relentless, and it's not what Talon's prepped for at all.
And that's really a simple.
No, I mean Talon is another team that is taking that Fnatic comp that are good at playing up against other teams that are running comps like it. But as soon as you bring out something totally different, it's a different story.
Yeah, they know exactly where everybody is.
It's looking like it's done.
And PRX.
It's looking like it's done.
Can they pick it up, Bam? He wants to
Is
put
it
in.
done?
He's gonna get one, and it's only Cruz. He is just
Cruz 1 versus 3.
knife out.
First this year, I think so.
Looking like it's gonna happen, William.
Yes.
I'm not gonna say anything.
I mean, yeah, we've denied a lot of the.
Are we seeing it? Are we seeing it? The perfect game! 13-0!
Here on Lotus.
The first one of this stage in Pacific.
Brutal. That's something said doesn't look that bad.
All the league so far, and it happens in the playoffs knockout round. I mean, absolutely incredible from PRX. I mean,
Good lord. Fastest in VCT. Probably, yeah. That was a pounding. Utter pounding. Anywho, let's go to the better region.
晋级的是2支 EDG 和 FunPlus， 刚才你有聊过。现在呢，已经确定暂时无缘这次季后赛的，那是天安路和京东。所以今天总的来说
So, yeah, we're good to go with this. When both Jing and something dropped 300 ACS, what he's supposed to do, they woke up and chose violence, and I don't blame them.
希望也即将在即啊。好，我们也是
Like, for them, sort of,
回顾一下整体现在的
VCT points would be really handy.
已经确定小组第一，虽然他们还没有打完所有的赛程，但是他们的一个净胜回合数特别之高。是的，就算
What am I looking for? Sorry, give me a second. I'm looking for my notepad, but I can't find
已
it.
经追不上 EDG 了，所以 EDG 是确认小组第一的身份来到了这个季后赛当中啊。没错，然后通过这个表的话，给大家稍微
I don't know where it was
今天可
before.
能想到的一个晋级形式。今天首先，如果狼队在比赛当中只要输到一张图，那么 DRG 就会确定来晋级他的季后赛。还有，如果狼队今天能够获胜啊，只要获胜
还有
分，那么 Nova 将会确定无法晋级季后赛。那接下来还有就是
Oh, it's over there.
今天其实相对来说
Right.
虽然今
I'm
天
gonna run ads. So here for playoff teams as well, we have wait, where's my? Here we go. We have EDG have made playoffs, FPX and Tracer made playoffs. Wolves have an important game today up against JDG that can't make playoffs. These guys can't make playoffs. Nova still have a chance, and it's basically between these two, depending on how well Tech do against Nova. And then BLG have FPX, DRG have Tyloo. So Wolves here basically have to
一旦进入到这个净胜地图分的比拼，就是我们所谓的这个大分上面来说的话，
like a 2-0 here would be really handy if they can do it.
是的，今天其实对于狼队
Because it's basically between them and BLG, and it's just like map differential is the important one.
比分分差。
But yeah, right. I'll run ads now, and then we will be ready to go with China. Wolves versus JDG, the only game today. Hooray!
那我们也是马上
But yeah, be right back.
粉丝朋友们今天
I'll run this.
关注的比赛有什么想说的啊？第一位粉丝朋友说到了，命运掌握在自己的手里，赢下京东冲进季后赛。是，那这也是对于狼队来说最大的一个期盼。而第二条，狼队的终结之夜。 还是京东的终结之夜，亦或是 BLG 的终结之夜呢？还有 DRG， 还有 Nova， 今天这一场关乎5支队伍的其中的一部分决定性。是的，因为我们现在阿尔法、欧米伽小组，然后包括是在这个常规赛当中采用到的这种对比的方式啊，导致我们每一场比赛都是有千丝万缕的联系，同时每一场比赛都牵动着我们的一个神经啊。是的，所以可以看到现在整个狼队的一个状态，虽然看似相对轻松，但是相较于他们之前的这种在这个录制当中能够看到的，稳定了很多这个状态。对于今天这场胜利，什么先拿下再开心。是的。 而且，就像我们刚刚讲到的，今天的一个直观的一个胜负关系，最大的影响其实牵扯到的还是狼队以及BLG 2支战队当中嘛。那其实对于 Wolves 而言，他们今天无非就是遇到4种情况，赢了2种，输了2种。那我们后面也会为大家来做一个一一的罗列。是的，今天其实有很多的这种具体可能性，比如说像2比0的情况下，2比1、1比2，所以今天如此多的组合的情况下，我们会在开始之前尽量给大家说清楚，但是在局内如果能够找到时间的话，会把接下来对于明天可能会造成的影响，今天其实你会发现有很多的什么拓展项。是的。 那比如说像狼队今天2比0赢下京东之后，他们的一个地图净胜分战绩当然是3-3，地图净胜分会来到0分，然后 BLG 在这种情况下，他就必须要赢下方 plus。对，如果他们2比0方 plus 的话，那 BLG 会直接晋级，因为在地图净胜分上来说 ，BLG 领先一些。但如果是2比1的情况下，地图分是同分，这种时候就要比一个小分了。所以今天这一场其实对于狼队而言，2比0如果能够赢下京东暴接力季，那接下来他这个 大场的胜利也要尽可能的比分赢得多一些，因为他们俩太接近了。BLG 现在-10，狼队是-11。是的，当然还有这种比较极限的3队同分的情况。如果是1比2，然后呢 BLG 0比2，那么狼队、BLG 2队会来做一个这个2队的一个同分情况。是的，那我们也是马上来看一下 Steel 选手在赛前有一些感慨啊，也是想到了他的偶像 Kobe Bryant 一句话啊。The moment you give up is the moment you let someone else win， 说的就是什么？如果你 放弃了，那其实放弃的这一刻，你也就把胜利的可能性全部都是拱手让予了对手。是的，永远作为一个职业选手，作为这个职业赛道上的一位选手啊，一个人，我觉得他可能永远要 怀揣的就是一个期待和渴望胜利的这样一种心态吧。是的，对于 Steel 而言，对于京东暴接力季的这些选手而言，他们渴望着胜利，但是一胜难求。那我们也是马上来看一下京东休息室当中的一些画面。
Hello， 大家好 ，Hello Viva 选手，我们来接受一下赛前采访。那第一个问题是来自掌上无畏契约带来的粉丝提问：今天是你们在常规赛的最后一场比赛了，想给观众带来一个怎样的 JDG 呢？
是一个永不言败的 JDG 吧。
一直秉持着想要渴求胜利的心走下去。那想聊一聊你们在最近比赛的选择，因为很少看见你们去使用双狙了，想请问一下为什么呢？
可能一方面是版本的更迭吧，然后我们也尝试了一些新的阵容选取，所以说可能新的阵容选取不太适合用双狙吧。
那其实你刚刚也聊到阵容选取了嘛，你们之前很多时候可以看到你们去使用双决斗，那想问一下之后有没有可能看到你再去使用截锋，然后跟 Stu 去打双决斗呢？
我觉得在以后一定有机会的。
好的，那比赛加油！
永不言败。 然后不破不立，这也是现在京东暴接力季需要去达成到的一个艰难的目标。而对他们而言，其实，在打BLG的那场比赛当中，我们已经开始见到了一些改变，像他们在比赛当中的节奏啊，包括是在进攻和防守两端上的一个侧重点，都已经开始和我们原来印象当中的他们有一些区别了。这个其实也跟 BLU 教练的一个由他主体来执教是息息相关的。同时，现在 Jakuro 和外世辰也已经稳定到了自己的一个首发组合。是的，我们也是来看一下狼队的 选手休息室画面。
Hello， 大家好，我们来拍一下赛前采访。小春你好。Hello。那第一个问题是来自掌上无畏契约带来的粉丝提问，因为今天这场比赛对于你们来说非常的重要，面对到 JDG 有没有做什么特殊的准备？
我们上周对阵到天路的时候，虽然我们赢了，但我们发现我们的失误还是挺多的，然后我们这次就是有降低我们的失误吧。
回去仔细复盘了一下，争取做到最好。那今天也是属于你们常规赛最后一个比赛日了。今天觉得回顾整个常规赛的表现，有觉得符合你们对一开始自己的预期吗？
我觉得我们没有达到我们的预期吧，我觉得我们还可以再做得更好。
确实。那其实聊一聊关于你们的地图胜率吧，因为可以说还是比较极端的。那你们回去之后有没有发现这个问题，并且想出一些解决的方法呢？
问题可能就是降低那个图的失误率吧，然后我们解决方法就是减少失误。
还是减少失误，那也是今天一定要比赛加油好吗？
好。
好，小春也是讲到了，其实现在对于狼队而言最为重要的一个点，因为现在他们这些选手磨合起来的时间，其实对于整个 VCT CN 来说并不是太久，所以减少失误，更加默契的配合是更加关键的。
是的，今天首发的话还是没有太多的一个变化。总体来说，刚才的2位采访选手，其实今天也是我们关注的点之一吧。我觉得今天重点关注的2组选手，那么一个可能是作为决斗位来说的话，2个都是队内的一个突破手，比如说像 Spring 啊，像 Still 这样的一个对抗。那么另外一组其实比较值得关注的，那就是先锋位的一个对抗。但是因为克里斯自己承担了一些指挥的任务，相对来说在队伍状态不佳的情况下
，Who we got winning this actually? Because I don't know who I guess Wolves would be the favorite, but
因为大幅度的去提升自己的指挥强度的情况下，但是他的数据
sort of see how it is for JDG really.
是的，克里斯现在其实更多的一个重心已经来到了指挥和串联整个队伍的这样一个阶段，而现阶段京东梦 JDG 来说，对于 Viva 他是需要去全力去输出的。好，来看一下2队的一个战队数据上的对比啊。值得一提的是，在狼队这里，他们的一个攻防胜率有一个非常鲜明的对比，而在防守胜率上，他们来到了全联盟的第2。现在的这一支狼队是极化了团队的协作，这也是为什么刚刚小春一直在讲到我们要减少失误，更加默契的配合的点。
是的，但是他刚才也自己提了一个词儿，就是地图。这种极化团队的情况下，其实对于地图的一些运用，比如说像之前我们总来聊的，比如说像什么支撑点战术啊，类似于这样的东西吧。那么伸出去的这个触角，你的哨位能不能够做到一个非常好的一个盯点，这个比较难。现在对他们来说其实是。
而且在
If Wolves win, they qualify, right? I think so.
昨天其实累计对吧？我们知道首相局联盟的第1，你也可以看到，直观来说，首相局对于整场
I've tried to stop like looking at permutations really,
在这一点上来说
just because they can be super like confusing. Rather just look it up after the fact.
他其实拿的首相权不光是前2分，他是直接奔着4
Are we
分。
blasting JDG? I hope so.
这个枪械起法，包括这种打法的强硬程度，基本上都在做这样的一个改变。如果
A good close series between the two of them. Oops, sorry. Would be best.
比较打慢节奏的一个体系的情况下，你看他的整体因为和胜负有关系，所以数据没有太好看，但也和他的风格有关系啊。
是的 ，Still 选手和 Spring 的一个今天的关键选手的对位啊，其实 Still 的一个数据是有些。
Stu still having an average 229 ACS has been crazy.
落败之后，他的一个数据又再次
Considering like he has not really been able to play well. I think part of it is down to like he's like low on confidence, it looks like, but he's also getting no setup from his team.
其实在这个单点上来说，我觉得2队都有自己的一个底牌在。
是的，而且包括你看他们的这个英雄池。
I'm having a mental breakdown from PRX versus TLN. Quick map, wasn't it?
Stu 这边大招击杀2.0，你看大招运用效率都很高啊。
好，来看一下狼队以及是京东报 JDG 的一个地图数据啊。狼队
Where do you take them though? Is a question for JDG. Maybe Sunset. Maybe Bind probably.
Kick off 的一个双哨体系已经来到了 Stage 1，他们回归到了一个常规的阵容里面。但是莲华古城，因为他们碰到像 TE、FunPlus、TEC 这样的一些队伍，都是莲华古城城主级别的，所以确实在莲华古城上面，他们的一个战绩。
I mean, we can track it to an extent.
京东在这张图都很像了，就是主选。
His team A is Wolves, isn't it?
当然，他有一张图就是亚选城啊。
And JDG.
整个CN联赛看的话，他也是
玩的很多了，
非常高，而且胜率相当不错了。
对，那来到京东报 JDG 这里啊，员工重镇还是老生常。
Wolves have mostly been banning out Lotus now.
招牌的一张地图也赢过 EDG， 对吧？森寒东港也是紧随其后，但是莲华古城你刚刚也点到了。
JDG have been banning out Breeze. Picked Bind.
表现都是不太满意的。
是的，然后对于京东来说，他的3也相当不错，所以今天的
Do Wolves go Ascent or Icebox is the question. Now we got the stuff here. But this is like Wolves' picks. Mostly banning out Sunset, but they've stopped doing it now, I think, at the moment. Been banning out a bit of Bind and Lotus. And here Breeze, and I think the only time that they banned Ascent is when somebody else banned Breeze. But like, they're picking everything else for like maps. They're not really that keen on Split. Would you take them there? You're also not keen on Split, so we're not likely to see that. Icebox, Ascent, Mind. I think they'd be statistically the most likely maps. But I don't know how they've really been doing for... I'll just get rid of the map. What's it been for JD Gaming? Well, your Lotus was atrocious last time. Your Icebox also looked pretty lost. Sunset, you're winning on, at least. Split, you lost on against EDG. Lost against Billy and Tech. Icebox. Beat DRG and All Gamers. Bind. You know, on a bit of a loss streak as well, losing to Nova and DRG. Now you lost to Nova and EDG on Ascent. So I guess Wolves would go Ascent, I think, as a choice. And then Sunset maybe for JDG. And what about Wolves? They beat Tyloo, but they lost to Billy. They lost to Tyloo on Split. And beat Tech. Yeah, Split was something they really didn't like playing, I remember now. Lotus lost to Trace, FPX, and Tech. Icebox, they beat All Gamers. When that was, well, when All Gamers were 11-3 up. Lost to Billy. You beat Billy and then lost in the rematch. Breeze, you beat All Gamers. Lost to EDG when you should have maybe won. Losing to Tech and EDG. And then Ascent, a bit of a mixed pack. So, yeah, map pool could be a really interesting one here. I mean, it's going to be interesting for sure because it's not necessarily clear on what the choices are going to be and if teams are confident on either map, to be fair. Hey, Big Brain for Life. Hey, Shadow. Welcome, welcome. How's the game looking? Important for both. Like, JDG losing this series, being 0-5 halfway into your like group stages. You can't make playoffs, but you you just can't, I don't know, you can't really put yourself in a good position for playoffs, but for making stage 2 playoffs, it's important, really important. For Wolves, it's important for both. Gentle Giant. There's a boy. There's a boy. Billy. Oh, it's Billy. It's not Billy. Oh, okay. Feel like not winning this for Billy either probably might mean that we get a new coach for JDG afterwards. I don't know.
Wolves Esports. Goldfish.
Where is Yeoman? No more Yeoman. Hasn't been Yeoman there all year. It's also Coldfish versus Jakuro, so a bit of a top esports rematch happening too. Coldfish is crazy. Yeah, really good, yeah, like sort of flex support player. Him versus Viva is a good head-to-head, actually. Spring. Speaking of head-to-heads, this is the duelist that I think Stu needs to diff. He needs to get back into form. Starting with Spring would be a good start. The Wolves Esports jerseys are really nice. Alright, I finished my food just in time. I wish those jerseys were more readily available. The Wolves ones are for us like Westerners. JDG ones aren't.
随着双方教练的居权，常规赛第5周第2个比赛日，京东梦 JDG 对阵上 Wolves 即刻开战。
I think Wolves are the favorites, but I don't think it's going to be a cut and dry one.
需要凯旋为晋级来增加筹码，而京东他们已经深陷
Wolves have the pressure of like making playoffs. JDG have nothing to play for other than like just good standings for stage 2 playoffs. So a win here be a big one.
志的曙光，让我们拭目以待。
People are smiling. People are happy.
需要让狼群的协作更
That's what's important.
京东梦 JDG 的突破我们看到了，但现有体系的立足却让人无法安心来欣赏。今天是狼
Yeah, the Worlds Classic is going to be really nice.
主动控制变量的机会。
I don't think I'm not going to be keen on buying all of the China Classics. Simply just because half of them are red. But the Wolves one I definitely want to pick up.
最后一场能不能去绽放一下，也是所有期待着他们的人所期盼到的。
是的，这个赛季
Why is there only one game? There was only one series yesterday too. I think it's something to do with Labor Week and the fact that MSI is on at the moment too, perhaps. But it's very odd that usually there's 2 series on a Friday. There's just one, and there was one yesterday. Yeah, JDG banning Breeze, that's fine. Here we're sort of expecting maybe no Sunset, no Bind. Okay. So JDG I think would probably want to go Sunset. Wolves would probably want to go Ascent. They're going to go Lotus? You're going to go Lotus after the shit show that you had last week? Are you serious? That's so out of left field. This has to be so much better than it was last week, JDG. I swear on God's given earth. JDG banning out Split kind of does Wolves a favor. They're not fans of playing it either. And then I imagine that they would get rid of Icebox. So you have Sunset as a 3rd map, so this is it's a good map pull for JDG. If they can win one of these 2 maps, this 3rd one should be fairly good, but it seems that Wolves are a little bit more comfortable on what they're running. I cannot believe that they're just going to go in and do a Lotus pick.
是要玩这种极致的集群战术，那么其实这张图上玩这样的一个阵容组合非常相符。
而且其实狼队为什么在这张地图里面，京东梦想要去图1直接首选到莲花古城，也有很重要的原因，是因为其实在这张地图里面，狼队的大部分的理解
Who wins this? Oh man, don't know.
他们也使用过猎枭的一个信息位，对吧？先锋位也是来看一下这个数据啊。
It really is all to do with how Wolves deal with the pressure.
自于 YU 的30杀
And if JDG actually show up at all. I could see Wolves playing worse than they usually would because this is like playoffs on the line. Like we saw it yesterday with Vitality, right? Like Vitality losing against Koi. It could be that kind of series if they're not careful. Because Koi had nothing to play for at that point. At least for this stage.
单场的最高助攻来到了18个，由克里斯为大家贡献。
是的，
那克里斯也是刚刚提到了，来到了自己这个决斗位，也不叫决斗位，就是一直是指挥位。
But I'm also very careful of just answering the question like who wins this because yeah, people like to bet, and I don't think listening to me for any betting advice is a good idea.
在场均的团队贡献率上，克里斯
Love how weird EMEA is. Very weird. Speaking of weird, comps wise, looking fairly normal. Coldfish, Sova, Jet, Raze, Omen, Cypher.
其实 YU 之前在打莲花古城是用，而今天是用阿鲁巴来操刀。这
They're just sending it with double duelist.
猎枭加0，其实，在通常这个地图里面，而且他还带了一个 YU 的双决斗嘛。因为
Is this what they ran before? I think this is what they ran last
在
time.
这张地图里面是一个大改的情况。
狼队现在的话是一个双决斗啊，双决斗。
Can't remember who it was against though.
4大赛区中看起来是偶有出现，但是确实
Might have been
访问
Trace.
京东这边的话，就是一个很常见的一个黑梦双烟了啊，这个思路。
That's new. I'm pretty sure Wolves played this last time.
对，他们是用过这个
We can check.
然后试验完之后觉得
Wolves on Lotus. Race Jet, Sova. Oh, it's gone.
方向做了一个
Where have you gone? Hello?
这也其实折射出的是狼队的一个团队协作性。
对，就是这套阵容
There you go.
看起来的话，它的信息是可以来做到。
Race Jet, Sova, Omen, Cypher. They lost 39 to Trace. And they were just straight sending it.
突破性会非常高，这也是我们一直在聊的一个。
What's been happening with JDG? It's a long story. It feels like a lot. Too much pressure on their shoulders. Oop.
极端的路子上来走，那其实如果能成熟，就是什么特点更加清晰。
是的，而且就是刚刚那个问题。
Maps, Lotus, Ascent, and Sunset.
YU 在操刀，但就算来到进攻方的一个情况下，其实 YU 一般来说不会承担一个主动渗透的任务。
Alright, are we ready? Audio sound good and stuff. Alright, we're here with more China. It's just one series again today on Friday the 3rd of May. It's Wolves versus JDG. JDG for Stage 1 playoffs, nothing to play for as a 0-4 for Wolves. Win would pretty much put you in a great position. I don't know if it confirms you, but yeah. This is the same vibe of Vitality versus Koi. And JDG actually picking Lotus despite looking atrocious against Bilibili last week on this map. Especially on the defense, they didn't have any idea on what they wanted to be doing here, and Wolves still sticking to their like double duelist Sova, no Viper that they were running against Trace a couple of weeks ago. Shock Dart in to try and break some utility here, but it's just a turret setup. And actually having 3 people here and ready and waiting looks... Well, I mean, JDG have done more on this defense now when it comes to making decisions than they did last time. Like, deadly serious. It was really, like, out of pocket. Stu gets at least a trade onto Spring as Viva goes down, so that means that the Poison Cloud's down. So these guys have to just go in and fight, which is a better look. Wolves, atrocious win rate with pistols, so this isn't too surprising thus far. But this execute kind of just was a whiff in the air. Wasn't a lot of like strength or impact on your way in. And Stu's pretty low at least, but a 1 versus 3 on the site, and then the Omen watching and in contact there. So JDG picking up a really nice pistol. How had Aluba taken 40 damage at the start of the round? Probably just like spraying. Guess we'll see in a second though.
但是今天对于我们的眼中的京东 G 这个京东 Gaming 来说，他其实做到的最
Oh, and Stu's a little bit whiffy there too, to be fair.
犹豫了，开始越来越果断了，这个事情很重要对他来说。主要就是主动去在防守的一个情况下，也去拿到一些前压的信息。
From where? I don't know where he was stood. Was he here? Or was he just here?
京东还是选择了双鬼魅的一个高容错率的出法啊。3杆长枪嘛。
Smoke, Haunt, opening the door. Prowler for B main. Does connect onto Aluba. I wonder how much Wolves were expecting this pick. Who's ace? Probably the aggression and nade from there. Yeah, maybe. Nade's probably the most likely. But actually, a FPX buy here. You got 2 players on Ghosts, which is like risky with the form that you've been having. Let's be honest. But they are trying to play it properly. I mean, overall, this looks a lot more coherent from JDG. You got the attack one way as well to just give you a position to break this turret. Viva playing in on site. I mean, it's a good place to snakebite from and such. But at the same time, you only have a ghost. Yeah, it's good information. I mean, it's stacked in the right way. The problem is, with double duelist and a Sova, would it matter? But the execute can still be just powerful enough to power on through. Martin going in for more is definitely a fucking choice. 13 seconds to plant. Great nade just to delay them. As it stopped them completely. This is still looking a little bit wishy-washy. Yeah, J. Kuro's just playing in there. And they've stalled it out at least. They've stopped the plant. It's still like fairly decent damage. 3 players going down. Aluba making sure that more go down. So you're only taking 1 rifle in.
这就是刚刚讲到的3长枪2手枪，是比较贪了，但是这种情况你看到，如果是赢下来，也赢得很惨烈。对。 所以这样的一个出枪方式的话，接下来对方的长枪就要看一下他的选择，第3回合要不要硬打。但是以这个队伍的整个的风格来说，他第3回合选择强起。
Nade was good. A little bit of the spam damage as well. It just came in beforehand.
其实2分来说，我觉得
saving the paranoia too there is good for J. Kuro.
位置啊，缩短一个交火距离就已经成功了一半。来看第3分了。
All right, so you've given the 1 rifle that you had to Stew, and then you got 3 shafts to Stinger, and Stew is in. Who's starting early. Viva's trying to get a peeking and a timing. Did you manage to pick up the gun from him? Yeah, you'll be able to get it now, so YH has it. And a rifle's been picked up from Viva as well, so... J. Kuro, did he pick up a gun? I guess there was only one available. So he's got a stinger. Yeah, what's this called? They're planting for open or wolves, but they're not playing for open. You're gonna have this kind of plant you're playing here, you're better off doing it on this side, surely. You only want to be planting here when you have players like here and here and here. I mean, just the fact that it's planted here has made them maybe look in that direction. There's not really any time now to go for a proper retake, so you're just aiming for exit frags? I guess so. A very interesting decision. Because you've saved 2 rifles. You want to do more damage than this. Like, Plague's going down. 2 kills. It's not really enough, I think, for JDG, for it to be worthwhile for them to save those guns.
枪械混起的情况下，金龙茂 JDG 做的这种主动的前压是非常不错。但是有一个点是因为他黑梦和幽影都是陪着雷兹一起出来，所以在
I mean, now you get a kill. You've got 2 rifles in a 3 versus 4. Like, you can't be like sort of pseudo saving.
这样的阵容确实主要就是一个突破能力极强。对于金龙来说，能不能够防止住对方的？
Well, you're on a bonus. Like, you gotta do damage. Alright, Stu. Nice shot. Want to get some good information? You also have a showstopper.
其实从上场就能看出来 ，Still 的整个的状态是处于一个回升的一个状态啊，是一个回暖非常明显的情况。是的。
There's a lot more like playing in tree and then using the wall, putting it down, opening the door to check. How did that work? I think he just saw where the smoke came in and saw the dash before the smoke fully bloomed. So he just aimed right in the center. Didn't know that happened so quickly. So they're inserting Spring here. They're only duelist that they have left alive, whilst the rest of the team head towards B. Prowler gets information there. 55 seconds. What's the plan? This has been pinged. This needs to be treated very carefully. The sub-secret was broken. They haunt to check this close corner. And Spring... I think Spring could do so much here. I was a bit worried it was just going to back out and leave it. Yeah, this smoke should definitely, like, have alarm bells ringing. Nade now too. Still got this alarm bot to play off. You've got the Viper here too. The showstopper right in that corner. Perfectly placed from Stu. Really nicely done. Got Viper with snake bites here that's delaying this out a little bit more. Pushing them towards C. You've got these alarm bots and stuff. Nobody's on site. Time being bought. Recon showing that the Killjoy is off site. Do you have anything else to stall this with? Just have a shallow haunt. And then, yeah, like retakes were a little bit problematic for JDG. Just anything that required some semblance of coordination was just bad from JDG. So, can they get some good utility out of this? Paranoid, well, it hits Stu for one, so that's a bit of a rough start. And Aluba's just winning a lot of aim duels. And Stu, he's up on the high ground. He should know. Oh, man, unlucky. Very close.
狼队的这个攻防转换之后打得非常的决绝啊。
这也是我们之前说到的，克里斯虽然现在在
I mean, we need to see it from Aluba's POV, I think, but it didn't really look that good for a retake there. Especially when you're in a 5 versus 3. Yeah, Aluba's just on the low ground, Mountain peeking one at a time. 5v3 retake and you lose it. And a very... a tech pause? Yes, this is a tech pause. I recognize the music enough. How cold is it in here for... This J. Kuro? Wearing the full jacket and everything.
打进包点之后的这种纪律性和一个协同能力啊，
对，就是一个是你刚才说到的京东今天整
That's
个的
YH. Oh, sorry.
回来了，而且
They actually know what YH looked like.
是当他做完战术布排之后，该做决定的那一刻能提速了，不像之前我们一直在说打得很冗长、很拖沓这种感觉，今天没有了。
TLN the 7-3 on bind. Yeah, but they got choice aside, so I guess see what it's like in the second half.
4分的时间过去了，狼队基本就没有找到过京东末 JTG 的一个弱侧。是这一点上来说，和他们一个单摸受阻啊，包括可能重心再放在进攻。自己的一个前3个人到4个人的第一波方向上有关系，但是你会发现，往往如果进到包点里面有2、3个人，甚至或技能道具组的一个拖延的话，是比较难的。来了
Yeah, I saw the 13-0. We saw it just beforehand.
和 Missing
对一起观赛和加油助威了啊，
也是
We were watching that just before.
其实狼队的这一场的一个对阵比赛当中啊，来为京东的小伙子们加油助威。
是的，但是今天的比赛对于他们来说，更多的就是一场孤注一掷的自证之战了。对于他们来说
Wolves seem to be building up a good fan base, though.
到自己后续的一个赛程了，但是对于他们每个
Seeing more and more signs for them and stuff like that.
是的，当你一直就是以前取得过非常好的成绩，站到过
That's YU, isn't it?
的时候，是当你现在如履薄冰的时候，你可能需要的就是这种胜利，胜利才是对你最直观的。
This is JKRO, isn't it?
你现在的这一条变革的路是对的。
是的，确实是对的。最近的整个的表现明显回升，而且最近整个看到很多的京东粉丝，其实也是因为爱之深，所以有些时候也是责之切，也会说，其实我很远过来就是为了追京东，起码我要让我看到你们的进步和那股冲劲儿，你还有战斗的欲望。而在最近2场，我们确实看到曾经的京东逐渐找回。
是的，而对于他们而言，其实最后一场遇到的对手，今天的狼队。
I thought YH was like a little bit older, actually.
进到季后赛当中的这样命运的一个责任啊，
对，
所以这一场胜利其实对于狼队而言，他们同样非常的渴求。
是的，刚才我们说过了，对于狼队接下来的晋级之旅来说，有4个大选项。
Probably doesn't take too long.
但是如果输了的情况下，瞬间就只有1个可能的情况了，所以整个的难度确实非常大。他如果是今天
Is it a Wolves like tech pause as well? Yeah.
只有可能在 BLG 0-2的情况下，狼队和 BLG 来2。
People are talking a little bit, so I don't know if we'll be back into it soon.
全部排开之后，除非就是。
Yep. Everybody's sitting up and everybody's talking, everybody's ready, so we're back in.
都是3-3的情况下 ，BLG 很多的一些选择当中都是有一些优势。
Pretty good time for them to figure themselves out. I mean, they can't talk when it's the tech pause.
前面的4回合
So,
队伍都能够看出来。
I mean, they can talk about just like general stuff that's happening in the moment.
那在上一分的一个失利之后，京东末 JDG 现在也是来到了自己的
like a mental
但是还是有一些枪械上能够去混起。
mental win. Right, Bladestorm used from YU.
看看巨人接下来有没有一个好的发挥。
Right, sort of a low buy here. So you've got the Scythe, Killjoy, and the Viper over on C as per usual. Stu with a Guardian just ahead of the alarm bot in B main, which should catch people out. JKRO's fighting on A. Really, not really had to worry about too much here at all, to be fair. Just because you don't have this Viper wall to like allow people to lurk in and insert themselves.
那可能收缩阵型又要开始打 C 了。
Like having the Omen here seems to just do a lot. But I can't help but like part of me wants to have JKRO when the execute happens because of paranoia in various positions. Like having JKRO here and such is really nice.
有爪加踩雷吗？直接来，有爪踩雷。但是克里斯已经收掉了1人。
Only 2 knives left. Never mind, they've just been reset. 2v2. What kind of guns can get picked up? Well, it's a rifle now for JKRO. Stu needs to just chill for a second. And JKRO's gone for the dart. He still has a paranoia. He's managed to actually just actively walk out. Great shot from YU. But I was watching JKRO's positioning. Paranoia missed again. And Plex is just on that angle. Couple of rough flashes though from JKRO. But I mean that's an eco for JDG. Like good damage. This is a good shot onto Martin just as he's trying to get out.
这一分无疑 YU 是最大的功臣啊！近点的这个破点的速度不必多说，差一点点。阿鲁巴这边本来是其实一个底牌保障，如果不是 JKRO 成功的用正义断掉了阿鲁巴，其实这一分
You just don't want the mental for JDG to keep going here. Like you're close, you're like keeping pace with them to an extent. Yeah, I mean the lurk did like you're opening the door, so you are giving it away a little bit. This Omen TP though could be a problem, and you've lost YH already because of this like weird like C and B push. Oh, you've actually got the Omen here. He's flashed. And they think that he knows that he's there or not. Now he will. That's the spike. Just crazy fight. Just descended into mud very quickly. Like, timeout here might be good.
那这一分可以感觉到现在 YU 的手感非常之火热，而且他们在 C 大区的一个对抗啊，一直给到了京东梦 JDG 很大的压力。是否考虑一下这分结束之后要调整一下这边的一个整体机制
I think YH was just on his own. Goldfish did really well to just like hold in this position here.
之前这种战术，你要么就是什么非常极致的集群
Did good. Another eco required. Timeout here might have been nice.
现在狼队有2分的一个进攻分上的一个优势啊，小川手里还有玩焰环，而这一分京东梦 JDG 又是一个eco的情况，所以这一分其实打的耐心一些就可以了。对，强胁劣势对于
I do think that this kind of default is a better approach to have it, because like C executes for this comp should be a lot easier. Like going A is hard. They're only going A now because they're on an anti-eco. But this can definitely be around the JDG pickup here, especially now. Showstoppers used, Paranoia. Just catches onto Martin, only just. You got a player in drop. Nobody's like keenly aware of it. Yeah, like awkward hold from Blix. Don't know if I like the peek from YH onto a Luber afterwards. Leonardo J. Kuro's in there. He's got a Paranoia. Really nice connection. Luber, very smart, just spraying that position. You're kind of stuck in the choke a bit. Another player's gone drop. It's Stew. Goldfish is just a little bit wider. They are planting again for here when they're like holding in tree like this. It's odd. I guess it's just to allow you like this, what they're doing right now. That you can play on the site like this, but if you need to go this way, you can do to sort of play for the spike there. As opposed to like doing this and then having to kind of like go through the door to go this way.
而且这几回合连续的掉分的情况下，接下来要不要考虑一下阻止一下对方这种强行进攻的连抓分的一个情况了？有没有可能暂停要来了？
Yeah, again, it's one of those rounds that like good damage from JDG. Like 2 players, like, you could easily have got this. You got 2 players that are super low. Don't like this timeout because you have a full buy now. You can see what ultimates they have. You can see what ultimates you have.
顶的更硬，也没有找到机会，所以就像你刚才说的，接下来一直没有做过尝试，就是什么 A 大前顶 ，A 大抓信息，有没有可能做这个针对点？我觉得
Would you have rather done Killjoy? I think I would have rather done Killjoy. But you are also like playing without a Viper and stuff, so I think it's mostly like just comfort. You can have the Cypher trip set up and stuff and play all of that utility on C and then just play A with the rest of your team on defense. Like you can just stack bodies places, whereas Killjoy you're always like focusing around your utility quite a lot.
牌子有一些小小的心酸，但是也包含满满的期望。但说实话，如果你能够在一个队伍最低谷的时候，能够继续支持和陪伴，说不定你能够对他的情感带入更深，等他崛起的那一刻。
对，因为我们都知道这些选手
5-2 only rounds of JDG. Everyone has a pistol in the round after.
只是寄存在他们的身体当中，但是也许不是今天来释放。
How is this going to be deployed when you know that they have this?
但是狼队这边
You have a Nightfall almost too.
一个 counter 啊，接下来要看一下放的机会了。
Camera broken. Fade Prowler forced out. This is really nice actually from Aluba because this is something that they haven't really done yet.
要防止对方找见点的情况下，快速对自己造成减员啊。尽量先抓人，先找到这个晚焰火点到底在哪。
Because Wolves like, all right, we've done a lot of stuff towards C, we've done a little bit towards B. They've done a timeout. Let's see if we can get this luck on A. YH, good first kill. Nightfall gets some information. Has to back off. Really good read from Stu to catch this lurk too. I think he literally like top decked the Nightfall too as well off the kill. So you have a lockdown here. How do you want to play this retake? Like, this can't be a fuck up. Right, Martin actually gets it though. He's just playing from that normal position. Actually, a really nice retake, a flawless one. And you haven't had to use a showstopper, and you haven't had to use a lockdown.
我们现在不要做太过于激进的一个前顶控制，然后来通过我们自己一个稳健的回防。
Yeah, because these guys took so much like focus. It just allows Martin. Like we'll see it from Martin's POV now, surely. So much focus goes on where the haunt is that Martin's just able to peek out and get free. Paranoia as well from J. Kuro. A lot better this time too.
狼队有可能做到一个应对的安排。等你做了安排，我来。
Excelente.
这就是狼队加默认的一个最大的
Smart from Martin, yeah, smarting.
顶得非常凶的情况下，我就能抓到你另一侧的一个弱点。
Yeah, you got some good ult rotations here, though.
刚才狼队在对手的暂停回合选择的 B 点 RA 点，点是
Money is starting to get a little bit tight for Wolves, so just keep doing what you're doing, JDG. Keep rotating this out. 4 players heading over towards A to be aggressive here. What Martin does here is important. If Martin dies early, I'm going to be mad.
点数上这一回合其实进攻方没有什么。
Can we use Anders terms for ult cycles? I mean, I don't know what terms he would have other than just ult cycles. I wouldn't say that's an Anders term either. Like, I come from Overwatch, which is like a big portion of the game is ultimates. Snakebite Nanoswarm combo. Viva gets another one from just spraying through. Clicks with a judge, manages to jump across. Viva gets free before he's traded, so it's a 3 versus 2. These guys resetting, opening the door, or at least faking that way. Aluba's in on the site, and they're giving a lot of respect up, which is good, because I think if Aluba stays here and these guys don't expect that he's in, Aluba can easily just get a kill. Like the fence ult.
并不能帮助他们2打3当中去收获到更多。
是的，现在等你进来的话，我再放大。
Yeah, don't overpeak this Jew.
一起狂欢，直接给出来玩一波。
Yeah, nice and simple.
是的，现在11波3打1。Cotton Fish 现在大招是没有一个好的释放机会的，只能看一下接下来枪有没有架住造减人的机会了。
手里还有1600的一个存款，下一分队友可能都没钱了，
包还没有放得下来。现在
Did they see him? I don't think they did. This is so much better from JDG though. Like actual like respect given. They don't need to rush anything. Picking a plan. 2 people sort of facing. Yeah, fence ults is just like if you have them, use them kind of thing. Like they're not defining to a round, but they can just augment it if it's needed.
第一赛段的前半节来说的话，京东的打法就突出一个什么战术是有的，但是整个打得很犹豫。但你看，在今天一旦对方的信息被自己抓到的情况下，他的应对下得很果断。
我觉得来了，最重要的一点是，现在京东和 JDG 看起来沟通变得更加好。
All right.
他们在配合性上，无疑这肯定是要有沟通的一个桥梁带来的。
It's Vivo to really hold down. I mean, yeah, it's just so much better. Like Stu's not over peeking, no over facing.
确实是很难的。
是，但你要知道，这个版本你看现在阿鲁巴的零也还没有削弱。
Like a 7-5 half here would be fantastic.
狼队在渗透这一块啊就没成功过。其实第10回合了，他们没法。
What ultimates? Well, they're on an eco. They have a Hunter's Fury still. I mean, honestly, like if they're just holding on to this Hunter's Fury for this, I don't hate not using this. You know what I mean? Like. If you can stop them just using Hunter's Fury full stop, you might as well. Weird buy from Spring. Yeah, you're right, actually. He's bought up. They don't really have the money for it. Unless he's going for half armor in the next round, but even then, it's still a stretch. J-Kuro is in way too deep. Yeah, I mean, the trade is not worth it, I don't think. You got a late lurk here too. And just peeking out. Plix luckily traded. Shocked that actually kills Martin though, from the bit of damage that was done. Viva gets one. Coldfish, last alive. I mean, Hunter's Fury for the post plant. They don't expect it. He's going to flank all the way around. Coldfish might have owned this.
JDG 的视角里面，第一时间不是那么好去察觉到的，因为他包点没有似乎过哦。没看1打1。小型无人机再放出来 ，Viva 就在。
Viva can get half. Gets a tag. As he's on it. Oh, I tagged him too. Oh, it was just too high. It took off the top of his head. Did he get tagged off the first one, or did he get tagged off the 3rd shot? That looked like it hit. But it was literally like I think he got hit by the 1st tag, and then the 3rd shot. The only reason why I was pinged is because the recon data came in. But yeah, actual Chan energy from Viva just gets a haircut. Yeah, drone as well. Actually, it might have been. There was 2 pings from that. I don't know. Crazy round though. Oh no, he didn't get hit by the 1st ping. So he literally did the look around.
已经是拆的相当不错了。
狼队要叫暂停了，因为他们其实我觉得最大的问题是没有找到。
So it was so good of him to dodge the first shots, and then it doesn't matter if he gets hit by the third because he's already on the
开始
defuse.
进攻那一段其实没有
Really nicely done.
往往在回防的一个阶段，他们是非常强硬的。但可惜可能前面的窟窿有点大的一个情况下，导致后续有些分没有办法第一时间拿
I feel
下。
bad for Coldfish. Yeah, what makes it worse is like their buy's a little bit shit now, but also there's a lockdown without Hunter's Fury to go up against it. So again, I'm expecting like good decision making from Martin, because so far like this has been some of the like most well put together Valorant that I've seen from JDG in like weeks, especially on this map.
京东的粉丝内心是包含期待的，对于京东的选手，他们同样明白这一刻的压力。
Like defense last week, they were completely lost. It was beyond a joke at how rough it was for them. It was depressing.
掏出了明狙，而明狙
Talon are 11-7. He might go to a full free mapper then. Good response from getting 13-0 to like come back like that.
自己的全面封锁。
Yeah, so Horn. So we like last week, for example, we saw Stewards the Race throwing a nade here and then just standing in B, not really knowing what to do. But here, like they actually have like a strong side, weak side. Aggressive here, they do the haunt here. No pressure at all from C, so they're going to Viper's Pit. And then they have 4 people stacked over towards A with a Viper wall, with Killjoy utility.
现在4-9的明狙还没有漏枪声，还没有暴露。
The only thing to worry about here is like obviously this, but you have got a turret that's actively watching it.
就不会走了。因为 B 区现在你要睡门。
The only concerning thing for JDG here is if they just rush this. YH isn't really expecting it. Oh, lucky Stew. Almost got cut out by the time. And here's the execute though. Jikuro's on site. He's going for more. He's going for more. Is it going to be an ace? He's paranoid him perfectly. He's spraying in the right place. Boombot. It goes right past him.
在延后，瑟瑟发抖，兄弟们没人了，怎么瞬间？
Go on, give him the ace. Jikuro's been through enough this stage. Give him an ace.
真难呀！
他现在前狼后虎是 Stew 的明狙。
Yay! Oh no, it wasn't an ace, sorry. I thought you got 4 kills.
这一刻就是你的明狙响，同时知道你的棋路在 A 点的情况下，我依然。
Where did Martin get a kill from? Was he just spraying from like a similar spot?
这一回合这骷髅又发挥。
Oh, was it this third one? No. 12th one.
这个状态确实是我们。
Ah, it's effectively an ace. He was involved in every kill.
不管他来的时间是否晚，但我觉得看到了就是希望啊。
是的。
This is what you like to see, though.
别不来。是的，这个事情。
上半场的最后1分，狼队在双决斗仅空下5分的一个情况下，看一下自己在这一分。
7-5 half for JDG would be phenomenal, so long as their attack side doesn't look tragic.
正常来说就是要提 B， 但是他今天打 B 全都。
But against this comp, I think you're not gonna have as much stall. It should be easier to execute.
前面给了挺多技能的。
回射来了，回射来了，同时2楼4-9，同时也到了 AB lane 也打通，这个时候包地谁还下不来。
YU 靠
YU, good kill onto Jikuro.
奥丁也想。
YH actually even bringing out a little bit of Odin fighting. Yeah, pushing this actively. I hope you're ready to deal with this. Is it going to be able to break the lockdown? Who else was here? Is Lotus attacker or defender sided? Attacker sided, predominantly.
最后1分了，但是 Stew 手里是个明狙，确实好难操作啊。
So 6-6. I do have a problem with it being 6-6. I feel like JDG. They always tend to finish the first half 6-0, and then they just lose on the second half. Alright, fair enough. Alright, 6-0.
狼队还是。
I've seen teams get more defense rounds and attack rounds on this map. Yeah, well, it is a general sense, right? It depends on the comp, it depends on the teams.
在我们CN赛这边的数据来看啊，在联华这张地图上，其实相对均。
Like if Bleed attacking on Lotus against, I don't know, DRX, it's not going to be super surprising if you see DRX like destroying on their defensive half against a team like Bleed, right?
但是我刚才想说的是什么呢？其实我觉得是能接受的。一方面是结合数据，
Just a general sense.
是什么阵容？这个阵容接下来来到了进攻方。 没有打出这
Yeah,
个
good stuff. I'm going to quickly run ads just in the halftime break. Because we have a minute still to play anyway. Just so like we actually get nobody having ads when it matters. Because this could go to OT and stuff, right? So it's a trend I've seen in every game. Yeah. It'd be a problem if if a map is attack or defense sided, that it's always that.
其实观众看到这一刻吧，我相信对于
It stops being a trend and more like a fact.
会逐渐的
A JDG back? I don't want to say just yet, but they're playing well. So far, that was a good defensive half. One of the better defensive halves we've seen from this team on this map, that's for sure. Not that there wasn't really too much to go for anyway.
就好，打出你的自信，打出你曾经让我们看到的那一份高光。
New maps tend to be defender sided, I think. Oh no, sorry, they tend to be attacker sided. TLN 1 and bind, that's pretty cool. Deal. Thank you, Grimhar.
一些前点压力，对双决斗的情况下去频繁的做一个
Decide a sunset.
是的，然后但是我现在还是在
Depends really what PRX are going to play and what TLN are expecting them to play.
其实主要的玩法就
'Cause if they change it up strat-wise, you know, could be interesting.
是打反清，要么就是直接先让点打反清，所以看他会怎么来做选择了。
京东墨 JDG 131啊。 但是对于狼队这边来说，来了一个3-2呢。A 大这边
Surfer Boys carried with a Viper Harbor. Yeah, I think Viper Harbor on that map is pretty good, especially with like Viper nerfs coming in. Could be quite good. I've seen a lot of teams move away from Brim, but I guess that's just because there's more KO being used.
开门往 C 走的。
但是瞬间的 A 点和 C 点2点的一个钱都没有抓到。
Yeah, why just looking for a fight? Activate dash early. Good posturing. I love that YH and Stu are joined at the hip. Like this trio running around the map, and then you've got Martin and Viva to be defaulting and lurking. I really like.
没有留钉子来看信息的，总体来说，对于信息的，对于地图的掌控力是明显下降的。刚才这么玩下来的话，
Like the team actively looking well drilled is very nice. I can't express how happy. Like even if we just see JDG like losing this series, like I'm happy with how they've been playing so far.
半线现在对于手枪局的近点压制还是挺大的，而且现在的半线是还没有削弱的半线啊。
I hope that they don't overthink stuff here though.
哎，注意一下，
Because here you know that there's a trip over on C, there's very little that you can deal with it. Martin spotted with a jump peek, actually gets a shot into spring. And the door's opened.
对。
Don't reset and go back. You are in an awkward position now, where you need to play this close corner. Blake's having... Yeah, he needs to break it. That should be enough of a giveaway. Paranoia is good. Is he going to try and peek off of it? No, Martin gets a good kill. And you got 20 seconds left and you're trying to go C. You should be good for timing, but it's calling it very close in the day. This trip also needs to be broken. Hyper aware. Yep. Go, 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 go. 6, 5. Yeah. All right. Not quite Melon's moments here, but
也是他曾经最擅长的东西。
而且他们知道 C 大是他们绝对安全的一个区域。
对，
然后
overall macro stuff good. Sense of time not too good. That could have backfired.
你看这分还有一个鬼眼，然后有一个自动哨兵，都是能够。
All right, what are your post plans like? You have player advantage, the paranoia, the haunt gets broken, J. Kuro gets wall banged because of he's basically hugging that box. Observers, you're doing me dirty here. Martin, nice. 1 versus 2. And it's Stu that's going all the way around an elbow. Very nice. Both pistols won. Yeah, these guys look like they're vibing more. This is good. Is it clean? Not really. Is it like actually playing well around the map? Yeah, kinda. Considering like this comp is definitely very odd, and we've seen JDG just struggle against weird comps a lot. Like triple initiator from Nova on bind, the breach on ascent from Nova too. Any weird comps, Jet Rainer on Icebox against Billy last week. JDG just look lost when they're playing up against somebody that's a little bit different. But here, like, they get that information. Oh, there's a trip over on C. Can't really break it though. We'll go towards A, we'll get a kill, we'll go back. We know that we need to clear this. Why has Reina played so much on Icebox? It's a good Hail Mary pick, and also it's just a good agent to have to fight for A main and be able to dismiss out. Like, it's just pure aggression.
而且你说京东这种出枪方式够不够贪嘛？更贪了这把。 直接是飞将害灵，只有一把辽潜是他们最大的枪。
B post plants.
这种枪械就还是他们会贯彻自己的风格嘛，找弱侧然后去抽枪。
对，然后接下来第3分我也要。
哎，这个暗手没搜到。
They declared a shorty. They luckily do. Viva with a ghost again.
小手枪先走，让鬼魅的 Viva 走第一线去。
Like, where was this where was this JDG team like previously? Like, it's not only like how somebody's run the big gun, but like the FPX buy as well, the utility, the boombot. Like, I'm still surprised they didn't catch the silver there. You got a lot of people facing. You've lost Stu already. Okay, this is descendant. This is the JDG that we've been seeing. Good shot from Martin. Good call too, that he's like, it's all right for him to be a bit more aggressive because he is just on a sheriff. It's not the cleanest anti-eco in the world. And even Jakura doesn't really go for the fight either. He's just trying to play for where YH is. Yeah. I mean, comes down to a 1v1. Maybe the stress is lesser. It just feels like they've drilled a lot into this week. Like, they picked this map too, so maybe they've just had a full week of like, right, we're just going to make our Lotus really good. Like, we're just scrimming Lotus.
所以这种更弹的出法，其实第3回合做到一个全胜级的对抗，我觉得这出法也行。
It's just a lot of like overall better player on the map. I feel like these guys have been watching a lot of like Lotus being played at the moment too. Like buddy systems here as well. You got Jakura and Stu pushing together, just putting some pressure over here, sending Stu in. Like faking that it's like a B execute, but the spike is actually safe here with some of this utility. You've put Stu in a great position. Everybody else is grouped up. We got good control. There's still question marks around here because of the Viper Wall. Like, this is good, JDG. I'm actually really impressed. I don't like that from YH. Like, planting for open like that. I'm not gonna say a masterclass, but like, genuinely, like, how's Stu looking? JDG look really fucking good today. Like, they're actually playing around the map really nicely. There's definitely been a couple of like bad retakes and bad playing off of each other, but like some of the macro stuff that they've been doing, I feel like I'm watching a different fucking team. Gonna have to ask you about this. Good bonus. Like, what team am I watching, you know?
哇，这3把长枪就打赢了 Wolves 的长枪分啊！
对，帮助自己升了一把枪械，现在经济非常好。如果要起名局，现在可以非常早就摸出来了。
那现在场面上局势其实对于 Wolves 而言，图一有点不太乐观啊。虽然这张图是经过
Chicker again too. There is mental.
刚刚说的那一个点上，今天如果
Yeah, that's how I feel. I just smiling like a little child. Yeah, oh yeah. Chris is going mental, I can imagine. He's like, why the fuck are JDG deciding to be good now?
起名局的还是比较稳的，他们现在这个身上的经济非常好，能够支撑他们2回合的一个回合实力啊。
已经往单下烟下去钻了。现在
I like the pace of this as well. You don't want every anti-eco to just be, oh, we're super scared of playing stuff. You've seen the camera over towards Ado, so you should be expecting the trip. You do. You break it. Perfect. You're still going for the execute, which timing of that was a little bit off. But again, I like the disrespect of like, we're up against an eco. We've broken like a trip and a camera. There's not too much else that the Cypher's going to have, at least over on his site. But if Aluba keeps killing people like this, Spring is a showstopper. They're still slowly rotating because they don't know if anybody's pushed upstairs or even if, like, because they've cut noise completely. Aldron is going to see one of them and probably saw both. But Secret, I think, was broken by Martin, which is a great call. There's the showstopper. Oh, and they just absolutely clear him out. And Aluba might ace. Neural theft.
位置锁定，知道你在哪里，就在你的脸上。阿鲁巴这边已经没有选位的机会了，有徐静杰的一个 timing。
At least it was traded. Nicely done, Aluba. I like the fact that we're seeing JDG make like, all right, let's cut noise and see if we can push stairs. You know, actually mid rounding is nice. That's a good shot. This is a good shot. That's a great shot. That worked out nicely. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, it's a thrifty. It's a bit bad for JDG. I think the only thing that really went wrong for them is just that execute timing. Like, the Paranoia and Stu went in too fast before anybody was even in a position to trade. Because they were still, like, clearing up the trip. So, like, that's hard for any team. It's so difficult. Because you're like, is the duelist going in too quickly? Or is the team being too slow behind them? And you've got both parties believing it's the other one's fault. And yeah, it's so difficult to tell. Because either you have the team that are playing fine, playing too fast, that they just make mistakes, they cut corners. Or you have the duelist feeling like they have to play slower and they're not as confident in what they're doing. And they kind of get a little bit like stuck in a formation. That's why H gone. You saw that was the spike too. Great. Like, fucking, that's great. That's great. It's so good. Like, it's just like, you get first killed, you have to make a play somewhere else. You're in a 4 versus 5. See if you can find space elsewhere. This needs to be watched. I don't know how much I trust this. Nobody's really watching it. Like, this needs to be careful too. Oh my god, J.K. just spins around and kills him. Notice that this one stairs as well from where the recon came in from. And then there's a showstopper for Stu. This is good. Like, you start this when you execute your plan open and you play open. Or at least you think that you're going to go out and play open. And Stu's just watching this to the last second. Good info. Like, I am beyond ecstatic with how good this has been going.
来说，还是有一个大招领先，狼队还是要来拆解这种大招组合的。
对，难题你没有做完，对这一方面。第二方面，今天京都墨在进入到包点之后是不给你任何机会的。
所以刚才我们一直在聊的是这样一个双决斗阵容，在防守方到底怎么玩？他打
like great kill there. I like the idea though. I like the sort of like recon dart into the open. I think it works better if you maybe have an Odin that's playing. Like, if you have an Odin in tree. And with the Silver here with a recon dart, granted it's probably the Silver that would have the Odin, right? And then you have a player in secret and you just like recon sandwich this. J. Kiro, Viva Stucor. I mean, YH has been like calling today has been exceptional. YH has done a good job with it, I think. And then Martin, like, you can't say that Martin's not been playing well. Martin gets a lot of flack because I think the maps where JDG look the worst, Martin is the one that falls off the most. Who's the RGL for JDG? YH Chen. This guy, who's no longer wearing a jacket. He's warmed up, quite literally. He's warmed up.
现在狼队很多分数是靠着个人能力在拿，对，而京东每一次都能通过频繁的拉扯来找到你的一个弱侧，这是现在狼队最头疼的。
对。所以这也是刚才你一直我们在前面有关注到这个问题，就是现在的狼队他的群狼战术能不能够玩到极致，这是我们最近一直在观察的。
Is Val Analysis still in? Nope. He's gone back to Korea. And he's taken the JDG cat with him, apparently. He's back into making YouTube content.
他现在毕竟防守方嘛，哎，我记得昨天咱俩聊的时候，你这其实昨天你也有说，现在狼队某些角度看什么呢 ？Call my call 比较像，对吧？但是他现在确实突破力，就算拿了双。
They've been aggressively fighting for this. You just used a haunt, it was broken. Prowler, a lot of stuff used here. It's still dangerous. Part of me's just like, don't fucking bother at this rate. Especially when they're playing beyond the trip. Like, I feel like Wolves have like baited a lot of good utility out here to then just have good, comfortable control. Did the trip get broken? You've used both your Prowlers, and the trip is still up. Lockdown is used. You still got this trip though in this one.
但我说真的，我这种时候要进 B 吗？我怎么不太信呢？按照他的风格来说。
Anything to play off the trip? No, it's broken. No. I think you want to be executing a little like. I think the magic number is when there's 3 seconds left on a lockdown. That's when you start going in. You obviously need to be expecting to fight because somebody might be just in that point. Jakiro has a paranoia of his own, so the fact that he's on the aggressive angle. Bit of a rushed ult. I like Plix's position here, though. I think you're fanning about here too much, JDG. Springs on half. Is he forced off of it? I'm trying to fucking track it. It's just one alive now, Viva. Never mind, everybody goes down. Yeah, Jakiro didn't need to be here. Stu didn't need to panic ult across here. You just use Nightfall as well. That was a bit of mincemeat. Doesn't smoke anything. Yeah, I think he smoked on the execute as they went in. Yeah, you're right. Like, he wasn't even fully aware that this was a thing. Yeah, he had paranoia. That's the main one. That's why I don't like him on that position. You swap him and Stu, that dog gets broken, Recon gets broken. You can like showstopper out of here and paranoia with it. I think that's Jakiro turning into a duelist and forgetting that he's a controller. Like, because he's playing in duelist positions, not Omen positions. And like, fuck me, if you want to get one thing right for Omen, for any controller player, it's just positioning. You can stand anywhere on the map, basically.
给一个花车巡游，防止京东第一时间是去转一个 B 的。
对，你看，就是狼队这个阵容双决斗啊，他现在 B 侧单挂单摸
C 区的一个单挑有没有说法？正面一直在给动静，其实
I mean, to be fair, Wolves are making the same mistake. But it's also Plex, who is used to being a duelist.
暗眼推出来清掉克里斯，同时进来第二枪线是 Spring。
AB 零还是不好抓啊。
Where was the help?
壁桶有没有可能有人 ？Spring 的一个
Doesn't look good when you have Stu dying here, and then like 2 seconds after that, you have the Haunt coming in.
因为现在零还没有倒，道具还能生效，半线现在还没有找到的情况下，还是要求稳啊。
哎，这好像有一个
It's like a cartoon of like Stu goes down and the Haunt comes in away. It goes, guys, secret's clear.
担心京东压哨转点，但是其实京东没有动。
Stu's just like, you son of a bitch.
但是站位还是没有改变的。
主要哎，听到
This is way too passive. Like, at least Spring has given away his position. They are so paranoid now. They can't plant in their usual spot. Martin gets a good kill. Martin's about to swing. Great fight. Whatever he's been doing for his aim routine has been crazy. And now it's just Coldfish. They know where he is.
就算找到的情况下，现在依然是一个1打2的拆分。手里这回合又是老样子，他现在又是狂
烈之怒局。
Hunter's Fury again. Choked out in the choke. You got the turret to play off. Nano Swarm used straight away. Was there a second Nano Swarm thrown on top of it? I'd have to imagine so. Is there a good Haunt lineup for here? Yeah. Good timing on it, I think, as well. Yeah, the plant's not great, but they were so scared. They have no idea, though, where Martin's played. Like, Martin has been the most... Like, he's bailing JDG out in some of these rounds. But I think that's where he looks the best, when he's, like, almost like in a clutch situation.
非常快速的拿下了这个 B 包点之后，一波的一个回防就爆炸了。YU 这边10门过来的一个单挑啊，是没有办法，就这一分狼队的回防各自是没有去形成一个夹角的枪线的，基本都是一个单兵作战。
Yeah, mine plays out very well.
算是一个2点的小配合的一个对攻。
But some of the nervousness is kicking in again for JDG.
台阶，然后跟 Spring 一起把 B 包点给放出来，后续回防就比较艰难。
刚才狂烈之怒为了 counter 对方技能留了好多回合，看看这次什么时候放。
Pretty much a force up from Wolves here.
补波的一个前
But look at the money still for JDG.
在终极技能这一块
Like, it's so like close and tight.
终极技能的一个优势其实是在 Wolves 手里。
Definitely a swing round. You got a Viper's Pit if you can get in onto a site, and you don't really have anything that can help you get in there just yet.
把 YU 做了一个转变啊。
京东冒 JDG 也没有去选择 对 A 区做太多的控制啊，现在。
All of the utility's been broken from the Cypher, right? Can the Luba just not afford anything?
信息其实挺准的，主要就是受限阵容，这个阵容实在拖不住人。
C 区可能会进啊，因为第一区踩雷飞剑是清了一下前面。
Yeah, Aldrin sees quite a lot. 50 seconds though, you do need to try and force this omen away, but I think trying to go A after this
那假动作做完了之后，现在京东墨 JDG 43秒钟的时间去反清 A 大
should actually be fine. Like, that's good. Like, good cutting noise. It has pulled rotations over. But there's like maybe 5 to 10 more seconds before they realize actually they're just cutting noise, they're going to see. There you go. Utility comes in, the paranoia comes across, the camera gets some information. Stu wins a really good fight. Hunter's Fury's going to come in across the site, gets a ping onto one player. And that's about it. Stu, I mean, that's great. Yeah, I mean, Wolves ran this last time against Trace. They don't really have too much cooked up here, it doesn't look like. I think it's just very brave for JDG to be picking it, but to be fair, they've been playing it very nicely. Hello? Not done yet. Alright, nice JDG. The threat of breaks just yet. We still have a couple more rounds to go. Jesus, China production.
因为在狼队他们整体的这样的一个清剿当中，先选择打了奎夫外的人，然后还用寻敌剑找到了在奎夫内的 Steal， 其实给到奎蛇的这种压力。
Really good execute. And the paranoia too.
是的，这一刻，京东离自己首图的胜利如此之近。京东说实话，在整个 Stage 1这个赛段来看，图一能拿下的次数屈指可数。
Yeah, I mean, it started off with J. Kura having some pretty bad, like, paranoias. Either not hitting the angles that they should do, or accidentally hitting teammates. But pretty much ever since, like, the first time out, I think, for JDG. Been good.
有没有可能在这回合选择一个更加果断的前压反擒？有没有可能？这个阵容他现在只能这么玩了，放点确实清不回去。
他其实技能投掷还很多啊，无人机以及是。
This is a big game for Wolves. Not only is it for like qualifying for playoffs, but also if you lose this, you're 2-4.
对狼队而言，他们在安置爆能器之后的回防
With
关键的道具之一。
4 games in Stage 2.
就是狼队这个阵容。
JDG, if like they go 1-4, they have 5 games in Stage 2.
换点去做补防，但只是说这个阵容确实突然能力只靠一个零是。
And they get to scrim. Is Billy actually good? I don't know. Like, I mean, there's been a lot of improvements really for this team, especially on this map. But I think for a lot of like, if I'm coaching, I think this is like the map to get good at, because I think like Ascent is really good for fundamentals and stuff, but I think that Lotus is also kind of like that. Nice double kill. Oh, but YH gets 2 with a Guardian. Okay. Suddenly a 2 versus 2. YH might be able to get a gun upgrade.
但是以京东的风格来说，这个时候真的要进 C 吗？不过时间很紧张了，只有18秒了。
He's gone from a Guardian to a Spectre to a Guardian. He's like, can somebody just give me a good fucking gun, please? Why he's been hit by this, but he's like on site. Oh my god, Viva saved him. Aluba, is he going to stall this? He's not. He's going to try and play it out. YH could have just a god tier around here. Oh. Oh. Nice. All right. Fucking, that's that rare Atom team. That's where they've been. Not only do they end up winning this first map, but they just look a million times better than they did last week. The difference between our Billy series and this is ridiculous.
给足了，接下来狼队该何去何从啊？他们在季后赛当中，他们还有希望，但是今天最后一场虽然已经可能高。
But this was a 2 versus 4 that they turned around.
是的，整个这个赛段对于他们的质疑真的是太多了。但是对于他们来说，就像赛前 Still 打到了科比那句话，是绝对不能放弃的。
That's more like it. Nice. So like Sunset being the 3rd map is really good for JDG, even if they end up losing Ascent. But also, to be fair, like Ascent was also a map where I think JDG's protocols were really fucking bad. So even if we see JDG lose against Wolves on Ascent, if they look better protocol-wise, I am like fully erect for this team. Not even joking. Right, what a way to end the VOD for Sliggy.
对于可能确实是久旱逢甘霖吧。虽然说这个系列赛只走过了第1场比赛，对吧？所以我们可能看到京东墨 JDG 压抑了太久，为他们在这一场拿到之后会有些喜悦。但对于狼队而言，他们仅仅是输掉了京东墨 JDG 的自选图，他们接下来会。
That's probably one of the best maps that they've played, I think, for this whole group stage for sure. OBS. We're 1 more map away from being Barack. Yeah, we're really going to be that kind of like fan base of a team is 1 and 4 in groups, and we're like we're going to champs, baby, because we beat Wolves fucking esports.
随便抽哪个都是神玩游
要么就是这种突破性很强的，要么就是这种最稳定的。
You could say that they're getting carried away, but
但很可惜吧，这场比赛其实在团队战术这一块确实是京东墨 JDG 的胜利啊。
我现在就一直在看啊 ，Cold Fish 这个剑什么时候射出来？这个狂烈之路这把真尴尬，3、4的效果都打得比较难受啊。
我只能这么说。
yeah, we are sober.
这个叫他们自己的体系，可惜今天打的没出来这个效果。
是，
那也是马上来我们来听一下上局游戏的一个语音回放。
Oh.
啊，这边，没有啊。我这边那边我。对方说 open the door。I want to be out. 什么？对方这什么？对着 B。哎。他妈的！看 B 吗？有人看 B 吗？我看。还没开门。Not yet. One B。楼上。
That's literally. That's it. They've literally started coming in English again.
One B。马铁过来。哎，可以还有。硬币。对冒开，对。底墙，底多墙。I can open the door. 比海。哎，这边一个。大别。我方还是 A 那个，最后一个刚才可能在包点。等一下。知道。说吧，可能是。等你啊。找吧。
The only one that calls him full Mandarin is Martin, I think.
有烟，2楼可能在。到 A 点，也不是。大。他开飞机。我是猎人。猜。Nice. The fuck are you doing? 干嘛？
Oh, the fuck are you doing?
Nice.
I mean, that's literally it. That is the answer to why they look more coherent. They've stopped trying to call in fucking Mandarin, and they start calling in English, which is what Rare Atom used to do anyway. The Val analysis is like punching the drywall at home, hearing this. They're like, oh.
上一段的这个语音回放里面，我觉得我们听到了几个非常重要的信息。一是 Martin 也参与到了这个。
That literally could just be the difference of just because Stu's like Mandarin is like okay. But I can imagine, in average, the Chinese players' English is better than Stu's Mandarin. And then, like, if Stu goes down, everybody can start calling in Mandarin. Because YH is from Taiwan as well. So... Wait, that's assuming that, like, a lot of Taiwanese players have good English. Which I would figure that they would, but I might be wrong on that. Because from Hong Kong, that as well, right? Like,
系列赛阶段的时候，当时是玩黑梦、思凯这种，然后会发现可能真的不太好，然后就把他抬下去了。但是到现在，当他和 YH 一起上场之后，先是让他有可能玩一些。
Like when I went to, like, I live in Bristol, and the majority of people in my apartment building are Mandarin speaking, and I have to imagine because the University of Bristol is quite a popular, like, higher up, like university in the UK, and like I know there's a lot of like expats from like Hong Kong and stuff. So.
其实一直是在联盟的一个下游的，对。但是今天其实7-8的这一场临场数据来看，绝对是没有给。
So JK is from Hong Kong, YH is from Taiwan.
你让我进点，我进点就有机会成。而且对于这种整个压哨来玩的这种
The Stu's obviously Korean.
的一个压迫力确实十足啊。
而且对于狼队而言，我们刚刚在。
But yeah, right. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads, go for a quick wee. I'll actually make a cup of tea as well. Really sit back and enjoy it because I think this next map, like, A lot of pressure is still on Wolves. That could play a part in it too. Lotus is just not a map that they really cook that much up on. But all in all, I am very, very impressed with JDG in the way that they're playing this. This is everything you want to see from a team after like a really rough stage to end playing like this. Like it's RRQ kind of form. It's great.
Hello， 大家好，我是麦麦。今天是5·1的第3天假期了，将进行一场丢3，由狼队和 JDG 带来交锋。现场的火药味已经非常重了，让我们来听一听粉丝们有什么想说的。
狼队加油，把京东打爆，挺进季后赛。狼队不加油，京东加油，赢一场也算赢。京东加油，今天一定要2-0大比分的拿下狼队，我相信你们哦。懂的都懂。
我是狼队粉丝，我是京东粉丝。京东今天 out， 错误的，狼队 out。比赛加油，比赛加油。
狼队加油，比赛这把进季后赛吧。
Also, whilst my tea's brewing, I want to message Anders to say JDG are coming in English. Also, JDG are now coming in English. Eyes emoji. Eyes emoji. Eyes emoji. We are back. What's this been for? Seems the rest is quite okay in English. Yeah, I mean, definitely seems that Martin is the most uncomfortable speaking English. How is Talon versus how is Talon versus PRX going? We just have a quick pop in, see what it is. 8-2. Oof.
好的，欢迎回来，继续收看五位学4联赛第1赛段的比赛。大家好，我是阿丁。
大家好，我是解说周特马。
在第2场比赛开始之前呢，还是有些消息要同步给。
Yeah, I'll be back and like plugged in a second. I remember I was saying before, some of you weren't here because you were watching Pacific, probably somewhere else, but we'll be doing this stretch like every half an hour if you can help it. Personally, I like this one the most. This is where I like feel it, especially in this side. Very soul.
搜索 VCT CN 为精彩的赛事打分留下你独特的见解，共同见证选手。
Not only is stretching good to stop you from getting pain in the future,
线上观赛派对和2楼主播们一起
or
来
even
观赛
now,
为你支持的家的主位。
good at having muscles grow properly. So I found like when I was going to the gym and stuff, I'd like gain muscle and stuff. But if I went to the gym and stretched my biceps and stuff, my biceps would be bigger. My shoulders especially, my chest would be bigger and stuff like that. Like stretching just helps you get like an extra 20% out of stuff, it feels. Yeah, I mean, Valorant at high, well, any rank seems to just be a cesspit. Yeah, we will be, well, I'll be back in a second because I'm just going to go finish my cup of tea. You can tell I'm in a very good mood after watching that, like, good grief.
但是对于京东来说，其实亚海神城是他们在前段时间一直在做一个规避的，所以这一个放出来，有没有做到战术上的针对呢？我觉着图一看完以后，我现在已经期待值越来越高了。
是的，亚海玄城是 Wolves 在打 TE 打 FAR+ 的时候自己拿到的自选图，接连上今天，在 Stage 1的阶段已经成为了他们最多去自选到的地图。而在图一劣势的情况下 ，Wolves 能不能在第2张地图自己的自选图里面扳回一城，将比赛拖至决胜局呢？
是的。 而且这一场的话，接下来狼队是进攻方，然后京东是守方开局，非常符合双方的一个象性啊。来看双方一个阵容情况，
而且在整体的一个阵容上，对吧？京东梦 JDG 拿到的就是我们常规认知当中这个最适合亚海玄城的5人组，而 Wolves 他们一直以来让 YU 选择操刀的就是零。虽然零可能在这张地图里面会受到 KO 以及是猎枭的双重针对，但是。 他们相信 YU 的一个少尉自己。
I don't think Smurfs and boosters. I think it's hard to fix. Yeah, I mean, you sort of put Smurfers into a Smurfers queue, right? But toxic people, it's tricky. Getting cheaters is the big one. But also, you know, at the same point, if you're looking to improve yourself, you have zero control over the teammates that you play ranked with. The only thing that you have control over is yourself. So, getting annoyed at things that you can't change is understandable for one, but it is not worth your time to put energy into stuff that you can't change. Like, you are just wasting your time. Can Coaches speak at halftime? Yes. Basically, in the buy phase of the pistol, at the, like, because there's like a 3-minute break, right? So there's a little bit more. Yeah. Also, being toxic and negative is contagious. So if anybody on your team starts it, you shut that shit down as soon as possible, because otherwise everybody starts acting like an asshole. Hello and welcome back to map 2. JDG are a map up. We go to Wolves' pick, and JDG starting on defense. Despite this being a common pick for Wolves, it hasn't really been going that well for them realistically. And for JDG, well, they've had some harrowing losses over here. 13-5 against EDG, and 13-4 against Nova in their breach comp. The only rounds that JDG won in the last series that they played were the 2 pistols and the 2 rounds after a pistol. And they've picked up both pistols so far today, so it's a good sign. KO Knife actually gets information on where the Silver is, and everybody's just going to be clambering through market. Stu goes off of this peak as well. It's a nice little off angle. And just brutal finish. Goldfish has found his way in. He's still got Viva on site, but he's 23 HP, so he's been nice and patient, or as patient as he can be, whilst the rest of the team pushing. They know that the last player is over in lane. Like, it's just so smart. Why are these guys so smart? Where was the brains like fucking 4 weeks ago? So well played. And another great pistol.
十分的形成了一个狭角的枪线，非常快速。
是的，今天确实像我们之前在聊的。
Yeah, so coaches can talk all the way up until the pistol starts. So the pistol buy phase you can talk. In tactical timeouts you can talk. In halftime break and then to pistol you can talk. And like OT into the first pistol. And you can't talk in text.
来看京东这个出枪，又是他之前这种非常贪的玩法，只是把獠犬换成了一把数位啊。
纯艺的一个情况，5个人抱团在一起，狼队就是寻求。
This is brave to be playing here on an anti-eco, J.K.O., to be brutally honest. Have you got people to actively play off? I mean, this is still brutal. TP out if you can. You can't. You've just been suppressed. These rounds have not been that clean from... this is fine, though. Luba's last alive. YHGen gets an ace. Hooray! I mean, I thought it was going to be a whole lot worse.
让 KO YH 城拿到了5个技能点，是。
这回合对于陈玉翰来说，所有的队友都是什么拉枪线的、当肉盾的，哥们儿就过来打收割、打混烟的。
全甲泰林在这个阶
He
段
gets an ace against an eco.
分当中，
And he's standing up as well. Oh yeah, this is a head-to-head of YH versus YU. Because they were both on attack and soul together.
必有这个终极技能。
And then you got Coldfish and Jikuro, because they were both on top.
一把狂徒还是有一点点的补枪做尝试的。
中远的位置。
I mean, regardless of the JDG can't make playoffs, but this is still a massively important game for them to win for making stage 2 playoffs.
他瞄了一个跳 pick， 然后
For champs, this is just as important of a series as their first game of stage 2 is.
把当钉子位的一枪抽掉了吧，应该是。哎，这个导致。
And for Wolves, not only is this pretty damning for if you lose this, your chances of making playoffs for stage 1 is pretty much done. But also, you're 2 and 4 after 6 games, and you've got 4 more games to play in stage 2. So the best you can hope for is 6 and 4, and you want to be top 6 for that, so you can make playoffs for stage 2 and all of that. The confidence matters more. Yeah, that too.
就现在对京东来说完全不用慌啊，这 B 点的道具一点还没有掉。
You've got a meta changing as well. You've been experimenting with the roles, bringing people in and out. You're now coming in English, which is something that was definitely missing beforehand. They were trying to come in Mandarin, but from the little comms video that they had, it's pretty much all in English, barring J. Kuro and Martin saying a couple of things in Mandarin. That's a bad... Oh, it wasn't even an attack smoke. That was a defensive one. I mean, that was just... I don't know what Wolves were thinking. Did they not have a Luba there with them? They've run out of time. Wolves are just in free fall right now. I wasn't paying too much attention to this round because I was talking too much about, setting the stakes.
这种摊法出枪的京东，连续2张图一样的结果。 都赢了，而且都拿对方的枪做了升级，又是一个4分玩法。
Oh yeah, they lose Aluba right at the start, so they execute without smokes. Yeah, my bad.
每次就是前20秒钟对抗的时候，狼队往往陷入到了一个比较大的劣势里面。这分是没烟
啊。对你聊到这个前20-30秒这个事儿啊，你看今天京东在前20-30秒这个做的主动的战术布置很多，而且今天找对方机会的能力今天变强了很多。
Where was that shot that for? Was that Wine? Even Stu just doing a small smoke like this means that there's a question mark here now. Here flash to re-clear it. And then a smoke to go across. Again, all JDG want to keep doing is just put in are we in wine? Huh? Are we in wine? You need to go clear us now. You're on an eco, so is it even worth using an Aldron to do it? Probably not, but you still need to check it. And then you got 2 people watching short aggressively. A deeper alarm bot so it doesn't get broken by a shock dart. B execute comes in. Martin just in another good position, really. It's again that we're seeing JDG just catch them as they execute without smokes. The out of sync melons gene that JDG have had over the last couple of weeks has been going to Wolves here. Last round, yeah, Aluba dies in A main, they go for an execute, and they just don't have smokes. Here, Aluba was alive, just the smokes were late. They were executing before it was ready.
对，就唯一要说是这回合是吧，自己一口局，但是你要对方这个技能点这么拿。
Oh, and it's just a perfect recon dart as well, playing backside.
你看这个份儿，2回合了。
没有选择叫暂停，而且 Steel 在上回合的一个经济积攒之后，这分确实起出了一个明居。那就是想要来直架之后打一个出其不意的。
但是京东先给你出其不意了。
DNF gets information on. I think it was just J. Kuro. Yeah, YH10 wasn't hit. Stu's got the op. He's just clearing up. I love the fact that he's able to push out and be aggressive if he wants, but he has Martin to play off of it too. Just the angle wasn't necessarily too good there. Good awareness though from Spring. No Fest is going to show Martin in here. Is there going to be a response for it? Not really. They're just already planning to go for an A execute. J. Kuro is showing that he's on Heaven. For him getting onto like the low ground here, like this is a nice adjustment. There's an Aldro no. Like YH needs to be in a position to maybe break this, because if they go in and he's not cleared it, Recon that might actually clear him either. No, it doesn't. He's fully flashed. Nobody's seen him. This is... Ooh, that was greedy. That was just frankly way too greedy. Good position for YU as well. Like just by glass that he's able to get out, and then he has the Eldron to like push up a little bit more. I mean, that's a good round for Wolves. I mean, I don't think Wolves need a timeout just yet. Because they can just pull out stuff like that.
在神经曲系抛出之后，京东梦 JDG 确实也很难有办法再去调整自己的一个站位了，
太要命了！这个明局一枪未开。
What was that? Was that from the stream?
而且这一分其实刚刚你可以看到 YH 城从 A 小的一个大步拉出是救队友之心切，因为他知道 Jackro 蹲的那个位置很关键，他想帮他勾引一下。
There's one spring kill that they got. YH is 6-3, Viva 5-2. Again, every time that Stu's doing something with the ops, somebody is with him. It's so nice to just see some actual support for Stu. And lo and behold, he's been playing so much better than we usually see from him. Funny that. 3 people are about to clear this. Aldron. Oof. I've got a camera up here too, which should be broken. There it is. So there was aggression towards B. We saw aggression towards mid, and then aggression towards B, and now 3 people stacked up on A. Any ultimates to give this away necessarily? Well, KO Knife's going to get that info. Paranoia. Great position from Stu. Not a great execute, not great utility. Good positioning from YH Chen. Nice and easy clear up. Nice 5-1. Is this Koi versus Vitality all over again? I can't. Like, I'm telling you, like, even though there's no chance for JDG to make playoffs for stage 1, this is still a massive game for them to be winning. Like, for their chances of making champions, this is major. It's the same with RRQ beating Gen G. Like, it keeps their whole year in a good spot. Wolves is Chinese Vitality for real. I agree with that. But I hate the insinuation that JDG is the Chinese Koi. Like, that is just... That's hate speech, you know? You can't say stuff like that. Even Viva being aware to, like, dodge flashes and stuff like that. Why are you trying to lurk up? He's spotted. Breaks glass. Backs out. Very nice. 5v4. Pretty much a full buy against Nico. Probably more of like GX. Lots of potential, but a rough split. Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, Koi are a good team, but I just don't think that their ceiling nor expectations are going to be as high as this. Oh my god, Aluba! Jesus! And Martin, is he going to win it? Martin wins the clutch anyway. But oh my god, Aluba! Like, give us a moment, please. Excuse me?
是的，阿鲁巴这次还想上演自己的单人防守奇迹，没有给机会了。
是的，这一分狼队真的是已经拼尽了所有，无论是小春的牺牲，还是后续
bang, bang, bang.
完全个人能力的演绎。
And then at the same time, Martin gets a collab with those two peeking together.
是，哇，那一刻明局
What a moment.
正义收了3个枪械升级。
Oh my god.
这个暂停必须要制出来了。
Is TMV watching this, or is he like still watching Pacific?
至少要拿到一个4分的基准分。
Because man, I can only imagine some of these reactions to these rounds.
而且我们说了，今天只有一种可能性，是直接无缘季后赛。对于狼队来说，就是
Martin is so back. Outside of a couple of maps, Martin never left.
对 JDG 的话，
It's just like I said before, the maps where JDG look their absolute worst, you know, like the deciding map in a series, like when they lose against DRG in overtime on bind, those are the games where Martin just drops off a cliff form-wise.
对来说，他今天应该是能够想到这个局面的。我说的是今天京东的一个强硬的反扑。是的，一个队伍如果整个一个赛季压抑到最后，要么就这个队伍咱明的时候就废了，要么呢就是这个队伍通过愤怒厚积薄发，在那一刻释放的时候，最后一场完全没有压力的摧毁敌人，那可能就是现在。
来看一下暂停回来之后 ，Wolves 能不能去及时的调整回来啊？
手里
是有无效命令的，是有全。
You got the 4 buys here. Viva's got some Odins to play with. There's an operator, 5 rifles, a couple of half armor, some good ultimate stuff for Wolves to be working with. So I wonder what they've gone over in the timeout.
这一分的一个重心防守在中，以及是第一时间能浮动。
Are they going for the whole like murder Odin spray thing here? Hunter's Fury. They have a lockdown. They have a lockdown. And you've Hunter's Fury. You've gone for like the Omen TP ult play.
但是勉强完了一个1换1 ，YO 这边也是打掉了
Blade Storm used for Stu, I think.
但是他能够看到对方
Yeah, Stu. Aldron stuff here is good. I'm not overcooking this. You are overcooking. You are way overcooking. It's way overboard. Please don't do that again.
他至少得先回到中区。
4打3的一个进攻情况。
Noise is being completely cut.
防守方现在还有无效命令进点的话，现在也要考虑这个问题的。而且刚才狂烈之怒用来为了自己的队友进点做一个封锁对方走位了，现在也没有一个 counter 技能。
Gets information on Silver. It's like, why would the Silver be default in here alone, though? So, yeah, leaning towards A. So far, this is a good read. 4v3, still doable. You got a lockdown on the Hunter's Fury. You probably don't want to be fighting this too much. Hunter's Fury is going to be used as the execute comes in. It gets a ping onto Plix. Takes Plix out. 3 versus 3. Oh, he null commands, so he gets downed, but now springs down, so it's a proper 3 versus 3. Wyatt Shen is just peeking this slowly one at a time. Nice double peek, actually, from Martin and Viva. And then here, lockdown.
想强下，想强下，真的还有机会吗？累积剑先卡住，正面能放下来就算赢啊！
他给了一个碎片溢出，但自己要被抓台。
Ooh, close.
打掉了克里斯。
Did the Molly break it? I don't think it did.
还是没有做到。
是的，在这个暂停回来之后，这一分仍然属于京东梦 JDG。是，虽然克里斯在这种非常困难的情况下还
expensive round for ultimates. You use Blade Storm, you use Hunter's Fury, and you use lockdown at the end.
阻止了这一局的发生。对。
But also there was a Hunter's Fury on attack. There was an Omen ultimate. There was a null command.
对方正好在上墙的那个时间，是一个背身。
今天京东梦 JDG 的每一波这种在稍有劣势的情况下的选择，都是这么。
It did. It just showed. Oh, okay, never mind. Well, it was a good read to go push it and fight it in early. Actually, really nicely done from Plex to be able to pull that out whilst all of that chaos was going, and also still plant the spike. You're going for the BBL, like pistol round. I mean, it's really good because you hear the jet dash, but it sounds like they're going A main. So you could see there from J Kuro's reaction that he didn't expect to be pushed here. It's such a good, like, eco. Stu, he's back! He's back! He's so back! He's actually, like, upping like a madman again. It's great. Oh, man. Wyatt just owns him. The flashes as well, the double one. Stu's going to peek out with a rifle. He's updrafted to be bait, and he still gets the kill anyway. Oh, this is what people have been waiting all year for. Like actual fucking magic.
就是整个这3个回合现在下来的话，真的有可能有一个双数进下半场的机会了。
现在沃夫斯好像已经使出了浑身解数，但仍然没有找到解法。
就是今天对于狼队来说，他只要拿下1张图，就还有机会，1张图就够。
很难啊，现在。
当然，这个够我们说的是，就是还有可能性。
I'm genuinely just double checking Anders isn't fucking working with this team. Like it's like night and day.
对于 Stu 的这个民居现在也突破不了，也找不到，很难。
主要现在他这个民居确实是一直在浮动啊，给闪，而且又
Stu gets another one, flashed, fully dashed out, turns into A Cloud, Viva gets 2. Stu's repositioned there because, like, you saw him here initially. And now he's over here. My God, they're just farming them. I'm just tuning in here. JDG is so fucking back. It's unbelievable. JDG are actually just stomping them. Stu's like 12-3. This is better than Koi. I mean, defensive. This is some of the best defensive stuff we've seen from Jade, like especially Lotus, and then this. This is some of the best defensive stuff that we've seen from them. Only took them the whole stage 1. I mean, better late than never is what they say.
他现在都不是英雄狂徒 ，Spring 手里这个英雄数位，
尽全力吧，做下尝试吧。暴龙器放家里，接下来还有一个优先转的一个机会啊。
Really cooking? It seems like it. But also, like, they've got the team coming in English now. And lo and behold, they look super coordinated.
亚选手这张图相对来说还是比较简单的，它这个点位相对固定，就这4个点。你这直接让他摸通了2个点的情况下，这接下来进攻就很难了呀。
Still 又前定出来吃信息了，这其实挺要命的。对于在控两侧通道的 Wolves 而言，中区其实是放空的。 但是 Spring 在原点架过点，
这次又有人在架过点。我们今天已经看到这样的一个局面了，这个时间点，哎呦，
可能要被 Still 抓到一个比较好的时机哦。
I mean, I don't even think Wolves are playing that badly. There's a couple of like odd things here, but he's going in for more. I thought he was literally going to peek off the smoke and like go and fight this with the AWP. Martin's there watching as well. He's not afraid to peek out. I mean, he can't decide on an opponent. It doesn't matter. He's going to take them all on. And Stu, oh my word.
10-1的巨大优势，虽然
It's-
胜利还没有来到京东暴击力季的。
It makes me. It's a shame it has to be happening against Wolves because I really like Wolves as a team. But what a time for JDG to start showing up.
他们渴望看到的京东就是这个样子的。
而且从 Viva 呀，包括是每一个京东暴击力季选手的眼神当中，我们能看得出来，没有丝毫的喜悦，因为他们仍然还在集中在这场比赛当中，他们知道这场胜利对于他们来说意味着什么。
这5位选手已经早早的就展现。
Like this is the pure like fuck you attitude that Rare Atom had. What the hell about Saint? They are so back. It is unreal. The main reason is they've started coming in English. Like they've gone from they used to come in English for Rare Atom. They went to Mandarin for JDG. Now they're back in English. And oh my god, this team is like playing some of the most like fundamentally strong Valorant I've seen. Full stop. They do kind of need a perfect stage 2 to be qualifying for playoffs. No, it needs to be pretty like stand out, but it's like just top 6 teams anyway. And like they've played EDG, so it's like FPX and Trace. I guess are the only other teams you'd be worried about. I'm gonna maul so much if this was the issue the entire time. I mean, they picked Lotus, and their Lotus against Billy Billy was atrocious. 10-1, they're fucking them. They're actually just straight up punching them up the butthole.
有那个味儿了，但是说实话，来的有点晚，但起码让我们能够为 Stage 2做一些期待，好吧？
是的，我觉得能够看到曙光，总比永远置身黑暗有更多的一些盼头吧。而且这一场呢
Yeah, like JDG have such like. I'll put it this way. If JDG win this series, I'd rather be in their position than Wolves is.
兄弟姐妹们
，1比11的一个半场比分啊。
对。
What happened in the week? I don't know. Like, something clicked for this team, surely. But I think it is just like comms and like language and stuff. Like, Stu has his own entourage with him everywhere now. If he pushes mid with the operator, it's either YH or Martin that's pushing with him. They need to go 4-1 next split, but it's more than possible. I don't know. Like, especially, like, the Omega group, the Alpha group, I think, is even more screwed. Because they're going to be taking series off of each other. Like, DRG, like, Wolves, Nova, Billy Billy. they're going to sort of like cannibalize each other, I feel. So they're going to bring down like the medium average of like Series 1. Like Trace isn't even in a good position, especially if Trace lose to EDG. There's definitely room to come back. And like JDG have Tyloo to play, they have Tech.
对于突破京东好像有一些无能为力的感觉。主要还是京东末 JDG 他们把自己自身的
It is massive cope to be like JDG are making champs.
不是说一直以来就是想
But yeah, like I said, because Wolves have played more than half of their group games, which would qualify them for stage 2.
来到下半场
Realistically, you need to go 5-6 at worst to make it. Yeah. And then in that case, head-to-heads come in clutch.
季后赛可能也会对他们关上大门
Which most teams are not going to have good. Well, that's the only issue for JDG is your head-to-heads against like Nova, DRG, Billy. That's what's going to stop you from making champs at this point. So yeah, damage could be done. I'm assuming that PRX and TLN are done. Wolves are getting destroyed. Yeah, JDG is playing some of the best Valorant that they have played. Like, Rare Atom is back.
很重要啊，上来还是选择要对中区来做一个前顶的控制，但是沃夫斯这里是不敢出的。但你看京东中区是一个多人架设，这可能又要应对上了。
Martin's also been playing amazingly.
顶出来真有拆分的机会。
5 teams with 3+ wins, so unless they go 4-1 next split, those teams will have the same one game to beat them.
抓到了时间，直接打掉了。
Yeah, I mean at this point it's also just like a play it a game at a time kind of thing.
后续这边过来有一个闪存过载捏在手里的克里斯，他只要卡住这个。
What's the music?
可以了 ，Spring 又被 Viva 给突破掉，连续2次火石枪 ，Viva 顶穿了2个 A 小的情况下
Yeah, rather late than never, that's for sure.
配合YU来做一波反击，这是有可能中一次又被删。
Oh my god, Martin. Jesus. Oh, I thought he was going to repeat then. Like the patience that's been played, like they're manipulating the map quite a lot. Their aim is crazy.
但是手里现在有一颗闪存过载，这是克里斯唯一的机
Flex
会。
has a knife and a flash. Go on, Martin, win another clutch. Yeah. Oh my god.
再一次拧住了局面，力挽狂澜。是的，在对手的自选图亚海悬城当中，已经率先来到了。
Yeah, I think they'd be the cool ones. I would love a run for JDG.
这一分，狼队已经在自己的手枪局当中。
The Wolves have a duelist IGL. Plix can play duelist, but typically not.
你在绝对的一个状态发挥和配合面前，一切的可能性都被抹杀了。
Wouldn't be surprised if Val Analysis is back behind the scenes. Maybe.
他的首胜如此之近，而狼队唯一的一种无法晋级的可能性。
Like YH Chen is top fragging with his team.
倾其所有就看这一分了。但他们现在也没有办法。
YU is IGL, right? No. Plix is. Plix doesn't sit in the middle. I don't know why, but he just doesn't.
中区的控制，枪械的一个对交火的一个距离又很长，怎么办？上一回合手枪局终于。
I think it's the same for Tech. They also don't play with their IGL sat in the middle.
太艰难了。
They have them have RB, I think, in the middle, or at least they used to.
现在狼队枪械劣势
Has to be a force up for Wolves.
不然现在压力确实太大了，没有办法去做前压呀，很多地方的交火距离。
FPX and BLG too. At least it's not 13-0, yeah. Well, like, sort of like map differential, round differential could play a differentiating factor. D9S Oxy in the middle. Yeah, it's sort of like you could put your Vibes Merchant in the middle. You can do that too. I think it matters too much.
离现在自己的胜利如此之近的情况下，依然把该拿的都拿一拿，万一还有下回合呢？
Right, JDG, what's the plan? B Execute coming in from the looks. All 5 players. Camera sees Martin and sees nobody else. So seeing Martin there isn't too much of a shocker.
看眼推出来，把你从2道先逼退。 后续要看费去的一个双枪线了。
Oh, why he falls down onto the box at the worst possible time. Oh my god, Stu? Excuse me? Oh, YH again. It's over. Oh, yeah, I can imagine TMV's perspective on this isn't going to be great. Yeah, it's only 1 series today, so we're done. You know, you just caught the end of the routing.
但当我们再见这些少年的时候，他们拉满弓就能不惧岁月，不惧风。是的。
Where was this team all stage? Is this a favor for BLG? It might be. Man, yeah, Wolves are like... It's a pretty tricky position for them to be in, because it's not only not making playoffs for stage 1, it's setting it up to be a really difficult stage 2. Because you only have 4 games, you're 2 and 4.
而对于今天的狼队而言，他们在输掉了这场比赛之后，也宣告着他们的一个 Stage 1的征程也到此结束了。
TMB just turned off his stream instantly. We'll stick around for the interview because I think Sprite's here, so we actually get a JDG interview. Oh my god! And it's a winners press conference as well, right? Like they only do press conferences for the winners, so we actually can be like, JDG, what the fuck have you been doing? What has been going on? I need to find a way to like break into it. Hello, this is Brian from Brian Central Esports. This is a question for Stu. Yeah, they actually just massacred Wolves. But like, I think a good portion of this as well is like Wolves having the playoffs hopes on their back. And JDG don't really have anything to play for, at least for this stage, but naturally they should know how good it is. Wolves versus JDG, map 2, Ascent. My god, what a day. I'm actually kind of happy that like this series is over early, because I can get some tidying up done, make some proper like lunch. Because at the weekend, we're doing tomorrow. There's 2 best of 3s tomorrow per TMB. I mean, I feel bad too for Wolves, but like, I'm kind of one of those people that like, I like the top teams in China. You know, like I never cheered for Rare Atom really, because I'm like, I want to see people like, I want to see the level of China like come up, that everybody's beating each other. Which has been great to watch, you know, seeing, like, I'm a big fan of Trace, but seeing DRG beat Trace the other week, I'm like, that's amazing. Like, this is what I want to, like, see. Like, super competitive region, super exciting. And then everybody's just beating JDG. So I'm like, oh no, I want them to be at the table as well. I want to see this, like, huge org with these amazing players at an international event. Like, Tyloo, people can kick the shit out of them, I don't care. But, yeah, for anything else. JDG looked better than the previous. Listen.
Only one. A plan already. Don't stack, guys. We get together. 等一下。A 小，我们从2楼打。A 小开退都也要缩了。 中国 I 中为 short. Yeah. I got 2. I have flash. Short have trap. Yeah, we can break. Close one. Here, close one. Wait, I smoke M wait. Ready? Hey. 这边有来神。别吹。One gen.
都是1名敌人，多方还剩1人。
走。Defense. And here. Defense first.
Just hearing them go, play together, I'm like, this team is winning champs, you know? That's all I needed to do, is to communicate. Can Stu speak Chinese Mandarin? Not very well. So Rare Atom used to come in English, and then they started coming in Mandarin when J. Kerr joined. And we all saw how that went.
4.3的 KTA 什么概念？这个整个玩起来，包括5次的一个多次击败数，今天的外赤城。
Actual god tier IGL from YH. I am going to message Stu. I'm just going to do it now.
JDG 的5位选手没有1位没到链子可以跳出任何的瑕疵。我觉得今年现场的一个表现来看，有人可以为团队去弥补上最后的一环，对，有人可以去吹风破敌，对吧？先锋位也可以杀到第1的一个战绩，而且不得不再提一下 Martin 这位选手，我觉得。 对吧？我们也知道 YH 陈和 Jackro 两名选手是临时上阵上来，直接顶替到了原来的这种比较固定的首发。哎，那留下的 Martin 在今天证明了他的价值。
对，而反观他的对手狼队这边吧，在这个赛段他也是拼尽全力了，然后包括今天 YU 的整个的一个发挥吧。
So I wonder if they were coming in English last week, but obviously because they didn't pick up a map, we don't know because we didn't get like the winners comms moments.
这一把游戏5比1的一个部署的一个获
Wait,
胜。
what was this a response to?
其实比较难嘛，因为只有1分，在数据上面可能。
Oh, you're talking about Vitality. Yeah, Vitality are just like overheating, overcooking a bit.
可惜啊，这样。
Yeah, that's the other thing, like, yo.
一个关键的舞台之上。
Because for doing well in playoffs and getting playoff points and like winning, like getting the championship points, that only matters if you're like a team that's sort of been doing well for the year. Like it helps, but it's not necessary. So like being in JDG's position, like sure, if you could have got a win over like EDG, which was 13-11 that you lost on the final map, against DRG when it went to OT, like you would have been in a much better position. But like I think the main thing overall is the changes have been made. Like you've got a new head coach in, you've got a new meta coming along, you've got all of the teams coming to Shanghai to play in Masters on a new meta that you don't need to show until like stage 2, which I'm pretty sure for stage 2, correct me if I'm wrong, that will have the new map pool in it, I'm pretty sure. Hey Claire, Wolves my heart. Yeah, it was brutal. So like JDG for one can have a bit of a break because they've been like kind of full on, it feels like, all year. New map, yeah, new map and new map pool. Some of the maps will go out, some maps might come back in. Yeah. What timing wise, it's looking like the new map. It's looking like the new map is going to be announced at Shanghai. You know, like when they announced Clove, they did it in the grand finals in Madrid. Probably something similar with the new map, which I think is codenamed Bastion. Which I kind of like the name Bastion as a map. Any AG hopes for Shanghai? That's a great question, actually. I think it depends a lot on tomorrow's game.
我是曼曼，让我们再一次恭喜京东墨 JDG 拿下了今天这一场比赛的胜利，好吗
JKRO interview?
我们也是邀请到了 Jackro 选手，先和大家打声招呼吧。
Hello。
非常简短的一个打招呼，因为大家都知道 Jackro 可能比较社恐嘛。那今天终于是在你们常规赛的最后一个比赛拿下了属于你们的首胜，今天打得尽兴吗？
挺吧。
今天打的还是比较开心的。那在这一刻有没有什么话想说？
感觉终于赢了，有点开心了。
有点开心，其实我相信你内心的喜悦会更多啊。那放眼整个 Stage 1的常规赛，你有没有学到一些东西，能够带给 Stage 2更好的发挥呢？
有可能学到沟通问题吧，就我们之前都是全中文嘛，就现在可能比较用英文一点，就让 Still 也理解一下我们。 那时候在做什么？
现在的沟通可能更加的全面了，就是5个人都能够参与进来。那聊一聊你的转变吧，从决斗位转到了控场位之后，你依旧火力。
Take it in terms with translations.
对于你来说，最大的不同有哪些呢？
技能方面吧，就是之前决斗位就杀马，现在还要封烟、推黑之类的。
还需要封烟推黑，但是你火力依旧非常猛。 在图1、图2，你都给我们带来了非常多的击杀。那聊一聊图1莲花赌城是你们的自选图，但是对方狼队也是选择到了主动变阵，去选择到了双决斗的体系。有提前预料过这样的结果吗？
有的，因为对面这张图都是打的比较不好的图嘛，可能他们就会打的比较激进一点，就可能想个双决斗之类的。
因为他们可能会更加的寻找机会去前压，那有没有预料过会是 YU 来操刀截锋呢？
有的，因为他之前在 FunPlus 打的截锋也挺厉害的。
确实 ，YU 之前也是一位非常不错的决斗位选手。那今天不仅有别的分部的兄弟来到了现场，更有一直坚定站在你们身边的粉丝，有没有什么话想要对他们说？
谢谢。
谢谢2个字，我相信已经承载了 J.Crew 非常多的感情了。那最后一个问题是来自欧盟暗影精灵带来的粉丝提问，在图一莲花古城的时候，你拿下4杀，你是做了一个庆祝的手势，对不对？有一个小小的开枪的手势，能稍微复刻一下吗？我最喜欢看 I 人做这种动作了。
Oh, get the wet floor signs out. Jesus Christ.
表现的时候，你会做什么样的举动呢？
没有。
没有。那平时队内谁是气氛担当？
马丁吧。
马丁平时会做什么样调节气氛的事情呢？
就可能大喊加油啊 ，Let's go 之类的。
用分贝来提升你们的气势。
是的。
那也是希望你 Stage 2能够继续加油。
谢谢。
接下来让我们把画面交还给解说。
Who's the mood maker in JDG? I think it's probably YH a bit as well. Who's Flandre missing? Were they because were JDG people in the audience? Were they owners or were they league players? Or league like legends?
今天他刚才提到了一个非常关键的问题，其实也是昨天晚上沟通到今天你一直在提的一个问题，就是这个队伍现在的一个成长和改变，一定是什么？
Did JDG not make MSI? I'm assuming not if they're here.
没有这种效果的。
我觉得 Steel 在之前就是 Steel 的一个队伍，但是现在其实有这样的一个变化，计划赶不上变化之后 ，Steel 绝对是他们永远需要去激活的那一环。
Came in third. Was it top 2 that went to MSI? God.
但是他们永远
Can't imagine JDG like higher ups are going to be fuming right now. We missed MSI in Chengdu and fucking Masters Shanghai. We're spending literally millions of dollars on these teams and they can't do shit. They must be like Billio is just probably just shaking like a shitting dog in the background every round that they lose. Out of all of the interviews I translated, what this was the easiest because fucking this is why like it's not worth learning Mandarin for me to translate interviews when it's 3 words long. Almost did the golden rod to be fair last year. Yeah, but they also spent $16 million on their team last year alone. I don't know what kind of wages that we were looking at for like T1 and stuff.
仿佛打开了任督二脉，是对吧？好像50当中再也没有敌手了那种感觉。今天的战力排行啊，京东梦 JDG 的选手上了4名哦，而且 YU 确实尽力了今天这一场。
是的 ，YU 已经是拼尽全力了，但是不得不提的是 Martin 今天的整个的发挥，从之前的队内最稳定的兜底点，到了今天的这种最高光的。
There's not even a thread up for this series.
整个这个赛段在队伍陷入低迷的时候，就是他站了出来，每一场他都有发挥，不容易。
It kept their players minus win. Yeah, but I guess it's like you can hold on to players like that because it is like, oh, we attended champs with this team, right? Plus 46. So yeah, we saw it briefly before. Wolves can't make it now. Which is a weird interaction. DRG by proxy have also made it, so first of all, can we get some claps and rounds of applause in chat for Sprite, and also I think Space Librarian translated a little bit too, and somebody else did. Taiyang, I think you did too, right? So applause for our translators. Did you not? Somebody else did. You did. You put one bit. You said that J.Crew is finally quite happy. But you did some. And also claps for DRG for qualifying for playoffs. For tomorrow, is it tomorrow's series that we've got Tech versus Nova? No, we have DRG versus Tyloo, so that's a bit of a nothing burger game. But like I said, it's a nothing burger game for this stage, but for stage 2, like the points earned with this
力和提升。在战胜完 EDG 之后，我相信这支 FunPlus 也许真的成为了令大家望而生畏的战队。看一下曾经的小王标记能不能给他们带来一些小小的压力。
Sorry, I confused myself there.
以前决斗在队内就是拉身位的，现在居然成了队内的。
So for next stage, it's basically done like this. It isn't champions points. It's just like the top 6 teams. When it comes to just like 3-1, 3, you know, like in a league, if you took all of the teams, if you put the groups together, top 6 teams would go to stage 2 playoffs, and then 3 teams from that would qualify for champs. So even though the DRG versus Tyloo, DRG have already qualified. They can still fight for first seed, but it depends on how EDG do against Trace. But here, like, Tyloo want to get points on the board, especially with JDG getting 1-2. DRG want to keep climbing, trying to make top 6 for stage 2. And then, yeah, Billy, they're playing up against FBX, which is a bit of a tricky one. So much like of what happens with these teams, who's top seed, who isn't, relies on this Tech versus Nova series that's happening Sunday morning. I don't want DRG to get away with Vikash go kill. To be fair, they haven't really been relying on that as much. Like Vikash has been great, but I think that the team has overall been playing some really tight Valorant. I translated thank you and hello. Yeah, thank you, Taeyang. Big claps. Record matters for stage 2 notice. Yeah, it's so important. But yeah, the first series of tomorrow is pretty much like, it's not going to be that exciting on the face of it. But hopefully it's just DRG looking tight as per usual. There's no way that DRG makes top seed. I mean, if they win for... Yeah, it's like if EDG lose to Trace, which, considering how they played against all gamers, I'd say is very unlikely. So again, much like yesterday, the series is ending way too early before EME starts. Tyloo, please do the funny. No, because if we see Tyloo do the funny, it's going to be a long, laborious, full best-of-3 series. And unless I see... Like, if Tyloo win 2-0, sure, whatever. But I don't want to watch another free mapper of Tyloo. I can't stomach it anymore. Map differentials and round diffs. Oh, yeah. It's very, very unlikely. But I think, really, it's a case of... Billy need to lose against FPX, and then Nova need to beat Tech. And they have to do it pretty damn hard. Because it's +1 map differential, it's -5 for Nova. So, if Billy pick up a map against FPX, they're pretty much in. What if it's a free map where Tyloo would play well like JDG did today? Tyloo till I die. What does Tyloo need to win? Fucking more than 2 brain cells that are fighting for 3rd place. Honestly, it drives me insane watching this team. But in all honesty, put HFMI on Sentinel. Stop inting. And just like play with some like game sense. It sounds super mean, but it's just frustrating to watch such sloppy Valorant all of the time. Nova still has a shot at playoffs. They do, because they like have a game still to play. Like Wolves lost, so their map differential is too bad. Like they're -4, so they can't get in over Billy. Because if Billy even lose this, and they lose 2-0, they're 6 and 8, so they have -2 map differential. And then Nova, if they obviously lose against Tech, they won't get in either. But I'd be happy to have Billy Gaming qualify for playoffs and all gamers qualify for playoffs. I think that'd be a fairly decent top 6. Not amazing, but like fine. But like the fact that top seed is still fairly open is definitely exciting. I don't understand the map numbers. I mean, this is like series wins. This is map wins. So EDG have won 9 maps. They've lost 3. So because there's no head-to-head, it's just done off of, if Billy lose, they would be 2 wins, 4 losses in series. If they lose 2-0, they've won 6 maps, they've lost, sorry, 9, not 8, 9. So it would be -3 map differential, because they've won 6, lost 9. So if you add them together, it's -3. But because Wolves have lost 5-9, which is -4, Wolves' like map differential is worse. They've lost more maps and won less than Billy. And then you've got round differential and stuff like that too. So yeah. I mean, it is crazy. Speaking of which, for EMEA, because it's the last day of groups, what is it like for this? Also, tomorrow we're gonna have 2 teams for Shanghai already, won't we? That's kind of wild. EMEA in America is a neck to neck. Yeah, like, it is crazy. This, right? The top team and the bottom team are not the ones that are like confirmed qualified yet. How did Vitality lose to Koi? I think just the pressure got to them. But to be honest, Koi played pretty damn well. Like some of the better Valorant that we've seen from Koi. Just a shame that it came in so late, I guess. As for people to host, I don't really know actually. Who's a good one? Let me look at the who's live. Mimi's live, Mendo's live, Patty's live. You know, Heretics. I mean, yeah, Heretics would deserve it, and I think they're good, right? So, I'm just looking to see if there's anybody that's mid to small streamers that could do with nobody that I really recognize. Seeing as we're big stands of Game Genius, I'll send you to Mimi from G2. So, we got something. I invested Meg a lot, but I think they're going on holiday tomorrow, so I'll just host somebody that's probably sticking around to watch EMEA as well. So, that's the other thing I was thinking of. But yeah, tomorrow, normal times again. So this will be at 10 AM BST. So usual times that we're live, we'll be on here for DRG versus Tyloo. And then later on in the day, we have Billy versus FPX, which FPX fighting for top seed, Billy trying to put their foot in for playoffs. So yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. See you tomorrow. Have a good day. Bye.